Chapter 204. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao and suddenly asked, "Are you not a match for the level 6 zombie outside?" Lin Qiao rolled her eyes under the sunglasses. Lu Tianyi didn't know why, but he felt that she was looking at him with disdain. Thinking about it, it seemed to be true. If she could beat it, she wouldn't have to hide with them. However, to be able to rescue all of them was already very impressive. But there was another question: then what do we do now? Do we stay in your space until it leaves? Lin Qiao looked at the others who were still waiting in line for water and walked to Xiedong and patted him. Xiedong looked at her and saw her pointing at the kitchen utensils on the other side. There were cups and bowls there. He nodded and immediately walked over. He understood what Lin Qiao meant. She wanted him to get more cups for these people to drink. Lin Qiao followed Xiedong to the kitchen utensils area. She took a stainless steel plate and turned to Lu Tianyi. Then she walked to the strawberry field. She didn't know if it was because of her space, but the strawberries were growing better and better, and there were a lot of new strawberries. It was not the strawberry season anymore. The batch of strawberries she brought from outside had already been picked. There were also some that were eaten by the rabbit and the mice. Lin Qiao walked over with the plate. She bent down to pick the ripe strawberries and put them on the plate. At the same time, she said to Lu Tianyi, who was still 2 meters away from her, "It holds a grudge. It will guard here." Listening to Lin Qiao's speaking speed, Lu Tianyi guessed the second half of the sentence before she finished. Did it mean that the level 6 zombie king was going to guard this area? But why would it guard this area? And why would it hold a grudge? What grudge? Does it know that we are all in your space, and then it knows that you are also in your space, so it can't leave? Can it think of this? Lu Tianyi asked with some confusion. Lin Qiao was squatting on the ground picking a strawberry. Hearing his question, she paused and then put the strawberry on the plate. She turned to look at him. "Its intelligence is the same as you. It was just that its IQ might be higher than yours. It could think of everything that you could think of." Moreover, they all disappeared on the spot without any signs of leaving. It would also guess that Lin Qiao had a spatial ability. Lu Tianyi, he turned his head to look at the other people who were about 20 meters away from him before turning back to ask her in a low voice, "How did you die?" Lin Qiao looked up at him and recalled Lu Tianyu's memories before his death. "I was knocked unconscious and thrown into a group of zombies." By the time she finished her sentence, she had already plucked several strawberries in her hands. Soon, there were 15 or 16 large strawberries on the plate. She stood up and walked towards Xiedong with the strawberry platter. Lu Tianyi pondered over Lin Qiao's words. He was knocked unconscious and thrown into the group of zombies. Then how did she get knocked out? Did those people knock her out from behind, or did they turn on her from below? All 3 of them were ability users, and she was just an ordinary person. Even if it was a head-on fight, they could easily knock her down. But why was she knocked unconscious and thrown into the group of zombies? Why didn't they kill her before throwing her? If she didn't die and just fainted, then when she was torn apart and eaten by zombies, she would definitely wake up from the pain. When she woke up, she would find herself being torn apart and bitten by a large group of zombies. What a terrible scene that would be. Thinking of this, Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao's back with a complicated expression. But he wondered how Lin Qiao protected her sanity and became a zombie. Did she eat people when she first became a zombie? All kinds of questions hovered in Lu Tianyi's mind. When Lin Qiao walked to the bucket, the people who had drunk enough water had already retreated to the side and sat down. She took the ladle from one of them, filled it with water, and poured all the strawberries on the plate into it. Then she handed it to them with the ladle and strawberries. Eat. After a while, they had almost noticed the strangeness in Lin Qiao's way of speaking and her voice. But they didn't ask. They just looked at the mutant strawberries in her ladle, which were 3 or 4 times larger than normal strawberries. Let them eat this mutant strawberry? No way. Lin Qiao looked at their eyes and nodded with certainty. Then she suddenly pointed to Lu Tianyi, who was slowly walking over, and said, "He ate it. So, your boss is fine after eating it. What are you afraid of?" When the others heard that their boss ate this mutant strawberry, They were all slightly shocked and turned to look at Lu Tianyi. "Boss, did you eat this?" "No way." "Boss, why do you want to eat this?" "Boss, are you sure it's edible?" Lu Tianyi walked over and looked at them silently, then looked at Lin Xiao. He wasn't sure now, and he didn't do it willingly. He was half forced to eat it. At least he was fine now. They didn't know if this mutant strawberry really didn't have any toxicity, or if it was just hidden. Lin Xiao saw that they were afraid, so she didn't force them. Instead, she handed it to Xiedong, who was next to her, and let him hold it. She shrugged her shoulders at the crowd, turned around, and sat down on a chair next to her. She didn't care if she ate it, she wasn't the one who was starving to death. Although everyone was surprised why Lin Xiao would give them mutant fruit, they had been starving for 2 days, so they calmed themselves down rationally. But their eyes were still intentionally or unintentionally looking at Xiedong's hand. They looked at Lu Tianyi's expression, hoping that he would say that he was fine. At the same time, they looked at Lu Tianyi worriedly, not knowing if there were any changes in his body. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tianyi opened his mouth and said, "I did eat a few, but I don't feel any changes in my body for the time being. As for 1 or 2 days, I'm not sure." Kong Qingming said, "After experiments, you were directly bitten by zombies. When you become a zombie, it's 3 minutes after death. Before you die, it depends on the changes in your body. Those with weak bodies will die quickly and become zombies. The stronger the physique, the longer it would take. Everyone knows this." The others nodded, indicating that this was indeed common knowledge. Kong Qingming continued, "As for eating mutant food or mutant animals, the time of transformation is uncertain. But this only depends on the length of time. In the end, you will still die and become zombies. In other words, as long as you eat plants or animals mutated by the virus, you can't escape the fate of becoming zombies. The only difference is the length of time. Some can die within 3 seconds after eating. Some can last 3 days, 30 days, or even 3 months. Chapter 205. Lin Xiao didn't want to argue with them, so she let them make their own decisions. She suddenly stood up and flashed out of the space. She thought it was time to leave this place. Although she really wanted to kill the zombie king outside, it was too powerful. And its skills were also very powerful. Her black mist was no longer effective against it. Her claws were also useless. However, it was still possible for him to slip away safely. She could leave this zombie king for Qiu Lily to deal with. Or the two of them could work together to deal with it. But she still needed to explore this uptown to see if there was a second zombie king in addition to this one. She also needed to check the downtown area. Lin Xiao came out of the space and was still in the lobby of the first floor of the building where she found Liu Jing and the others. She looked outside and found that the area of lightning had shrunk again. There was no lightning outside the building, but there were a lot of zombies outside. Suddenly, she turned her eyes and quickly went invisible again. Then she started to run upstairs. Just when she ran to the second floor, a tall figure rushed into the lobby of the first floor from outside the building. Lin Xiao looked back while running, thinking that this zombie king's senses were really sharp. She didn't expect it to rush over so quickly. She had only been here for 2 seconds, and it had appeared so quickly. The zombie king rushed into the lobby of the first floor of the building with a wave of lightning. The lightning on its body shook and expanded. The entire hall was bombarded with explosions. However, the zombie king didn't know that Lin Xiao had already run to the top of the building. The zombies were all gathered on the ground downstairs. Looking down from the top of the building, there was a stretch of densely packed zombies for 1 kilometer. For Lin Xiao, who had gradually gotten used to running on the top of the building, this was not a problem at all. She turned a blind eye to the roaring zombies below and directly jumped from one building to another. Lin Xiao looked at the direction. She ran in one direction. Speaking of which, if she wanted to find a place with a lot of resources, she would need to find a special unit map. But it seemed that she had to go to the planning bureau to find it. So now the problem was, where was the planning bureau of Hangzhou City? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped on the roof of a building. He silently looked at the people below rushing towards the direction of the zombie king with a face full of confusion. He took out the 2 atlases and quickly flipped through them. Sure enough, there was none. Holy shit. So where was she going to find the inside information from the Planning Bureau of Hangzhou? Thinking of how he had suddenly run around without a clue, this was simply. Lin Xiao silently squatted on the edge of the roof and silently counted the zombie heads below. By the way, do the people in the space know about this problem? Sigh, this brain of hers. He didn't know if it was because he had become a zombie, but he felt that his memory and brain power were not enough. Sigh, my brain is broken, my brain is broken. After mourning for his brain for 2 seconds, Lin Xiao stood up. Looking at the zombies that were still gathering in the distance, Lin Xiao turned around and entered the space again. As soon as he entered the space, he saw that a group of people had moved to the place where the furniture was placed. A group of people sat in a circle on the sofa, staring at the big plate of washed strawberries in the middle of the table in the middle. Lin Xiao walked over and saw that no one was eating the plate of strawberries. She leaned over and stood beside them, looking at them. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly appear, everyone turned their heads to look at her. After standing there for 2 seconds, she came in and picked up a strawberry. Then she put it in her mouth and ate it. The group of people looked at her silently as she finished the strawberry one bite after another. After Lin Xiao finished eating, she smacked her lips. There was a faint sour taste in her mouth. She suddenly touched her chin and wondered if the salt she ate now would be salty. The strawberry seemed to be sweet, but she only tasted sour. The others stared at her blankly, not blinking at all. Lin Xiao stared at them for 2 seconds in bewilderment. Then, he was infected by their blank expressions. Only Xiedong's face was expressionless. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming were looking at her strangely. Although their expressions were a bit different, the 3 of them were thinking the same thing. As a zombie, why the hell are you eating strawberries? Also, don't smack your lips after eating. Lin Xiao was so close to them, of course she could feel their thoughts. She silently glanced at Xiedong and Lu Tianyi. Then she pointed at the strawberry and asked the others, "Not eating?" Everyone shook their heads. But as they shook their heads, they swallowed their saliva. Originally, when none of them took the strawberries to eat, they could still silently control their appetites. But now seeing Lin Xiao eating noisily in front of them, they were a bit tempted. At this time, Xiedong finally couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and found that Lin Xiao's writing board was on another table, so he walked over and picked it up. Then he walked back and stood in front of everyone. He took out a marker and wrote, "Eat, it's really okay. There was a little girl who ate for many days, and now she's okay." In fact, he didn't know the last sentence he wrote. Because he hadn't seen the leader's little princess, he didn't know what her current situation was. But, since Lin Xiao said it was okay, then it must be okay. Then it must be fine. Besides, she had no reason to harm these people. As for why she specifically came to save these people, Xiedong expressed that he also didn't understand. After the others saw Xiedong's words, they were a bit impatient. The first was Huang Shou. Under the torture of hunger, he chose to believe Xiedong and Lin Xiao. Anyway, if he didn't get bitten to death by zombies outside, he would starve to death. He sat up straight and said, I choose to die of hunger. If I can't get out, I can't find food to eat. If I go out and still get eaten by zombies, then I might as well die comfortably." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Who wants you to die? If I want you to die, then why did I spend so much effort to save you?" Xiedong rolled his eyes at him and wrote on the writing board, "Idiot, if I want you to die. Why did I spend so much effort to save you?" Huang Shou glanced at his words and was stunned for a moment. Then he said in a daze, "Right. If that's the case, then there's no problem with the strawberries." After saying that, he took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Just when he was about to touch the strawberries, he slightly paused. Then he abruptly picked one up. He gently pinched it with his fingers. It felt like an ordinary strawberry. It was just a little bigger. He looked at the strawberry and then looked up at the others. He found that the others were closely staring at him. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly stuffed the strawberry into his mouth. When he opened his mouth and was about to take a bite, he suddenly took it out again. He was very speechless and said to the others, "Why are you looking at me like that? Even if you want to know what it tastes like, shouldn't you ask the boss? Didn't he eat already?" After saying that, he pointed at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi. Chapter 206. Everyone's eyes immediately turned from Huang Shou to Lu Tianyi's face. Lu Tianyi was stunned for a moment before he smiled faintly and said, "It's delicious, sweet and refreshing. If you're not afraid of mutation, eat it." At this time, Huang Shou had already taken a bite of the strawberry and carefully chewed twice. Only then did he realize that the taste was really good. He finished one bite in a few bites and continued with the next. Seeing that Huang Shou was the first to start eating, the others didn't care so much. Each of them took one and put it into their mouths. Seeing that they had finished eating, Lin Qiao walked over to Xiedong. She took the writing board from his hand and wrote a sentence. "Does anyone know which district the Hangzhou City Planning Bureau is located in?" She showed it to Xiedong first, and Xiedong shook his head after looking at it, indicating that he did not know. Lin Qiao sighed. How good it would be if he could still use his phone or computer at this time. Wouldn't he be able to find out where he was just by searching on the internet? But without the internet, they didn't have a detailed map, and the GPS in the car was useless. What to do? She turned the clipboard to the group, who were eating strawberries, and tapped it with her pen. When the others heard the noise, they immediately turned to look at her. "Planning Bureau? What are you doing there?" Lin Qiao wrote again. "Does anyone know?" The crowd shook their heads, indicating that none of them were from Zhejiang province, let alone Hangzhou. Therefore, he did not know the address of such a state agency. Lin Qiao sighed in disappointment and threw the writing board to Xiedong. At this time, Kong Qingming, who had been watching her all this time, opened his mouth and said, "In the West Lake District. But you'll have to find the way yourself." Lin Qiao turned his head abruptly and looked at him. "West Lake District? Wasn't that the direction they came from?" Kong Qingming said, "I remember it's over there. I heard it from a friend before. That's why I remember him." Lin Qiao touched her chin. This meant that they had to go back to the West Lake District to look for the Planning Bureau. He didn't know if any of the files had been preserved. It would be best if it hadn't been damaged. Thinking of this, she turned to Xiedong and nodded. Xiedong understood what she meant and wrote on the writing board, "Then we'll go to West Lake for the time being. By the time we find what we're looking for, you'll have more or less recovered. Wait until your battle prowess returns to normal before you leave." Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao. He actually had a lot of questions to ask her. However, Lin Qiao didn't give him time. He turned around and went out again. Standing on top of the building, Lin Qiao looked down at the large number of zombies. Lin Qiao could only make a trip to the West Lake District. She knew that Kong Qingming was not lying because she could sense it. At this time, Wu Chengyu and the others who had just come from Xiaoshan District discovered a strange phenomenon as soon as they entered Binjiang District. The surrounding ordinary zombies all walked towards the direction of the uptown. Strangely, these zombies ignored their convoy. Although their tanks were still very sturdy, hearing the sound of the vehicles would still attract a large number of zombies. However, this time, these zombies ignored them. He swaggered towards the direction of uptown. It just so happened that Wu Chengyu was also going to uptown. He stopped the motorcade on a provincial highway at the junction of Binjiang District and uptown. Then, he went to the upper city. Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu were guarding Wu Yuling outside, waiting for him to return. Wu Chengyue's plan was to take care of the level 6 zombie in the upper city, and then bring them to look for supplies. However, after entering uptown, Wu Chengyu felt that something was wrong. He flashed to the top of a building, and then looked at the surrounding zombies as if they were going to a market. After carefully sensing that direction, Wu Chengyu discovered that there was a faint lightning energy coming from that direction. Moreover, the sky over there was dark and gloomy. Seeing this phenomenon, Wu Chengyu knew that it was what he was looking for this time. His slender figure flashed at the edge of the roof and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was less than 500 meters away from the Zombie King. He retracted his aura and looked down from the corner of a building. What was going on? The ground below was filled with densely packed zombies, and on the opposite side, 500 meters away from him, there was a place where there was lightning falling from the sky from time to time. Wu Chungyue's handsome face was full of doubt, and he moved forward another 200 meters. The reason why he was puzzled was because these zombies looked like they were summoned from the outside. The question was, why did the Zombie King suddenly summon so many ordinary zombies to surround this area? The further they went, the denser the zombie horde became. Their voices gradually became softer and softer. When he arrived here, he also felt the violent aura. A strong sense of oppression could be felt. Even a level 7 arcanist like him could feel the pressure. He was sure that the place where the lightning struck was the Zombie King. But why was this Zombie King's aura so violent? He really came at the wrong time. That Zombie King must have been provoked by something. That was why he was so furious. As he thought about it, he continued to approach the Zombie King. When he was about 200 meters away, Wu Chengyu stopped on a relatively tall building. He took out his binoculars and looked at the place where the lightning flashed. When he looked, he saw something. A humanoid figure over 2 meters tall was bumping around on the road. Its whole body was dripping with blood, as if someone had peeled off a layer of skin. He could only see the dark red and purple flesh, and even the bones on its back. The head was also badly mutilated, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He could only see 2 purple eyes staring fiercely. Its mouth was also wide open, and it seemed to be roaring. The entire zombie state looked very crazy. If anyone were to provoke it at this time, they would either be blasted into pieces by the lightning or torn to shreds by it. Wu Chengyu looked at the Zombie King that was like a mad bull, bumping around. It seemed to be looking for something. One moment, it would crash into the shop, and the next moment, it would crash out of the window. The next moment, it would rush into another room, and the next moment, it would jump down from the balcony of the 2nd floor. Or it would jump up and down from the rooftop. Wu Chengyu silently thought, what kind of medicine did this Zombie King eat? Why is it so violent? Just as he was observing the Zombie King through the binoculars, he suddenly saw the Zombie King stop. Then, when she turned around, her gaze actually met his. Not good. I've been discovered. Wu Chengyu took the binoculars down and looked at the direction of the Zombie King with a serious expression. Then, he turned around and quickly left the place. Rumble tilde when he flashed to the rooftop of another building 20 meters away, the building he was in was blasted by several thigh-thick lightning bolts. Chapter 207. Wu Chengyu only had time to take a look and suddenly took a step back. He reached out with one hand and swung it downwards. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a thigh struck down from the sky. Although Wu Chungyue's lightning bolt was only one, it was accurately aimed at the large zombie that suddenly appeared and rushed towards him. The Zombie King was rushing towards Wu Chengyu, but it suddenly looked up and found that a lightning bolt was actually coming towards its head. It let out a furious roar and flipped in mid-air before flying off in a strange direction. Puff, bang dash, the Zombie King fell on the wall of a nearby building. Its hands and feet left deep marks on the wall. Then it suddenly stepped on the wall and rushed towards Wu Chungyue's direction. Roar dash, the Zombie King's speed was very fast. In a flash, it appeared behind Wu Chengyu. Its claws carried a lightning bolt as it clawed towards Wu Chengyu. Furthermore, the lightning in its hand turned into several electric claws that quickly extended and enlarged. Then, it swung towards the retreating Wu Chengyu. While Wu Chengyu was retreating, he also waved his hand towards the Zombie King. A lightning bolt also blasted towards it. The Zombie King didn't dodge, instead, it let Wu Chungyue's lightning bolt hit its body. It forcefully waved another lightning claw towards Wu Chengyu. Rumble dash, in addition to Wu Chungyue's lightning bolt, the Zombie King also released a large number of lightning bolts. Bolts of lightning as thick as thighs shrouded it and Wu Chengyu in a circle without distinguishing between friend and foe, and then bombarded them with all their might. Wu Chungyue's face sank. He quickly flipped in the air and then fell towards the group of zombies on the ground. Then, he stepped on the zombies' heads and leaped to the side. The ordinary zombies on the ground didn't know what was going on. When they felt Wu Chungyue's aura above their heads, They raised their hands to grab him. Wu Chengyu had already moved to another position. Wu Chengyu flashed to the balcony of a building and quickly hid inside. The Zombie King was blasted by Wu Chengyu's lightning, but it was still fine as it rushed out of the lightning smoke. It was just that his entire body had turned from a bloody mess to charcoal. However, to the Zombie King, it didn't seem to affect it at all. It just looked a little ugly. Wu Chengyu suddenly appeared on the roof of another building and waved his hands at the same time. A few thick bolts of lightning blasted towards the Zombie King. Both of them were of the same element, but Wu Chengyu, who was a level 7, seemed to be at a disadvantage. It was as if he was being chased and attacked by a Zombie King. However, when the Zombie King's attack landed on Wu Chengyu, he was able to easily dodge it. At this moment, several bolts of lightning fell towards the Zombie King. The Zombie King only paused for a moment and looked up. He didn't care and continued to rush in Wu Chengyu's direction. But very quickly, the lightning suddenly made a slight turn in the air and blasted towards it. The first one chased after it, and the second and third behind it also turned. Suddenly sensing danger, the Zombie King turned around and waved its hand. A few lightning claws were thrown out. The lightning clashed with Wu Chengyu's. Catcher, bang, rumble. Soon, the Zombie King's lightning claws were shattered by Wu Chengyu's continuous lightning attacks. Wu Chengyu could see that although the Zombie King's attacks were powerful, it was just a random bombardment. However, it was just a random bombardment without any sort of plan in mind. This kind of random bombardment was easy to deal with. Moreover, it would consume a lot of energy. When the Zombie King turned around to deal with Wu Chengyu's lightning attacks, Wu Chengyu suddenly grabbed towards the Zombie King. It was as if he was grabbing the Zombie King between his palms. Then, the Zombie King's body was slowly connected to an electric tennis ball, wrapping it inside. The Zombie King's lightning claws were only effective against the first lightning, but it couldn't block the subsequent lightning attacks. Bang, 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 boom. The Zombie King was bombarded again, and then Wu Chengyu's electric tennis ball appeared. The Zombie King, who had been bombarded by the lightning, was dumbfounded. It thought that these lightning bolts were as powerful as Wu Chengyu's previous one. It wouldn't do much harm to itself. But he didn't expect the power of the latter few to be several times stronger than the first one. Therefore, due to the Zombie King's carelessness, it was hit head-on. Wu Chengyu watched as the Zombie King fell to the ground, emitting black smoke. He waved his hand, and the electric tennis ball immediately shrank inward. He followed it and fell down. Bang! The Zombie King smashed into the group of zombies on the ground, instantly killing a few zombies. Then, he raised his head to the sky and roared. There was a loud noise. They roared and became restless. Moreover, they all rushed towards the building where Wu Chengyu was, and then began to climb up to the top of the building to form a zombie tower. The Zombie King struggled in the electric tennis ball while roaring again and again. Then, the surrounding zombies went crazy. Their movements were all desperately climbing up the stairs, one after another. Wu Chengyu glanced at the dense group of zombies climbing up like ants, then he turned around and disappeared. At this time, the Zombie King suddenly roared. Then, he saw the electric tennis ball that was binding its body suddenly explode, forcibly using the energy in its body to break it. After the electric tennis ball broke, the Zombie King turned around and jumped out. But this time, it didn't jump towards Wu Chengyu. Instead, it jumped in the opposite direction at a faster speed. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared. Wu Chengyu smiled and squinted his eyes. Then, he quickly followed it. Want to run? How could it be so easy? It was originally coming for you. However, the direction in which the Zombie King escaped was in the direction of the West Lake District. At this time, Lin Xiao, who had already reached the West Lake District, was looking for relevant maps in various bookstores. At the very least, he had to find a map of the West Lake District first. Even if he knew that the Planning Bureau was in the West Lake District, he didn't know which road or which location it was. It wasn't easy to do. Chapter 208. Lin Xiao appeared on the roof of a building that was tens of stories high. She sat on the edge of the building. her legs dangling outside. There were a few people standing behind her. Xiedong, Lu Tianyi, Kong Qingming, and Huang Shou were all released. Lin Xiao held a map in her hand and looked at the road signs downstairs. The people behind her were also looking for the location of the planning bureau on a map. We've already searched this place. There's nothing. Kong Qingming crossed the place where Lin Xiao had led them to. They looked up at the back of Lin Xiao's head and asked, "Which way should we go next?" Lin Xiao turned around and glanced at them. Then she stretched out a hand and pointed at a place near the downtown area on the map next to the cross. She indicated that this was the place they should look for next. "This way. There's a park here." "What park?" "There are several parks along the way. Who cares what park it is? Just remember not to get close." Lin Xiao looked back at her map. She didn't know what kind of mutated things were in the Westlake district, and there were many botanical parks around. Maybe he could go look for mutated plants and pick a few energy cores for little man. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly raised her head. She turned over and immediately stood up. She stared in the direction of the uptown area. "What's wrong?" The others saw her suddenly stand up and stand steadily in the corner of the building, looking in the direction of the uptown area. They all asked curiously. Lin Xiao turned her back to them and raised her hand to take off her glasses. She slightly narrowed her eyes, leaving only a hazy gap to look outside. Then she saw two balls of purple energy, one in front of the other, moving in her direction from afar, and they were quite fast. Lin Xiao opened her eyes and put on her glasses. Lu Tianyi, Kong Qingming, and Huang Shou were all staring at the area below Lin Xiao's head. The place where the ends of her hair should have been was bare, although it was covered by the hat. But the hat didn't cover the area where the neck and the cerebellum connected. The question was, why didn't they see any hair? Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming thought that Lin Xiao had wrapped her hair in the hat, so they didn't pay much attention at first. But after observing a few times, they suddenly found that there was no hair on the edge of Lin Xiao's hat. Even if his hair was completely wrapped up in the hat, there would still be a bit of it showing. Now that he took a closer look, why did it feel like he was bald? Or did she cut it short? Or did he shave his side? At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly turned around and jumped down from the guardrail. Then, he grabbed Lu Tianyi with one hand and Kong Qingming with the other, and the three of them disappeared at the same time. But soon, Lin Xiao appeared again. "What's wrong?" Huang Shou, who was still outside, asked curiously. Lin Xiao looked back in the direction of uptown and said, "They're coming." Then, she brought Xiedong and Huang Shou into the space. Huang Shou, who had entered the space, asked inexplicably, "What's coming?" The others also looked at Lin Xiao curiously. Lin Xiao picked up the writing board and wrote, "The zombie king from the upper city is following us." "No way. How did it know we were at Westlake?" The others were shocked when they saw it. Lin Xiao wrote, "I don't know if it's chasing us, but it's indeed coming this way." She didn't tell them that in addition to the zombie king, there was also an unknown thing that came along. What was that? The energy was also purple, and it seemed to be stronger than the zombie king. Lin Xiao felt that the stronger energy seemed to have a vaguely familiar feeling to her. She should have seen it somewhere before. She looked back at the others. Ever since they were tempted by Lin Xiao to eat the strawberries, they consciously took some of the potatoes and pumpkins and cooked them on the stove by the lake. Then they all ate their fill. It seemed that even if they were to die, they should be full ghosts. Lin Xiao felt that they all thought so. She was clearly afraid of being infected by the virus in the mutated strawberries and turning into zombies, but she couldn't resist the torture of hunger. She closed her eyes and then flashed out of the space. After she came out, she opened her eyes. Standing in the original corner of the building, she looked in the direction she was looking at just now. Soon, she saw a tall, dark figure rushing over. That's right, it was indeed the zombie king from before. But why did it look a little different from before? It was originally a bloody mess, but there were still muscles. And its whole body was blood red. Why did it become black-red now, and there was a burning smell coming from it? He was in quite a sorry state. And it seemed to be in a hurry to escape, and its attention was always on its back. Lin Xiao squatted on the edge of the building, hugging her knees with both hands, curiously looking at the zombie king that was constantly approaching her. As the zombie king moved, a large number of zombies on the ground also followed. Lin Xiao could also see a few level 5 zombies jumping on the roofs very quickly, and then they could also use their abilities to attack. Of course, there were also a lot of level 4 zombies. And the target of their attacks seemed to be the strong person chasing the zombie king from behind. Familiar feeling. Roar, the zombie king howled, and the surrounding zombies immediately blocked the person behind it. That's right, Lin Xiao could already feel that it was a person. And very strong, familiar energy, familiar lightning. If that wasn't Xiao Budian's father, who could it be? No wonder she felt that it was familiar from afar, she had been attacked once. Why was it not familiar? No wonder the zombie king wanted to escape, a level 6 zombie king against a level 7 lightning class metahuman. Looking at the situation now, there was indeed a gap between a level 6 zombie king and a level 7 metahuman. Looking at the ability attacks of those level 4 and 5 zombies, in the end, they were all easily blocked by Wu Chengyu. Moreover, it did not affect his speed at all. And very quickly, he caught up with the zombie king. Roar, seeing that Wu Chengyu was getting closer, the zombie king also became anxious. The level 3 and 5 zombies behind saw that their ability attacks did not seem to have any effect on Wu Chengyu, and under the command of the zombie king. Suddenly, they did not care about their ability attacks, and all rushed to the rooftop, and then they flew towards the approaching Wu Chengyu. Since their abilities were not good, they prepared to fight. Lin Xiao watched with relish as those high-level zombies quickly rushed to the rooftop, and they all rushed towards the man without a care for their lives. Although these zombies were still accurately thrown by Wu Chengyu with a thunderball in each hand, the number of high-level zombies was increasing. While Wu Chengyu was flying, he glanced at the zombies on the ground. Then he casually waved at the zombie king a few hundred meters in front of him, and a huge thunderball smashed down on the zombie king. Chapter 209. Roar. Feeling the danger, the zombie king suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed towards Lin Xiao's direction. Boom! Wu Chengyue's lightning directly hit the ground and blasted a hole in the roof of a 2-story building. Lin Xiao looked at the 1-meter-wide hole that was blasted by Wu Chengyue's lightning. She couldn't help but think that the zombie king's lightning would at most break a corner of the building. However, looking at the zombie king that was about to rush towards her, Lin Xiao didn't have the mood to continue watching the battle. She turned over and directly fell down from the building. Then, she suddenly kicked the wall with both of her legs. Then, her whole body bounced out and jumped towards the roof of another building. Less than 5 seconds after Lin Xiao left the building, the zombie king jumped to the roof of the building she was on. Very quickly, it leaped in another direction. Then, not long after, a lightning ball hit the roof of the building. Boom! On the other side, Lin Xiao's side, that was close. The zombie king seemed to be anxious and suddenly turned around. It stretched out both of its hands towards Wu Chengyu. Rumble! The sky turned dark. Then, a large amount of lightning of different thicknesses fell on top of Wu Chengyue's head. In this situation, Wu Chengyu had no choice but to stop. He stood on a high-voltage pole. He looked up at the large amount of lightning falling on his head. Then, he used both of his hands to prop up a lightning net. Then, a large amount of lightning from the sky fell on his lightning net. Crackle, bang, bang! A series of loud noises sounded in the sky. The collision of energy caused the air in that area to turn into a chaotic wind. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Even the zombies on the ground were blown away. Although they were both lightning type, Wu Chengyu couldn't receive the zombie king's lightning. This was because the energy in the zombie king's lightning was controlled by the zombie king. It was violent and explosive. It couldn't fuse with the lightning it emitted. If it entered his body, it would only destroy his body. After the end of the world, metahumans all had this common problem. They could only absorb energy through energy cores. The other forms could not be absorbed at all, even if they were of the same element. Therefore, the so-called energy cores referred to the energy crystal cores, zombie cores, and the energy cores of mutated animals, plants. As Wu Chengyu paused, the zombie king turned around and fled in the direction of West Lake. Lin Xiao quietly followed behind the zombie king, wanting to see where it was going. Moreover, from the looks of it, Wu Chengyu doesn't seem to have any intentions of letting this zombie king go. It was the core of a level 6 zombie king, and it was of the lightning element. If Wu Chengyu let the zombie king go just like that, how stupid would he be? That man didn't look like a fool. Sure enough, Wu Chengyu quickly put up those lightning nets. He immediately turned around and charged towards the zombie king. Suddenly, he transformed into a human figure and rushed over. That speed was even faster than Lin Xiao. Moreover, his position was only 10 meters away from Lin Xiao. Both of them chased after the zombie king at the same time. Of course, only Lin Xiao saw Wu Chengyu, who was next to her. Wu Chengyu was completely unaware of her existence. The three of them were very fast, but they didn't feel anything. However, if an outsider saw them, they would only see three figures flashing in the direction of West Lake. However, they couldn't see clearly whether it was a person or a corpse, or a man or a woman. Wu Chengyu looked at the increasing number of trees and suddenly had a premonition. He quickly waved his hand and instantly threw out another lightning net, covering the zombie king in front of him. Of course, the zombie king wasn't going to let the lightning net cover it, so it spun around. Then, it turned around and dodged. One man and one corpse attacked again. Lin Xiao silently stopped on a signal tower at the side, crossed her arms, and continued to watch the battle. Both of them were experts. Wherever they passed, the buildings and plants on the ground would be blasted into a mess by the lightning. Lin Xiao had been secretly following the two of them, watching them fight for 2 days and 2 nights without stopping. Although the zombie king looked a little weak, its body was very durable. On the contrary, its reaction was very sharp. No matter what attack Wu Chengyu used, it could dodge it. Because it had suffered a loss once, the zombie king was smart enough not to let Wu Chengyu's seemingly weak lightning strike its body. As Lin Xiao followed them, she would get hit from time to time. Although she managed to dodge it in time. However, she had a motive for following them so closely. If Wu Chengyu had beaten the zombie king half to death and didn't have much combat power left, then she would have quietly made a move to stop him. That man would probably die of anger, ha ha ha. Moreover, this person was a level 6 zombie core. She could give it to little man to level up. I wonder how far it can evolve. Could he repair her body or level her up again? Even if she didn't need it herself, the energy could be used to level up Xiedong and Junjun's abilities. Therefore, Lin Xiao had been following them, waiting for the fisherman to collect the zombies. However, Wu Chengyu didn't know that the zombie core that he had worked so hard to get was being watched by an invisible person. The zombie king didn't know either, except for this powerful human in front of him. Apart from the powerful human in front of it, the one that it had beaten away earlier was also watching it. Raw, at this moment, the zombie king's muscles were almost all struck by lightning. They were charred and fell from its body. Its muscles were also filled with energy. However, after being continuously struck by Wu Chengyu, the zombie king's movements were no longer as agile as before. The zombie king's movements were no longer as nimble as 2 days ago. Apart from its head, it had lost an arm and a hole in its waist. It had been running around in the park by the West Lake. If it hadn't known the location of the mutated plants and animals, and had cleverly used them to stall Wu Chengyu a few times, it would have been killed long ago. At this moment, Wu Chengyu was also in a sorry state. There were many cuts on his body. There were also a few thin scars on his handsome face. He was panting heavily as he stood on a sign in the park. On the grassland a dozen meters in front of him, the zombie king was crawling forward. Roar, the zombie king crawled weakly and kept roaring. Rumble, at this moment, the sound of thunder resounded again. For the past 2 days, this area had been filled with thunder. Many of the birds and beasts on this side were scared away. Wu Chengyu waved his hand and a huge lightning bolt struck down. It fiercely hit the zombie king's body. The zombie king immediately lay on the ground and stopped moving. Black smoke rose. However, Wu Chengyu didn't dare to go over now because he wasn't sure if the zombie king was really dead. However, because he didn't move, there was a sudden flow of air. Then, the The zombie king's head was suddenly cut off by something and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Disappeared. Disappeared. Chapter 210. Wu Chengyu looked at the headless zombie king in confusion and blinked his eyes. Not there. He blinked again. Still not there. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, then closed his eyes and pinched the space between them. He opened his eyes again. Still not there. He flashed to the side of the zombie king and kicked the zombie king's almost skeletal body. He then squatted down to its neck and stretched out his hand to touch the neck that was cut open. But when he saw the thick black blood slowly flowing to the ground, he retracted his hand. Fuck. Even the usually smiling Wu Chengyu had a gloomy face at this moment. He couldn't help but curse. Anyone who spent 2 days tirelessly killing a boss monster and was left with a little bit of HP would suddenly be killed by a person who rushed out from the side. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the side and instantly killed him. Then, all the treasures that fell to the ground became someone else's. Whoever wasn't angry, stand up. And, most importantly, the player who suddenly killed his monster was still invisible. He didn't even see the player's name. Didn't see. Meaning that he didn't recognize the player. Wu Chengyu stood up and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his anger. Inhale. Inhale. Fuck. Inhale my ass. If there was a table here, it would have been smashed by Wu Chengyu already. Who the hell was it? If I find you, I will beat you to death. To be able to hide to this extent, even a level 7 metahuman like him didn't notice. And it was a space type. That's right, Wu Chengyu actually saw a figure flash beside the zombie's head, and then the zombie's head instantly disappeared. Although the opponent's speed and movements were really fast, but he still saw a figure. The opponent could actually appear invisible and then disappear again. Then there must be a space. Who the hell was it? To be able to do this, it must be at least a level 6 or level 7 metahuman. Otherwise, a metahuman below level 5 would not be able to escape his attention. Lin Xiao, who suddenly flashed into the space with the zombie head, did not look at anyone else. Instead, he stood by the lake and closed his eyes to observe Wu Chengyu's reaction. Then, he raised the corner of his mouth. The others saw her stay outside for 2 days and suddenly came in. They all looked at her in surprise and curiosity. In the end, he saw that she was holding something black in her hand. He took a closer look. Oh my god. That's a zombie's head. Hey! Why does he look so familiar? Fuck. Isn't this the zombie king's? In the end, it was Liu Jing who recognized the item in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and looked at them with a smirk. Then, he lifted the head in front of him and suddenly stuck 2 fingers into the back of the head. Pu, a soft sound rang out. Her fingers dug in like 2 steel fingers. Then, Lin Xiao stirred it with his fingers before pulling it out. Between her 2 fingers was a purple crystal the size of a lychee. It flashed with a dazzling purple light. However, the crystal core still had some sticky brown dirt on it. Lin Xiao threw the zombie king's head to the side, then took the zombie core and walked to the side of the bucket. He scooped up some water with a ladle and threw the corpse core into it. With a thud, the corpse core fell into the water. Then, the dirt that was originally stuck to it immediately dispersed in the water. No one noticed that there was a long vine in the lake climbing up to the shore. He quietly climbed up towards Lin Xiao's direction. The reason why Lin Xiao rushed down and cut off the zombie king's head when Wu Chengyu couldn't move was because he wanted to bring it into the space. This was because she could sense that the zombie king's aura had completely disappeared. It was completely dead. However, seeing that Wu Chengyu did not immediately approach the zombie king's corpse, she knew that Wu Chengyu was not sure if the zombie king was really dead. That was why she acted immediately. If they didn't act now, when would they? The level 6 corpse core that had been washed emitted a bright purple light. Very beautiful. The others rarely saw a corpse core of this color, so they all stared at it. Then he unconsciously leaned towards Lin Xiao. This light, it's so beautiful. If it was placed under the sun, it would be so dazzling. Is this a level 6 corpse core? I seem to have heard that the color of a level 6 corpse core is related to its ability. This one is purple, so it should be the color of the lightning element. Just when they thought that Lin Xiao would absorb the corpse core, Lin Xiao poured the dirty water in the ladle on the ground. After putting down the ladle, she walked to the side of the lake. Then just like that, she raised her hand and threw it into the lake. Ah! Hey, damn, what's going on? Big sister, you can give it to me even if you don't want it. Why did you throw it into the lake? Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Lin Xiao didn't absorb the energy of the corpse core but threw it into the lake. Lu Tianyi ran to her side, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at the ripples in the lake that had been created by the corpse cores. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao as if she was crazy. Is your brain okay? Isn't that a level 6 zombie? Even if it's not level 6, level 5 is also very precious. If you don't want it, why don't you give it to us to exchange for supplies? Everyone else was dumbfounded. Kong Qingming raised his hand to cover his forehead. He suddenly couldn't understand what was going on with this Lu Tianyu who had turned into a zombie. Could it be that her brain was damaged when she turned into a zombie? Lin Xiao shrugged at them indifferently. Who said she didn't want it? Giving it to little man was also giving it to herself. Only Xiedong looked at everyone's expressions with interest. He knew what was in this lake. Lin Xiao turned around to look at them and found that they were still dirty. There was a lake here, but they didn't go into the water. At most, they used the water in the bucket to cook and eat. Sure enough, men didn't care much about these things. She walked to the chair next to her, picked up her writing board, and then wrote, "You guys take the bucket and get some water to wash. Don't you feel the stench on your bodies?" Lin Xiao felt that after drinking the lake water these 2 days, their physical condition had improved a little. She just didn't know if they realized it themselves. Maybe they only knew that their abilities were recovering, as for whether they found that their bodies felt a lot more comfortable. After seeing Lin Xiao's words, everyone's expression became a little awkward. Huang Shou said, "Big sister, we originally wanted to go into the lake to wash. But Xiedong said that it's not safe in this lake and didn't let us go." Lin Xiao wrote, "Who let you go down? You just got a bucket to fill it with water to wash." Huang Shou, it seems so. Why didn't I think of it at the time? As he said this, he suddenly looked back at the others. At this time, Lu Tianyi said, "If you didn't say anything, who would dare to do this? In case everyone stripped naked and took a bath. You suddenly ran in and saw everyone's jade bodies. Phut, do you want to be responsible for marrying all of them back?" Chapter 211. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Tianyi in surprise. This kid was actually in the mood to tease her. Besides, was her relationship with him that good? He only knew how to joke around. Besides, why wouldn't she dare to marry him? The problem was, would they dare to marry a zombie like her? Kong Qingming coughed lightly and said, "This is your space. You should know what we are doing." Lin Xiao nodded at him with the writing board, and then wrote, "Afraid of me seeing?" She could tell that they had eaten and drunk enough. It must be a bit boring to stay here and not be able to go out. As soon as he saw Lin Xiao's name, Kong Qingming smiled. He had a devilish face to begin with, and when he smiled, he looked naughty. Most women wouldn't be able to control themselves when they saw his smile. Kong Qingming smiled with a bit of evil. "We are all men, are we afraid of being seen by a woman? It's not like we will lose a piece of meat." Lin Xiao wrote with a calm face, "If you're not afraid, go wash. Get naked and wash your clothes while you're at it." Lu Tianyu felt that something was wrong and suddenly asked, "Wait a minute, isn't the zombie king dead? Can you let us out now? What have you been doing outside for the past 2 days?" Why did he sense from her tone that she was going to continue to put them there? This time, Lin Xiao was embarrassed. She couldn't tell them that she had just stolen their leader's monster outside. If she let you out now, he will definitely sense it. And he will find them soon and ask them questions. At that time, wouldn't she be exposed? She thought for a moment, and suddenly made up a story. There is still a level 6 zombie king outside. What? And isn't there only one? As soon as they saw that there was another one outside, the others' expressions immediately changed. It can't be, and one of them was already too much for them to handle. Why was there another one? Liu Jing's eyes turned and suddenly asked, Big sister? Could it be that the two level 6 zombie kings were fighting, and then the zombie king killed the lightning one? In the end, you suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole the fruits of others' labor. The way the others looked at Lin Qiao immediately changed. If that was the case, then wouldn't they be eaten alive by the beast outside? Lin Qiao was stunned. Then, he silently looked at Liu Jing. He couldn't help but admire this fellow's imagination. His imagination was actually similar to reality. Although the roles were a little off. Although the person she robbed was a human, not a zombie. However, if he were to go out now, he reckoned that his ending would not be too pleasant. She raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. The others were speechless and said in unison, No way. You've just provoked one, and now you're provoking another. Lin Qiao silently turned his head. But soon she shrugged at them indifferently and wrote, What am I afraid of? I want to leave. No one knew. Even if it was Wu Chengyu outside, she could still leave silently if she wanted to. Outside, Wu Chengyu sat on a branch of a tall tree, quietly waiting with his eyes closed. He didn't believe that person wouldn't come out. Although he hadn't seen the other party's appearance, he had remembered the aura that the other party had exuded in that instant. And now, he had firmly committed it to memory. Wu Chengyu raised his perception to the maximum. As long as that person appeared within this 5 miles range, he would be able to sense it. But he didn't know that Xiao Yunlong and the others were still in the Binjiang district. At this time, there was trouble. A figure was approaching them. She was not tall, only about 1.45 meters, and her body was thin. This person looked to be only about 13 or 14 years old. She was a girl with short hair. Although her appearance still retained most of the characteristics of a human, her movements were somewhat abnormal. It's just a grass dragonfly, let Godfather take a look. Godfather will definitely weave a better one for you. Xiao Yunlong sat on one side, watching Wu Yuling on the other side tightly tucking her little toy behind her. A pair of big round eyes stared at him vigilantly. Meng Yu, who was at the side, was also weaving a few leaves of tender green grass, but she just couldn't weave a grass dragonfly like that. She played for a while, then threw it at Xiao Yunlong without interest. Come, you slowly weave it. I can't make it. Chapter 212. Before Meng Yu could finish her words, her body suddenly stiffened, and then she jumped up. Then she flashed in front of Wu Yuling to protect her, staring nervously in the direction of the door. When Xiao Yunlong saw her reaction, he immediately stood up. Following her gaze, he looked at the closed door. He knew that Meng Yu must have felt something outside the door. What's wrong? Meng Yu did not answer him, but stared intently at the door. At this time, they heard the sound of the door lock twisting, and the two immediately took a step back. He protected Wu Yuling tightly, and Wu Yuling seemed to be infected by the emotions of the two people. She immediately stuffed the dragonfly behind her back into her pocket. Clatter tilde the door was twisted open, and then slowly pushed open. A not very tall figure stood outside the door, and as the door opened, she stuck her head in. A pair of green eyes curiously looked at the two people inside. Huh? How come there are only two? The girl looked left and right strangely. There were clearly 3 people here. How come there are only 2? When Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu saw the very obvious dark circles under the eyes, they moved at the same time. Xiao Yunlong took a step forward, stretching out his hands. All the metal objects in the room disintegrated in an instant, and then turned into a metal net, blocking the entire door. And Meng Yu reacted very quickly, bent down, picked up Wu Pengling behind her, and jumped out of the window behind them. When Wu Yuling was picked up, she was instantly discovered by the strange girl zombie. She stared straight at the little girl in Meng Yu's arms, and saw them jump out of the window behind them. The girl zombie suddenly became anxious. She wanted to rush in. But with a bang, she hit the metal net made by Xiao Yunlong. She leaned against the metal net door, and somewhat dazedly stretched out her hand through the gap. She grabbed in the direction of Wu Yuling. But soon she took her hand back, and then blankly looked at the net door that blocked her. She shook it with both hands, but it didn't budge. Xiao Yunlong slowly retreated, nervously but a little curiously staring at the girl zombie at the door. The two big dark circles under the eyes could be seen at a glance, but when he saw the eyes, Xiao Yunlong faintly felt that they had encountered a very troublesome zombie. Moreover, the other party's aura was extremely powerful, almost half of his own. This was a very rare variant zombie. Half of its face was covered with strange brown scales, and its eyes were green. Furthermore, his pupils were vertical, like those of a snake. Its claws were different from normal zombies. No matter what, a normal zombie's claws were still human hands. Even if they grew sharp nails, they would still maintain their original appearance. However, the claws of the snake-eye zombie in front of him were like a pair of beast claws. It was no longer in human hands. The zombie girl shook twice and found that the metal net blocking the door wouldn't budge. She suddenly took a step back, raised her claws slightly, and slapped the metal net. Bam! A hole appeared in the sturdy metal net. Then she continued to raise her third claw and slap again, looking very anxious. From time to time, he would stare at the window that Meng Yu had jumped out of. After Meng Yu jumped out of the window, she directly jumped down from the 4th floor. Then when she turned her head, she saw Xiao Yunlong also jumping down from above. Quickly take Lingling away, I will deal with it. As soon as Xiao Yunlong came down, he looked back at the window on the 4th floor that they had just jumped out of, and then raised his hand. The metal on the surrounding windows all fell off, and then gathered on the window that they had just jumped out of and sealed it. Meng Yu didn't talk nonsense with him, carried Wu Yuling and circled around, running to the front yard. She wanted to quickly run to the car they had parked over there and drive away. She wouldn't be able to run far if she relied on her feet. Carrying Wu Yuling all the way to the car, she heard a loud crash coming from the back of the building. Meng Yu looked back upstairs and found that the soldiers guarding outside were gone. They should have been killed by the strange zombie just now. She just took a quick glance, and then opened the door without stopping. She put Wu Yuling on the passenger seat, and then quickly went from the front of the car to the driver's seat. Starting the car and stepping on the accelerator, the car neatly reversed out and made a turn. Then she drove out. At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly jumped out from the side. He directly stood on the roof of the car. The two of them had a lot of experience, and could still recognize that this zombie was estimated to be a level 6 zombie. Therefore, they knew that their strength was not the opponent of this level 6 zombie. Now the most important thing for them was to protect little Yuling. And just now when the two sides faced each other, Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu could perceive that the interest of this zombie was on little Yuling. It seemed to not care much about the two adults. Meng Yu drove the car not far away. Behind them was the building they had stayed in before. A figure suddenly flashed to the top of the building, and then directly jumped down from the top. Xiao Yunlong knelt on the roof of the car, patting Meng Yu's position with his hand. Slightly bending down, he said to her, "Speed up. It's catching up." Meng Yu fastened Wu Yueling's seatbelt with one hand, while looking at the rearview mirror. Then she immediately stepped on the accelerator and began to accelerate. Really bad luck. How could there be such a thing here? Was this the one that Wu Chengyu went to find? But he didn't see this one using the lightning ability, right? Bang, bang, bang. There were still a lot of abandoned cars on the road, and Meng Yu's driving route was not very smooth. But her driving skills were not too bad, so she could barely make it. But the girl zombie wearing a school uniform was much more relaxed than them. She just jumped on the roof of the car, or stepped on the roadside lampposts, green trees, and directly caught up without any hindrance. But fortunately, these large number of cars blocking the road were made of steel, which was convenient for Xiao Yunlong's ability. He turned his back to the front of the car, and stretched out his hands towards the zombies that were quickly catching up. Whether it was the cars in front or behind, they all vibrated and floated up, and then moved towards the level 6 zombie in front of him. Xiao Yunlong swung his hands, and saw more than a dozen small cars were thrown out by him. He smashed the zombie girl that was chasing after him. And because the cars in front of Meng Yu were being lifted by Xiao Yunlong using his ability, The speed of her car had increased by 2 or 3 times. The girl zombie looked at the cars that were smashing towards her, and easily avoided them. Then she jumped towards the higher position of the lamppost or telephone pole. A more than 1 meter long tail was swinging behind her. Chapter 213. Xiao Yunlong then discovered that there was a tail behind it. Not only did he feel it was very fresh. How could there be a zombie with a tail? This thing's mutation direction was a bit strange. But soon he didn't have time to think about this problem, because the other side soon caught up again. Xiao Yunlong stared at it closely. His forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat. The cars on the road were thrown off one by the zombies chasing after him. Bang 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 boom. However, at this moment, the figure of the female zombie behind them suddenly disappeared. Huh! Xiao Yunlong immediately raised his vigilance and looked around. Disappeared. Where did it go? Meng Yu, who was driving, heard the movement behind her suddenly quieted down. She suspiciously glanced at the rearview mirror. She found that the zombies behind them had disappeared. Seeing that there were still a lot of cars on the road, she shouted, "Xiao Yunlong, clear the way." Xiao Yunlong did not turn back. He stretched out his hand behind him. The abandoned car in the middle of the road in front of their car was immediately pushed to the side. The car had already driven several kilometers out of the neighborhood, and there were abandoned cars on the road. There were also a lot of ordinary zombies around, attracted by their movements. Xiao Yunlong stared at the top of the car for a while, but still did not see the figure of the zombie. He certainly did not think that the other side would retreat. It must be thinking of some way to sneak attack. Just as he was thinking, at this time, suddenly a figure instantly rushed out from a small alley in front of their car, and then very accurately and steadily stopped in front of their car that was still moving forward. He used both hands to block the car that was coming over, and then pushed hard. Meng Yu did not clearly see how a person suddenly rushed out, and before she could react and step on the brakes. The other side had already used both hands to block the car. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been knocked more than 10 meters away at this speed of 120 kilometers per hour. But the problem was that the person who suddenly rushed in front of their car was not a human. Bang! So before Meng Yu could react, she felt a burst of dizziness. When Xiao Yunlong discovered it, he had already been thrown out along with the car. But he reacted quickly, flipped in midair, and by the time he landed on the ground, he was already fine. However, a loud noise caused his expression to change drastically. Bang! The car had already landed on the ground at the side, making a loud sound. Meng Yu! Lingling! Xiao Yunlong shouted in horror. He stood up in a panic and rushed to the car. Lingling! Meng Yu! Meng Yu! He rushed to the side of the car that had turned over a few times, leaned against the window and shouted inside. The car had already turned upside down, with all 4 wheels facing the sky. The person inside was also in a head-down position. Ooh! Meng Yu was in the driver's seat, and there were many injuries on her body. His head was bleeding, and he was frowning with his eyes closed. As if hearing Xiao Yunlong's call, she had a slight reaction. Meng Yu! How are you? Meng Yu! Lingling! Lingling! Where's Lingling? When Xiao Yunlong leaned against the window and looked inside, he was startled by the bloody appearance of Meng Yu. But soon, he found that the co-pilot seat was empty. And Wu Yueling's figure had disappeared. Xiao Yunlong, covered in cold sweat, got Meng Yu out of the car, thinking that she had just fainted. The injuries on her body were not a big deal. But to his despair, Wu Yuling had disappeared. The level 6 zombie was also gone. No need to think anymore, Wu Yuling must have been taken away by the level 6 zombie. What to do? Where was he going to find the level 6 zombie now? And Meng Yu was also injured now, he could not leave her side. But Lingling had been taken away by the level 6 zombie. That was the Zombie King. Advanced zombies loved to eat the hearts of children and women. Wu Yuling was taken away like this. There was certainly no way for her to survive. How would he explain it to Wu Chengyu? And even if he caught up and found the Zombie King, what way could he have to take Lingling back from the other party? What's more, he didn't even know which direction the other party had disappeared to. How could he get her back? It seemed that he had to let Meng Yu wake up quickly and let her sense the direction and position of Wu Yuling. Xiao Yunlong's expression was somewhat sluggish as he picked up Meng Yu and walked to the clean space next to him. Boom, the overturned car immediately exploded a few meters after he left. A red flame burst out, and then a plume of smoke rose. On the other side, a figure holding a child was quickly flying in the direction of West Lake. But not far away, the figure stopped on the roof of a building. The girl zombie carefully put the child on the ground and let the unconscious child sit against the wall. She actually didn't remember anything. But she still knew that she couldn't eat people. Ever since she became like this, she had been very straightforward. She also didn't like to stay in one place for too long, she liked to run around. She knew very little, she didn't know what a zombie was, but she knew what a person was. She also knew that her appearance was no longer a person. Who was she? She also didn't remember. She liked to smell the living because it was very fragrant. It made her want to take a bite, so that she wouldn't feel so hungry after eating. But she also knew that she couldn't eat people. Although she didn't know why she couldn't eat, there was a voice in her heart telling her not to eat. She didn't like to be alone, she wanted to find a playmate. But when those people saw her, they didn't desperately attack her. They were afraid of her and ran away when they saw her. Moreover, there were strange people who were still alive even though they were clearly dead. They were different from living people. They smelled bad, and they looked very ugly. Their bodies were very dirty. She didn't like to go near them. Their hands and feet were clearly broken, but they could still walk. Their stomachs were clearly dug out, but they could still walk. She didn't like them. She instinctively didn't like them. That was why she wandered around alone. In fact, she liked to go around the human base and secretly observe them. She really wanted to go in and be with them. But she also knew that those people were afraid of her. Why? Why should they be afraid of her? She had never harmed anyone. The girl zombie squatted in front of Wu Yuling, her hands wrapped around her knees that were bent to her chest. She looked blankly at Wu Yuling's little face. This was a child, so small. So cute. She had been wandering outside for so long. It was the first time she saw such a small child coming out. The girl zombie looked at Wu Yuling, then curiously stretched out her claws to touch her face. But before her claws touched Wu Yuling's face, she suddenly stopped. Looking at her sharp claws, she silently retracted them. She knew that her claws might be poisonous. Chapter 214. She often saw the living being bitten or scratched by those who were neither dead nor alive. They would all die, and then they would also become like them. He wandered around like a zombie. The girl zombie didn't know if she would turn others into zombies, but she felt that her current situation was similar to those walking corpses. Now, she had a companion. This child would follow her from now on, she would raise her well. The girl zombie didn't think about whether the child's family would be worried, nor did she think about what the child would eat after following her. Because she felt that the child could eat whatever she ate. She was now full of joy, because she didn't have to run around alone in the future. She could only quietly hide in a place where others couldn't see, and curiously look at those people. He didn't have to count the passing ants when he didn't have anything to do. When the girl zombie was looking at Wu Yuling, her expression suddenly changed. She looked up at the sky, then lowered her head and carefully picked up Wu Yuling, turned around and left. It seemed like it was going to rain. She knew that once it rained, it would be very cold. The girl zombie carried Wu Yuling and went towards the West Lake District. The West Lake District was her temporary territory. She hoped that the big guy in the upper city wouldn't run over there and cause trouble when she was not there. But she still didn't know that the West Lake she was going to was where the child's father was. On the other side, Lin Xiao threw the level 6 zombie core into the lake. She saw a vine suddenly shrink back from the side of the lake. She smiled. She was really impatient, she sensed the energy of the zombie core and quietly came out. However, she was the only one who saw the vine crawling to the edge of the lake. No one else had noticed it. After the zombie core fell into the lake, Lin Xiao waited for a few minutes. Then she gradually felt the change of the energy in the lake. Although the fluctuations at the bottom of the lake hadn't appeared on the surface, Lin Xiao could feel the energy at the bottom of the lake was rolling. Because there were two kinds of energy that were merging. Lin Xiao could also clearly feel that one of them was the energy in the lake that she was familiar with. The energy that was originally very gentle, but now it wasn't so gentle. The other energy was the violent energy of the Zombie King. Maybe because it encountered the violent energy of the Zombie King, Little Man's energy also became very violent. Two waves of energy rolled at the bottom of the lake. Of course, one side was devouring, while the other side was resisting. Lin Xiao wasn't the only one who could sense the surging energy at the bottom of the lake. In fact, there were others who could feel it as well. However, their senses were not as clear as Lin Xiao's. Lu Tianyi walked to the side of the lake with a puzzled look on his face. Standing beside her, he asked uncertainly, "Is there something in this lake of yours?" Lin Xiao looked back at him and then at Kong Qingming, who was walking over with him. These two brats were quite sharp. They had clearly only recovered 30 to 40% of their abilities. Xiedong also walked over quietly and looked at the lake. The dangerous feeling coming from the bottom of the lake was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xiao only glanced at Lu Tianyi and the other man and did not nod at them. Instead, he handed the writing board to Xiedong and said, "I will go out. You." She pointed to their clothes and then to the bucket. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming looked at each other and immediately understood what she meant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and his figure immediately disappeared from the lakeside. At this time, Lu Tianyi asked Xiedong, "I have a question." Xiedong looked at him in confusion. Lu Tianyi chuckled strangely and said, "Oh, Lu Tianyu's hair. Did she lose it all?" Kong Qingming suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Lu Tianyi glanced at him and then looked at Xiedong. They had all noticed this suspicious place before, but they saw that Lin Xiao had been wearing a hat and glasses. They felt that if they asked her, it would probably be very awkward. But they were really curious. They imagined what Lin Xiao would look like when she was bald. Her face was still the same. One moment, it was the heavy makeup she used to wear, the next moment, it was her bare face, and the next moment, it was her zombie eyes. Then, Lu Tianyi felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what kind of expression that woman, who had always loved beauty like crazy, would have when she found out that her hair had fallen out. She probably had a lot of things in her heart. Ha 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 ha. Xiedong looked at the two of them silently for a while. After 7 or 8 seconds, he nodded. However, he also looked at Lu Tianyi with some surprise. He found that this man seemed to care a lot about Lin Xiao. No, it was actually Lu Tianyu who he cared a lot about. He didn't know that the current Lu Tianyu was no longer the person he used to be. Could it be that this good-looking man actually had a crush on the former Lu Tianyu? There was actually someone who had a crush on that woman? That was really strange. He wrote on the writing board, "You care a lot about her?" Lu Tianyi was stunned, and then his eyes darkened slightly. He smiled helplessly and said, "You can tell?" Xiedong rolled his eyes speechlessly. Kong Qingming also made the same expression as Xiedong, and then said, "It's not that I want to say, but your attention has always been on her, okay? After getting along with her for the past few days, don't you think she has changed a lot? To be honest, I'm a little doubtful if I've recognized the wrong person." Lu Tianyi was slightly stunned, and then he stared straight at the lake. Of course, how could he not feel it? From the first time they met, he had felt that there was something wrong with her. He had long felt that he might have recognized the wrong person. But the problem was that she had admitted it herself, hadn't she? She didn't deny that she was Lu Tianyu. I know, but she didn't deny it. Kong Qingming was also silent for a while before saying, "No matter what. With her current appearance, I guess other than the two of us, no one else would be able to recognize her." As he spoke, he looked back at the others. Xiedong glanced at them and didn't join in their conversation. Instead, he walked to the place where a pile of daily necessities was placed. He found a few buckets and came out. Because of the lake water, Lin Xiao had collected many buckets of different sizes and put them in case they needed them later. For example, When Lin Xiao separated from Lin Feng and the others at the hotel, she filled all the buckets in the hotel with water and gave them to them. 20 or 30 buckets of lake water of various sizes were left for them to use during this period of time. After Lin Xiao went out, she calmly glanced at Wu Chengyu, who was sitting on the tree next to her and didn't notice anything. Then, she raised a smug smile. She turned around and left. Although it was a little unkind to steal his corpse core, she still had a grudge against him for being struck by him for no reason last time. She hadn't forgotten. Although she took Xiao Budian away, didn't she return it to him in the end? She even became a nanny and took care of his child for so many days. The corpse core this time was the reward for taking care of his child for so many days. Chapter 215. And Wu Chengyu knew nothing about Lin Xiao's departure. He was still waiting in the same place. After Lin Xiao left, she just found a building to climb up and looked at the sky. She suddenly found that the humidity in the air had become heavier, and the dark clouds above her head were getting lower and lower. It looked like it was going to rain. Since she woke up in this apocalypse, it looked like it was going to rain for the first time. But from Lu Tianyu's memory, it would be very cold when it rained. The temperature would also drop very low. But this had nothing to do with her. She was only afraid of the heat now. She wasn't afraid of the cold anymore. Just as she was about to jump down from the building and continue to look for the location of the planning bureau, suddenly, she paused and looked around in confusion. Then she closed her eyes and raised her whole body's perception to the maximum. A strange feeling made her a little confused. This feeling was not the kind that Lu Tianyi gave her, but the kind of feeling that Xiedong gave her last time. To be honest, she still hadn't figured out what was going on with the strange connection between her and Xiedong. If Lu Tianyi had some kind of strange connection with Lu Tianyu's blood, then she didn't seem to have such a connection with Xiedong, right? They were not relatives or anything. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed that strange feeling. Suddenly, she faintly sensed a strong aura, the aura of a zombie. Lin Xiao opened her eyes and couldn't help but curse in her heart with a depressed face. Fuck. Where did so many zombie kings come from? Who said that it was difficult to see zombie kings now? Who was it? Come out. She had only woken up from the apocalypse for a little more than a month, not even 2 months, and she had already encountered 2. Now the third one had come out. She subconsciously wanted to turn around and avoid that direction, but that strange feeling also came from there. It still made her very concerned. Last time it was Xiedong, then who was this time? And it was with a level 6 zombie. This zombie was very strange, she didn't know it. So, why would that person be with a level 6 zombie? Lin Xiao felt that not every level 6 king was as kind as Qiu Lily. If it was like that thunder type, it would be more common sense. So, now that this person was together with the level 6 zombie, could it be that he was caught and used as food? Lin Xiao stood on the roof and frowned. He sighed in his heart. If she hadn't met him, she could have ignored him. But now, she found out. If he didn't figure out what was going on, he would always feel that something was wrong in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiao's figure flashed. He jumped down from the rooftop and chased after the zombie king that was coming over. Since she could turn invisible, it didn't matter if she went to take a look. If he still had the time to save them, he would do so. There wasn't enough time. At the very least, he had to see what was going on. Who was that person? What's with that strange connection between us? With that thought in mind, Lin Xiao became faster and faster. The sky was covered by dark clouds. This time, it wasn't the dark clouds created by the zombie king. It was a real dark cloud in the sky. The wind on the ground was getting stronger and stronger, making whistling sounds. Lin Xiao couldn't feel the drop in temperature, but Wu Chengyu could. He opened his eyes and looked at the weather. Although his body was protected by the energy of his special ability, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being drenched like a chicken. Since it was going to rain, he couldn't stay in the forest in the park. He stood up from the branch and jumped down. Then he turned and walked toward the nearby buildings. On the other side, Xiao Yunlong was guarding Meng Yu's side. He kept walking back and forth, like a big brown bear that was trapped. He wanted to quickly find Wu Yuling, but he had no direction. He was afraid that he would go to the wrong place and be further away from the level 6 zombie that took Lingling. Even if he found the level 6 zombie and Wu Yuling now, he couldn't take Wu Yuling back from its hands. But he at least had to know her whereabouts. Even if Xiao Lingling's heart was dug out and eaten. Then he had to bring Xiao Lingling's body back. Wu Chengyu was too far away from them. There was no way to inform him of this matter. What should he do? He really didn't know what to do. Moreover, Meng Yu was now injured and unconscious. The longer she was unconscious, the further away Wu Yuling was from them. Xiao Yunlong's eyes were red, and he once again grabbed his hair. And when Lin Xiao sped up to approach the level 6 zombie, when she was only a few miles away from the other party, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped on top of a signal tower. She raised her nose and sniffed, her eyes revealing a look of bewilderment. This smell isn't Xiao Budian. Once she confirmed that the smell she was smelling now was Xiao Budian, who she had been separated from for more than 20 days. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be angry. That man, he actually brought the child to such a dangerous place. She didn't think much, immediately kicked her legs and shot out from the signal tower. She rushed toward the direction of the level 6 zombie at a faster speed than before. She must make it in time. Lin Xiao was rushing towards a street a few miles away. In a hotel building that was dozens of stories high, the zombies in this building had disappeared without a trace. Because there was a powerful level 6 zombie on the top floor, ordinary zombies would not dare to stay here. In a large suite on the top floor, there was a female zombie with a large scale on her face. She put Wu Yuling on the bed. The bed was very big, there were quilts and pillows, but there was a thick layer of dust. It seemed that there was no one living here when the end of the world came. Wu Yuling was put under the quilt. The female zombie did not clean up the bed. Instead, she directly stuffed Wu Yuling in. She squatted by the bed, both hands on the bed pressing the quilt, holding her cheek and looking at the few wounds on Wu Yuling's small face. The blood that flowed out had already coagulated. The female zombie looked at Wu Yuling while using her nose to smell her. So fragrant, so comfortable. Looking at her, she suddenly stretched out a hand. Bending her fingertips, she used her knuckles to rub the blood on Wu Yuling's wounds. Then she retracted her hand and looked at the sticky blood in a daze. It was really fragrant and sweet. At this time, the female zombie seemed to have gotten some delicious candy. She cherished looking at Wu Yuling. The feeling of wanting to eat but not willing to eat. When Lin Xiao came here, she looked in from the window of this large suite. She saw a little girl wearing a clean high school uniform, squatting on the bed. She seemed to be very happy looking at Wu Yuling on the bed. And Wu Yuling was lying there in a coma, but her breath of life was still very strong. It seemed that she did not suffer any serious injuries. Lin Xiao also discovered that this school uniform girl zombie had a tail that was slightly swaying behind her. Fuck, what kind of zombie is this? Just as Lin Xiao was feeling curious, the zombie girl suddenly sensed something and looked at the window she was at. Lin Xiao saw that the side of the face that she saw just now was good. But the other side was full of scales. Chapter 216. The girl zombie looked over with a pair of big black eyes, and looked at it with some doubt. But she didn't see anything outside the window, so she turned her face back. She continued to lie there and looked at Wu Yuling. Lin Xiao gently jumped in from the window. Fortunately, the window wasn't closed. Green eyes. What kind of ability did this zombie have? Lin Xiao was curiously sizing up this strange zombie. This zombie gave her a strange feeling. It had a strong aura, but it wasn't bad. It was good that it had a strong aura, but it didn't seem to have the sense of attack that a normal zombie would have. The strong aura gave her a very natural and peaceful feeling. The most important thing was that this zombie didn't have a trace of blood smell. There was no murderous aura, hostility, fierceness, and other aura that high-level zombies would have. And the way she looked at Wu Yuling was a bit strange. Was this the way she looked at her toy? It was like she just got a fun toy, and it was a very fresh look. What was this situation? Why did it feel like she didn't want to eat Wu Yuling? Lin Xiao quietly moved to Wu Yuling's side and found that Wu Yuling was still very cute. However, there were still a few fresh scars on his face. How did he get them? The blood seemed to have just solidified. It seemed that the injury wasn't very long ago. At this time, the girl zombie turned her head to look around the room, and her face was full of doubt. She still stood up, and then looked left and right. She didn't know why, but she always felt that there seemed to be something in the room. Lin Xiao looked at her unexpectedly. This zombie's perception was really sharp. He was in a state of invisibility, but she was still able to detect him. But Lin Xiao quickly ignored her, and stretched out her hand to press Wu Yuling's forehead. Her mind flashed. Go in. Then she and Wu Yuling entered the space together. After Lin Xiao disappeared with Wu Yuling's eyes lit up. The girl zombie suddenly turned her head, and saw that Wu Yuling suddenly disappeared into thin air. It wasn't that her eyes were playing tricks on her, she really disappeared. Even the smell that smelled very comfortable disappeared together with her. Oh! The girl zombie opened her pair of green eyes, and her vertical pupils shrank into a thin vertical line. She looked at the empty bed with a dumbfounded expression. After Lin Xiao appeared in the space, he hurriedly hugged Xiao Budian who had fallen in. After catching Xiao Budian, she immediately closed her eyes to observe the reaction of the female zombie outside the space. However, he saw her standing there with a dumbfounded expression, staring blankly in the direction where Wu Yuling had just laid on the bed. Then, she slowly walked over and reached out to touch the pillow that Wu Yuling had been lying on. Wu tilde 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 awu tilde 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 tilde. Suddenly, this fellow's mouth flattened, and he scrunched up his face and started crying. The voice was very strange, but the sadness was very strong. Lin Xiao was speechless. What was going on? Before Lin Xiao could react, the zombie girl suddenly turned around and sat on the bed. Then, he began to kick his legs and clap his hands as he cried. Wa tilde 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 Xiao Lin. What's with the childish reaction of someone whose toy was stolen? But this zombie girl's reaction made Lin Xiao think of Qiu Lily. She felt speechless. Why did this zombie's personality resemble Qiu Lily? These two couldn't be sisters, right? And they looked to be about the same age. No way, could it be that she had encountered a second Qiu Lily? Lin Xiao looked down at Xiao Budian in her arms, and thought with some surprise. Then, she thought of putting Xiao Budian on the bed first, and then get some lake water for her to drink. But when she turned around, she saw a group of naked men huddled together. They all looked at her with indescribable expressions. Lin Xiao, actually, they weren't all naked, at least they were still wearing a pair of briefs. Big sister. Didn't you say you wouldn't come in for now? Liu Jing covered his chest with one hand and the other in front of him. He squeezed his legs and stared at her awkwardly. Pfff-Xiedong, who was next to him, accidentally laughed out loud. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Lin Xiao glanced at him speechlessly, and then calmly walked towards the direction of the bed. Huang Shou stretched out his leg and kicked Liu Jing, and said speechlessly, "Are you a girl? Why are you posing like this?" The others didn't have such a big reaction, but they looked at Lin Xiao with a strange gaze. Lu Tianyi stared at Xiao Budian in Lin Xiao's arms and nudged Kong Qingming with his elbow. He said softly, "Did I see wrong? Is that the little princess?" Kong Qingming also widened his eyes, and his gaze followed Lin Xiao all the way to the bed. He nodded and said, "You're not wrong, I'm not blind." Then, the two of them looked at each other at the same time. So, what was going on? I just want to ask, who is she hugging? Where did the child come from? Huang Shou moved closer to Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming. Lu Tianyi said, "If the two of us are not wrong, that is our base's little princess Lingling." Then, Huang Shou suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the two of them in surprise. He said suspiciously, "What? Little Princess Lingling? Why is the little princess here? Also, why did Big Sister bring her in? Leader Wu and Deputy Leader Xiao must be anxious to death. Lu Tianyi frowned and shook his head, indicating that he also knew what was going on. Seeing that Lin Xiao had gone far away, the others were not as restrained as before. They continued to rub their wet clothes on their bodies, but their eyes still swept over Lin Xiao from afar. After Lin Xiao put little Yuling on the bed, she immediately found a cup and walked to the lake to fill a cup of water. Then, she quickly walked back to the bed and gently lifted Wu Yueling's head. She fed her water. Wu Yuling also seemed to be thirsty, and she felt water pouring into her mouth. Unconsciously, she swallowed it down. The energy in the lake was now more than 10 times different from when Tiny Tot first came in. After Tiny Tot drank it, his body quickly absorbed the energy. Lin Xiao also found that there was still a hidden energy in Tiny Tot's body. When she drank the lake water, the energy in her body was also stimulated. She also found that the hidden energy was healing Tiny Tot's wounds and body little by little. After the lake water entered her stomach, the speed of the hidden energy's healing had increased several times. Lin Xiao raised her hand and touched a small cut on Tiny Tot's forehead. She found that in just a few seconds, the scar had hardened. She gently scratched it, and it unexpectedly came off. She used her fingertips to gently touch the scar after the hard scar was removed, and there was no scar left. Only the surface of the skin was still a thin layer of light pink skin, and it was still very sensitive. Lin Xiao retracted her hand and placed the cup on the cabinet next to her. She walked back to the bed and sat down. She closed her eyes and continued to sense the reaction of the zombie outside. Chapter 217. The zombie girl outside was no longer crying. She just crossed her legs in front of her chest and hugged herself. She buried her face in her knees and looked very sad. Lin Xiao felt strange. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Budian. She found that there were no other injuries on Xiao Budian's body except for the slight injuries on her face. So strange. That zombie didn't seem to have any intention of hurting Xiao Budian. But why was Xiao Budian with her? And she took Xiao Budian away. Her reaction was as if she had robbed her precious treasure. Her reaction was so innocent, like a child. And Lin Xiao didn't find any malice on her body. Even if Xiao Budian was taken away, she didn't get angry. Instead, she was crying. Lin Xiao felt that she thought of a possibility. Originally, she didn't believe that there were zombies who protected their humanity. But after meeting Xiedong, Jun Jun, and Qiu Lily, she had to believe it. Could it be that the zombie outside was in the same situation as Qiu Lily? Lin Xiao sat and pondered. At this time, Xiao Budian beside her slowly opened her eyes. Lin Xiao immediately noticed and turned her head to look at her. Then, he met the little guy's somewhat perplexed big eyes. But after Xiao Budian looked at her for a second, the confusion in her eyes suddenly turned into fear. Her eyes widened and her body suddenly shrank. She rolled and crawled to sit up. Then she desperately retreated. Lin Xiao saw her like this and was stunned. She quickly held her down, fearing that she would fall to the other side of the bed if she retreated any further. Feeling her panic, fear and helplessness, Lin Xiao knew that this child didn't recognize her. But it was normal because she was wearing a hat and glasses. There were no scars on her face. After Xiao Budian was held down by her, her body froze. Then she started to tremble. She still remembered the scene of the car flipping, so she wasn't feeling very well now. Lin Xiao held down her little feet and found that her whole body was stiff and trembling. That extreme fear was transmitted from her feet to Lin Xiao's hands. But Xiao Budian still didn't cry. Instead, she tightly buried her head in her knees. This was just like the first time she was saved by Lin Xiao. The child's entire heart had collapsed. Lin Xiao didn't dare to touch her. After he found out that she wouldn't move at all, only then did she slowly let go of her hand. She wanted to reach out and touch her head, but she was afraid of provoking her. After some thought, he suddenly remembered the grey rabbit. She immediately stood up, turned around and ran into the bushes beside the strawberry field. At this time, the people who were taking a bath on the other side simply rubbed themselves and put on their pants. However, their upper bodies were still bare. Because his shirt had been used as a towel by them, it was now all wet. After a round of scrubbing and washing, the group of originally dirty big men became much more refreshed. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly run into the grass next to the strawberry field to look for something, Lu Tianyi and the others walked over to Wu Yuling. When he got to the bed, he confirmed that it was really the little princess of their base. Of the three leaders, only Wu Chengyu had a daughter. Therefore, she became the little princess of the base. It's really the little princess, but how could she? Lu Tianyi looked at the little princess with great confusion. He looked up at Lin Xiao's figure. He found that the guy was drilling into the grass to look for something. What is she doing? Kong Qingming also looked up at Lin Xiao, thought for a moment and said, maybe she's looking for that rabbit. Didn't we see a grey rabbit last time? Lu Tianyi was a little confused. He turned to look at him and asked, rabbit? Why is she looking for a rabbit now? Kong Qingming shrugged and said, how would I know? I'm just guessing. Xiedong also walked over. As long as he knew that the little princess knew that rabbit. Because she definitely didn't know Lin Xiao now. After all, Lin Xiao's appearance had changed greatly. He looked at Wu Yueling's appearance and wondered what kind of shock this child had received. How did it become like this? What happened outside? After a while, he saw Lin Xiao come out with the grey rabbit. Lu Tianyi looked at Kong Qingming in surprise. He was actually going to catch a rabbit. Lin Xiao walked over with the rabbit and saw a few people standing at the end of Wu Yueling's bed. They were looking at her with a curious gaze. Xiedong and Lin Xiao looked at each other. The two of them seemed to understand each other. The others were at a loss. Lin Xiao walked over but didn't sit on the bed. Instead, she gently put the little rabbit on the bed and took 2 steps back. Now, this rabbit could recognize people. The little rabbit curled up into a grey ball of fur on the bed. It moved its nose. After sniffing for a few seconds, it slowly hopped towards Wu Yueling's position. Why isn't it running? It's actually leaning over. Huang Shou and the others who came over saw the rabbit actually lean towards Wu Yuling. They asked softly in a curious manner. Lu Tianyi and the others looked at Lin Xiao, not knowing what was going on. When this rabbit saw them before, it disappeared with a whoosh. It meant that it was still afraid of people. Now it was approaching the little princess. It was indeed very strange. Was it not afraid of the little princess? Or was it because the little princess was a child and so wasn't afraid? Lin Xiao looked at the little grey rabbit lean towards Tiny Tot and let out a sigh of relief. No one went closer because they all knew that it would only make the child more afraid. She was already scared to death. If she was stimulated further, she would probably faint. The little grey rabbit hopped closer and closer to Tiny Tot. It didn't know Tiny Tot's current emotions. But it still liked Tiny Tot's scent, so it gently rubbed against her feet. Xiao Budian only felt that her ankle was touched by something furry, giving her a fright. Her entire body trembled again. But slowly, the furry thing that was leaning against her feet would move around. And it made her feet a little itchy. But she still didn't dare to move. She maintained her original stiff posture. The little rabbit didn't get a response from her, so it jumped onto her foot and stepped on it. Then it squatted down on her feet. The surrounding people, seeing this, Lin Xiao was relieved. She turned to the strawberry field and picked a few ripe strawberries. Then, she washed them and walked back to the bed. After a while, Tiny Tot slowly calmed down. And because she was distracted by the thing on her feet, she didn't feel as scared as before. Then, she quietly peeked out one eye to look at her feet that was pressed by a ball of fur. She saw a big ball of grey fur. It covered her whole little foot. This ball of fur looks a little familiar. Wu Yuling suddenly forgot her previous fear. She curiously looked at the ball of fur on her feet. Chapter 218. Wu Yueling's attention was attracted by the grey fur. She slowly revealed her other eye. After looking at it for a while, she found that the fur was moving and seemed to have 2 long ears. Why did it look like a rabbit? Where did the rabbit come from? And it felt so familiar. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but she keenly felt that people around her were looking at her. So she didn't dare to move again and quickly buried her eye again. Lin Xiao glanced at them and suddenly turned her face to them, making an expression to ask them to step back a little. But only Kong Qingming saw her expression, because the others were looking at Wu Yuling. Kong Qingming looked at her. Lin Xiao whispered a word, "Step back." Kong Qingming looked at her, then at Lu Tianyi and the others. Finally, he looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded to him. Kong Qingming touched Lu Tianyi's smooth arm with his hand. Lu Tianyi turned his head to look at him, ? Kong Qingming signaled Tiny Tot with his eyes and said, "Step back a little, give her some space." Then he stepped back 2 meters to the side. Lu Tianyi looked back at Tiny Tot, then turned and left. When he left, he also pulled the others away. Lin Xiao stood there with her arms crossed, quietly feeling the change of Tiny Tot's mood. Tiny Tot felt that there was one less person around, so she quietly raised her head and looked to the side. She found a person wearing a hat and black glasses standing next to her. Strange person. But the other party was not very close to her, so although Wu Yuling was very concerned, she was not nervous. At this time, the fur on her feet moved, and a rabbit's head was raised. 2 eyes looked at her. Wu Yuling suddenly became happy. She released her hands from her knees in surprise. Slowly, she picked up the grey rabbit. It was really this rabbit. After confirming that this rabbit was the one she knew, Wu Yuling suddenly relaxed. She raised her head and looked around. The grass, the lake. They were still there, but there were a lot more things here. There weren't so many beds, sofas, cabinets, tables, and so on before. Where did so many things come from now? By the way, where did the ugly zombie sister go? After knowing where this was, Wu Yuling immediately turned her eyes to look for Lin Xiao. But she was still looking for Lin Xiao with her long hair and a large ugly scar on her face. She completely ignored Lin Xiao wearing a hat in front of her. Where did the zombie sister go? Wu Yuling held the little rabbit in her arms and looked left and right. All she saw was a group of men she did not know, and they were all naked. So strange. Lin Xiao knew she was looking for her, so she raised a hand slightly. He shook his head at her and said, "Ling." Wu Yuling looked back at her in confusion. Lin Xiao was still holding a handful of strawberries in his other hand. At this time, he walked over lightly. Then, he squatted down in front of Wu Yuling and looked up at her. "Eat grass berries," she told her, holding out the strawberry. She looked back at Yuling and said, "Wu I," Ling said. Facing Wu Yuling, he gently pulled down his glasses a little, revealing a pair of dark, cold eyes. Others might be scared to see her eyes, but Wu Yuling was not afraid. Wu Yuling stared at Lin Xiao's eyes with her eyes wide open. She stared at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiao smiled and pushed the glasses back to their original position. She continued to put the strawberries in front of Wu Yuling. She said. Wu Yueling's brain couldn't react. She frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. She wanted to say, "You are not her. You don't have long hair, ugly scars," and, thinking of this, Wu Yuling suddenly looked at Lin Xiao's chest. Well, she remembered that the zombie sister had a flat chest. But her eyes were also black, just like the zombie sister. Lin Xiao knew she didn't believe her, which was normal. But it was difficult for her to let her recognize her now. What should she do? Sure enough, children were the best. Suddenly, she saw something familiar in Wu Yueling's pocket. She looked carefully. Hey, wasn't that the grass dragonfly she made for her before? But why was it still green? Shouldn't it have been killed? Seeing the grass dragonfly, Lin Xiao suddenly had an idea. She immediately stood up, turned around, and walked to the grass. She squatted down and picked a few blades of grass, then walked back. Lin Xiao sat at the foot of the bed and began to weave the grass dragonfly for Xiao Budian. Seeing Lin Xiao's action, Wu Yueling's eyes were fixed. She stared at Lin Xiao folding a few long blades of grass into the shape of a grass dragonfly. Wu Yuling seemed to have thought of something. She lowered her head and took out the grass dragonfly from her pocket. Then she looked at her own, then looked at Lin Xiao's new one. Her expression was a bit confused. Lin Xiao put the new one next to her, then sat there and closed her eyes to look outside. When he looked outside the suite, he found that the strange zombie girl was gone. Lin Xiao opened her eyes and looked at Wu Yuling. She didn't understand how this child got together with the zombie girl. But at this time, the zombie girl was angry. Because she was now rushing into the group of zombies with a murderous aura, her claws smashed the heads of the zombies one by one. In the blink of an eye, the ground around her was covered with the corpses of all kinds of zombies. The fatal wound was that their skulls had been smashed. On the other side, Xiao Yunlong was squatting on one side waiting for Meng Yu to wake up. Meng Yu, who was lying on a two-seater sofa, moved her eyelids. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Aha! She moved slightly, then groaned because of the pain all over her body. Xiao Yunlong suddenly looked up, looking at her in surprise. Meng Yu, you're awake. Meng Yu frowned and was about to sit up, but Xiao Yunlong quickly helped her. After sitting up, she looked around. She suddenly asked, Lingling. Lingling? Why don't I see Lingling? Xiao Yunlong was silent for a moment, then said with a sad face. Lingling, she, was taken away by the zombie king. Meng Yu immediately widened her eyes when she heard this. Grabbing his arm in panic, she shouted, You! How could you let it take Lingling away? Why did you let it take Lingling? Cough cough cough. But before she finished speaking, she felt a suffocating feeling in her chest. Then she coughed uncontrollably. Xiao Yunlong hurriedly gently patted her back, saying worriedly, You! Don't get excited. Try to sense Lingling's position now, see if we can find her. Although he knew that so much time had passed, the hope of Lingling being alive was very slim. But he couldn't do nothing, because the guilt in his heart was tormenting him. Why didn't the zombie kill them directly and eat their hearts? Then they wouldn't have to suffer this kind of torture now. If Lingling was no longer here. Chapter 219. Meng Yu stared blankly at him, suddenly without any reaction. Xiao Yunlong saw her in a daze and said, What's wrong with you? Quickly sense it. Meng Yu suddenly came back to her senses. She immediately closed her eyes and carefully sensed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes later, Meng Yu opened her eyes. She suddenly asked, How long have I been unconscious? When Xiao Yunlong saw her expression, he had an ominous premonition. Although he was already mentally prepared before, but seeing Meng Yu's expression. However, he still felt despair. Meng Yu's reaction indicated that she did not sense the aura of the seed in little Lingling's body. The person died. The seed in her body. And also died. He lowered his head, letting go of Meng Yu and squatting on the ground. Burying his head in his 2 palms. 3 hours, Meng Yu's eyes widened, and then turned red. Moist tears fell from her eyes. Xiao Yunlong looked up and said, Then what do we do now? Go find Lingling? Meng Yu looked at him blankly with red eyes. Find? Where to find? I can't sense any aura now. Xiao Yunlong closed his eyes deeply and opened them again after a few seconds. He seemed to have made up his mind and said, Let's go find the leader, at least. Let him know that this matter is our fault. We did not help him look after Lingling. Even if he kills me, Meng Yu suddenly laughed. Haha, kill you? What's the use of killing us? Haha. Although her tone was smiling, her expression was empty. There were 2 streaks of tears on her face. And Meng Yu was not only thinking about Wu Chengyu's feelings, she herself was also very upset. She had always taken care of Wu Yuling as her own daughter, hoping that Wu Chengyu would accept her one day. But now it was all over. Wu Yuling was taken away from her and Xiao Yunlong by the zombie. How could she have the face to see him? Poor little Yuling, she was harmed by them. She was still so young. Xiao Yunlong took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, we still have to tell him. Then go with him to find that zombie, at least, we still have to take revenge." Meng Yu's expression froze as she looked up at him. Yes, no matter what. Even if Wu Chengyu killed them, they would accept it, but they still had to take revenge. Thus, the two of them immediately set off to find Wu Chengyu. Meng Yu was injured, so she was directly carried away by the tall Xiao Yunlong. Rumble, thunder boomed outside, and the cold rain poured down. On the other side, Wu Chengyu stood on the balcony of the top floor of a building near West Lake. After the apocalypse, there were a lot of abandoned buildings, empty and ownerless. Wu Chengyu stood on the balcony and looked at the rain outside. The sky was dark. She seemed to be crying sadly, but no one knew who she was sad for. The rain hit the ground, the roof, and the leaves, to wash away the dust of the apocalypse. As Wu Chengyu watched, a subtle feeling suddenly arose in his heart. This was not a good feeling, and it made him feel a little suffocated. He didn't know if it was because of the weather that made him feel a little depressed. Thinking of the person who dared to snatch his corpse nucleus, Wu Chengyu had a rare gloomy face. There was a chill exuding from his body. If there was someone standing next to him at this time, they would feel that the rainy weather outside was warmer than being next to him. He was infuriated. Someone dared to snatch his things. Really bold. He looked up at the sky, although the anger in his heart had been forcibly suppressed. But after calming down, he thought that even if he stayed here, it would not do. It would be better to go back to his daughter's side first, and then send someone to check the situation here. He wanted to continue guarding by himself, but he was always worried about his daughter. Although there was level 6 Xiao Yunlong to protect Lingling, if there was a second zombie king in Hangzhou, then Xiao Yunlong would not be able to play any role. Wu Chengyu looked at the increasingly heavy rain outside, thinking that he would go back after the rain subsided a little. He had already noted down the aura of the person who dared to snatch his corpse nucleus, and he would certainly send someone to find out. Maybe he would encounter him by chance in the future. At that time, he would like to see who had such great ability to snatch things from his hands. At this time, Wu Yuling, who was staying in Lin Qiao's space, was no longer so afraid. But she was still very vigilant, but the furball child in her arms made her feel a lot more at ease. The strawberry that Lin Qiao placed next to her was also eaten by her. Wu Yuling recognized Xiedong, but she could not recognize Lin Qiao. After all, her father said, as long as it was a very powerful zombie. Its eyes were all black. But now, was this a zombie or a person? His appearance was clearly the same as the people in the base, not as ugly as those zombies outside. And very scary. But this zombie also knows how to weave dragonflies. And, she had not seen that zombie. Where did she go? Lin Qiao did not care much about Xiao Budian's dilemma. Anyway, it was fine as long as she was not afraid and nervous. It did not matter whether she recognized who she was or not. What Lin Qiao was thinking now was, how could she send the child back? After all, she had just snatched the child's father's big monster not long ago, and now she was returning the favor so quickly. This was really a coincidence. However, this time, she did not need to personally send the child back. She just happened to have people here. Lin Qiao looked at Lu Tianyi and the others. It was better to send Xiao Budian back as well. Anyway, Wu Chengyu was their leader. She could send this team to Wu Chengyu and let him take them back. In this way, she did not need to send them back to the base. Moreover, she did not know if that man now knew that his daughter was in danger. He was still in the mood to fight over there, if he knew that his daughter was taken away by a level 6 zombie. She did not know what expression he would have. Thinking of this, she gently stood up. She walked in front of Xiedong, took the writing board, and then waved to Lu Tianyi and the others. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming did not know what she wanted to do, and walked over with some puzzlement. What? What are you going to do? After Lu Tianyi walked over, he looked back at Xiao Budian on the bed. It was amazing that the child was not afraid. This emotional change was too fast. Didn't they say that autistic children were very sensitive to the environment? Just now when they came to a strange environment, they would feel insecure and their emotions would be tense. But looking at the current appearance of the little princess, other than the reaction she showed when she woke up, why was she so calm now? Or could it be that the rabbit made her not afraid? Divert attention? Or could it be that there was some magic in this space? Could it appease the emotions of a child? This doubt not only rose in Lu Tianyi's heart, but also in the hearts of others. Therefore, they made a bunch of wild guesses without making any sense. Chapter 220. Lin Xiao wrote, "This child's father is outside, please help send her to her father's side." Lu Tianyi and the others looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Chief Wu is outside. Is his army there too? Lin Xiao shook his head, looked at them and said, "I didn't see." She couldn't possibly say that she only saw Wu Chengyu chasing the lightning-type zombie king by himself, right? In the end, the zombie king's corpse core was already in her hands. They would definitely know what had happened if they went out. If he were to spill the beans and let Wu Chengyu know that he was the one who stole his kill, hey, that would not be fun. Kong Qingming suddenly looked at her strangely and said, "Since her father is outside, can't you just send her there directly?" He looked at Lin Xiao. As long as he didn't take off his glasses, Lin Xiao would be fine. No one would discover her identity, right? Lu Tianyi asked curiously, "What I want to know now is, how did this child fall into your hands?" Lin Xiao wrote, "She was captured by that zombie king." She didn't write the rest of the sentence, so everyone could guess what was going on. Lin Xiao thought it was funny. She had just made up another one, but now she really had one. "Hey, is it the one you mentioned before?" Xiedong also looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. He didn't expect another one to come. Fuck. Are zombie kings so cheap now? It's like cabbages everywhere. Huang Shou said with his eyes wide open. Kong Qingming rubbed his chin with one hand, looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "So you stole the child from the zombie king? You really like to steal from the zombie kings." Lin Xiao glanced at him but did not say anything. Lu Tianyi nodded and said, "It's no problem for us to send the child back to the leader. But let's wait until our clothes are dry and we get dressed before we go." As he spoke, he glanced at the naked upper bodies of the others. Lu Tianyi's words made the few people who didn't pay much attention to him. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his body. Lin Xiao casually glanced at them. Only then did he seriously look at their figures. It's all right. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming were not thin. They were very sturdy and tall. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and perky buttocks. It should feel good. Young people's bodies are really good. Therefore, Lin Xiao suddenly sized them up seriously. There was another burst of cold air. Lin Xiao only took a few glances before he retracted his gaze and wrote, "It's raining outside, the temperature should be very low. I'll go and see if there are any clean clothes for you." Just as she was about to turn around and leave, someone suddenly tugged at her pants. Lin Xiao paused and looked down. However, she discovered that Xiao Budian had already arrived at her side while carrying the grey rabbit. When did this little guy run down? But this action of grabbing her pants, did it mean that he recognized her? Wu Yuling held the grey-haired ball in her arms with one hand and grabbed the side of Lin Xiao's pants with the other. He raised his head and looked at Lin Xiao blankly. In fact, she still couldn't recognize that Lin Xiao was the zombie. However, she was sensitive enough to sense that this person gave her a familiar feeling. There were other strangers here, so the shy Wu Yuling immediately ran to Lin Xiao's side. She felt a bit safer by her side. The others looked at Wu Yuling curiously. Lu Tianyi came over and then squatted in front of her. He smiled and said to Wu Yuling, "Lingling, do you still remember me? We've met before." When Wu Yuling saw him coming over, she stepped back and hid behind Lin Qiao. Hearing Lu Tianyi call her, she just tilted her head and looked at him with half an eye. Behind them, Kong Qingming and Huang Shou also came over. Seeing that there were a lot of people coming over, Wu Yuling hid behind Lin Qiao. She didn't even show half an eye. Dad said to stay away from people who are not wearing clothes. Seeing Wu Yueling's appearance, Lu Tianyi looked back at the two people next to him and said with dissatisfaction, "There are too many of you, you'll scare her. Also, don't walk around naked in front of a little girl, okay?" Kong Qingming turned his head and looked at him strangely. "You have the nerve to say that to us? You're wearing clothes." At this time, Lin Qiao waved at the few people and made a dispersing gesture. "Go." She pulled Wu Yuling back to the place where the furniture was and then sat down with her in her arms. She squatted down in front of her and said, "Your dad is outside." I asked them. Then, she pointed at Lu Tianyi and the others and continued, "Take you to." Hearing that her father was outside, Wu Yueling's eyes immediately lit up. She looked at Lin Qiao happily, hoping that she could take her to see her father as soon as possible. Lin Qiao continued to say, "It is raining outside. The rain has stopped rain, so we can't go to find them." Although Lin Qiao spoke very slowly, Wu Yuling was not in a hurry and listened to her patiently. When hearing that it was raining, Wu Yueling's mood suddenly sank. She let go of her hand that was holding Lin Qiao's pants and was about to touch the grey rabbit. Lin Qiao noticed that she was in a low mood and was a little curious. But she didn't ask her, just said, "Don't be afraid." Then, she raised her hand and reached out to Wu Yueling's head. Finding that she didn't have too much of a reaction, she continued to touch her head. At this time, no one noticed that a branch of a vine was quietly climbing out of the lake. Then it extended towards Tiny Tot. Lin Qiao was thinking whether she should go out to find clothes for these big men. It was not good to let them wear wet clothes. They would catch a cold. But if she didn't wear them, she would just wander around naked in front of the child. It was not good either. But she wanted to go out, and now she was afraid that Tiny Tot would be too nervous. She had to rely on him. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at the others. Suddenly, her eyes swept to the stove by the lake and the pile of dry firewood next to it. Yes, there was a pile of dry branches and firewood, which Lin Qiao had picked up from outside when she was free. It was for Junjun to make food for Tong Tong, because there was no gas or something like that. Of course, she could only use firewood. So there were a lot of firewood next to it. By the way, she could let them make a fire to dry their clothes. Thinking of this, she suddenly whistled at Xiedong. However, her whistle attracted everyone's attention. Lin Qiao didn't care and waved at Xiedong, asking him to come over ? Xiedong came over and looked at her in confusion. Lin Qiao took the writing board and wrote, "See those firewood? Make a fire to dry their clothes. I won't go out to look for it." Xiedong looked back. Yes, there was a pile of firewood over there that they had been ignoring. In fact, it would dry the clothes very quickly after burning it. He immediately nodded, turned around, and walked over there. Then he waved at Huang Shou. Chapter 221. Watching them prepare the fire to dry the clothes, Lin Qiao turned back to look at Tiny Tot. Suddenly, something quietly wrapped around Lin Qiao's hand. She looked down. She found a piece of vine climbing up her hand from the ground, and the other end of the vine extended into the lake. "Mama, I remember her." "Her?" Lin Qiao looked at the vine, a little surprised. At this time, Wu Yuling also saw the vine wrapped around Lin Qiao's hand. She didn't know what it was. But Lin Qiao's reaction seemed very calm. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at Wu Yuling, and found that this Tiny Tot was not afraid. She seemed to be curiously staring at the little man wrapped around her hand, as if wondering how this thing appeared. When did it wrap around Lin Qiao's hand? At this time, the little man suddenly let go of Lin Xiao, and then fell to the ground. But soon, it crawled towards Wu Yuling. Wu Yuling was shocked to see the vines suddenly crawling towards her. He hurriedly withdrew his legs and moved his body back slightly. The little man's perception was very sharp, and it noticed Tiny Tot's fear. It stopped moving, and then twisted the tip of the branch to look at Lin Xiao. It seemed a little helpless and didn't know what to do. Lin Xiao looked at it and Tiny Tot with a curious expression. Was this little man going to recognize Tiny Tot as its companion now? Seeing the little man stop, Tiny Tot's heart was slightly relieved. She looked at Lin Xiao blankly, and curiously looked at the tip of the little man's branch. In fact, she didn't seem to be very afraid now, because she often saw Meng use little grass move and play. So she wasn't very repulsed by a plant like the little man that could crawl around. It was just that the little man was still strange to her, so she was a little scared. Lin Xiao sensed that the two's emotions were almost the same, and smiled. She said to Tiny Tot, "It's called Little Man. Man. Don't be afraid." Then she picked up the little man's vine tip and extended it in front of Tiny Tot. The little man's vine tip circled around Lin Xiao's palm, entangling her. Then it stood a little bit on her open palm. Lin Xiao raised her palm and let little man stand on it. Xiao Budian saw Lin Xiao's actions, and then looked at the two small leaves on the tip of the vine. He looked at Lin Xiao hesitantly and then at her hand. His gaze moved back and forth between Lin Xiao's face and the vine in her hand. Lin Xiao patiently guided it and said, "Come. It is very lovable. It can speak, her. It can even talk." "Really?" Wu Yueling's round eyes revealed a look of surprise. Lin Xiao smirked and nodded. Lu Tianyi and the others were curiously sizing them up on the other side. But they also knew that the little princess was afraid of strangers, so they didn't dare to approach her. Moreover, from this angle, he couldn't see the little vine's branches. Therefore, they thought that Lin Xiao was communicating with the little princess, but they didn't know that Lin Xiao was introducing two friends to each other. 2 or 3 of them were fire elementalists. Although they had recovered less than 30% of their energy, they were still unable to attack. But they could still start a fire. They set up a pile of firewood and started a big fire. Everyone surrounded the fire and held up their clothes to warm themselves. "That's strange, the little princess isn't afraid of that big sister. Why?" Huang Shou flipped the clothes over and looked back at Lin Xiao. He said curiously. The others looked back at the situation over there, and it indeed seemed to be very harmonious. "Maybe it's because Big Sister is a good person?" Liu Jing replied. The others rolled their eyes at him. "Are we all bad people?" Liu Jing, cough, "Hey, we're not bad people. But we're weird people, because we don't wear clothes." The others, Xiao Budian's big eyes were full of curiosity, and she looked at Lin Xiao with an expression that said, "You're lying to me." Lin Xiao looked at her funny and said, "I didn't lie to you." Try. As she said that, she gently reached out and pulled up Xiao Budian's hand that was on the grey rabbit's back. Then, she grabbed her index finger and touched the tip of the little vine together. Xiao Budian fiercely retracted his finger, then stared at Lin Xiao with his eyes wide open. Disbelief was written all over his face. Lin Xiao nodded at her with a smile and asked, "Yes or no?" The little guy suspiciously nodded her head. She wasn't sure either. "Is it true?" At this time, the little vine wrapped around Lin Xiao's hand twisted its sharp vines, looking very happy. Mama tilde 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 her expression is so funny tilde 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 I want to play with her tilde 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 Lin Xiao glanced at little man, then said to Tiny Tot tentatively, again. Wu Yueling's curiosity was piqued. She looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded at her. This time, Lin Xiao didn't need to do anything. Little guy slowly extended his fingers, wanting to touch little man's vines, but also not daring to do so. "Little guy, don't be afraid tilde 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 I won't bite you tilde tilde tilde." Wu Yuling looked at Lin Xiao. Was this little guy calling him? That's right, That's right tilde tilde little lingling is tiny tot tilde tilde tiny tot is little lingling tilde tilde her. Do you know what I'm thinking? Wu Yuling looked at little man in wonder. She thought in her heart. Then, she saw the two sharp leaves of the little vine being swung back and forth, feeling very proud of itself. I know tilde tilde I don't know how to talk to you tilde 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 Wu Yuling thought. How do you know? What are you? I'm me. I'm little man tilde 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 call me little man tilde tilde call me little man tilde 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 Lin Xiao sensed the interaction between the two and found that they had begun to get along. Her mood also became happy. She pulled the vine away from her hand and put it next to Tiny Tot. Then she said to little man's sharp point in her heart. I'm going to find the location of Tiny Tot's father. You play with her. The little vine twisted its two sharp little leaves. Little man responded, okay mama, I'll look after her tilde 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 maybe because little man was a plant. Lin Xiao felt that the message it sent had a unique tone. It was as if it was acting coquettishly. Lin Xiao said to Wu Yuling, play, here. I'll go see where your dad is. At this time, little man suddenly said, Mama, I can help you repair your body now tilde 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 I have a lot of energy tilde tilde tilde. Lin Xiao nodded and glanced at the people around the fire. She nodded and replied in her heart, okay, I'll go down to the lake after those people leave. Little man replied, wait for you tilde 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 Lin Xiao stood up and looked at Wu Yuling's reaction. She found that Wu Yuling was only looking at her and didn't reach out her little hand to grab her. Maybe it was because she also wanted to see her father as soon as possible. Chapter 222. Lin Xiao turned around and glanced at the others, then took a step back. Her figure flashed and disappeared. Her big sister went out. What? Did she go to find Leader Wu? Huang Shou looked up and saw that Lin Xiao had disappeared. The others also looked back and then turned their faces back. They said indifferently, maybe. Huang Shou, add some firewood. The fire is getting smaller. Oh tilde Zheng Xiaonian suddenly sighed and said, it would be great if there was a sweet potato or cassava to roast in the charcoal. The others rolled their eyes at him and said, even if there was, you wouldn't dare to eat it. There were viruses everywhere now. Who would dare to eat something that had not been purified in the base? At this time, Huang Shou said, but didn't we also eat that mutated strawberry? But it's strange that we are really fine. It's been 2 days. Lu Tianyi nodded and said, don't worry, we should be fine after 2 days. Besides, she didn't have to give us poisonous food to eat. And look, didn't she also give it to the little princess? Kong Qingming looked at him and suddenly said, have you forgotten who she used to be? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone immediately quieted down. Lu Tianyi and Xiedong's expressions were a little gloomy, while Huang Shou, Liu Jing, and the others were at a loss. Her Vice Captain, you mean? So you know her? Kong Qingming looked at Lu Tianyi's gloomy face and knew that he didn't want to hear this. But he still needed to remind him, even if that person had changed a lot. But with what she had done in the past, it was better to be on guard. What's going on? Suddenly feeling that the atmosphere had changed because of the two captains' words, the others' blank expressions were filled with doubt and confusion. What's going on? Could it be there was something between the captain and that big sister? But they didn't know this big sister. How could she be related to the captain? But now that they thought about it, if it was because she had something to do with the captain, then she came to save them. This seemed to make sense. Originally, they thought that some kind-hearted person passed by and saved them. It turned out that there were other reasons. Lu Tianyi's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, anyway, she has eaten it. What else can she do? I choose to believe her. You should also find that she is a different person from before. If she didn't admit it herself, do you think she is the same person? Kong Qingming looked at him speechlessly, then looked back at his clothes. That was right. They could only choose to believe her now. What else could they do? Now, he had given them food and water, not to mention that he had saved their lives. At this time, Huang Shou suddenly looked at everyone and pointed to one of the two piles of potatoes. "Oh right, aren't there potatoes over there?" After a while, he came back with a pile of potatoes. He xiao 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 jing xiao and he soon, xiao and he returned. Xiao xiao xiao, Lin xiao Huang. Xiao xiao, I. At this time, Lin Xiao did not know that Kong Qingming and Lu Tianyi were using her as a topic of discussion for a while, because she was standing by a window in the corridor of a building. She was standing by the window in the corridor of a building. Smelling the sour air outside, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneeze. Then she rubbed her nose and looked at the sky. The climate after Doomsday was not good. It was extremely hot when the sun came out. The temperature was as high as 40 to 50 degrees. It could even reach 60 degrees and roast people. At night, it was extremely cold. When it rained, the rainwater was corrosive and acidic, which was why Lin Xiao could smell a sour smell. Lin Xiao held her hands in front of her chest. It seemed that she couldn't smell other people now. The rain washed away the air and it was filled with a sour smell. It affected her nose a lot. She didn't know if Wu Chengyu was still in the same direction. If he left, she might not be able to find him. However, the troops he brought should also be nearby. If she couldn't find him, she would go find his subordinates. Meng Yu and Xiao Yunlong thought that Wu Chengyu's soldiers were dead. They were killed by the level 6 zombie king. But they didn't know. They were chased by the zombie king. Not long after, the people on the ground woke up. The squad leaders were the first to wake up. After all, they were level 5 psychics and their bodies recovered faster than others. Of course, when they opened their eyes, they found themselves lying on the ground defenseless. They quickly sat up, only to find that the others were also lying on the ground, not knowing if they were dead or alive. They immediately got up in panic and went to check on the others. But they found that they were just unconscious. But there was no injury on their bodies. And they woke up after shaking them twice. When they woke everyone up and checked, they found that everyone had been knocked unconscious. But no one knew what happened. When they rushed to the deputy leader's room, they found that there was no one in the room. And there were traces of fighting. What happened? No one knew, but they all knew. They were hit on the back of the head and knocked unconscious. When they woke up, they still felt a dull pain in the back of their heads. They didn't know who knocked them out. And all of them added up, there were nearly 1,000 people. To be able to take them down without making a sound, this was a little scary. But soon they were glad that when they fainted, there were no zombies in this area. Otherwise, wouldn't they all be eaten? But the strange thing was, why didn't zombies appear? It was too strange that there were no zombies. Before they fainted, they clearly noticed that there were a lot of zombies in this area. As long as there were zombies coming from the periphery, they would open fire to clear them. But when they all fainted on the ground, there was no one to clear the nearby zombies. There should be a lot of zombies coming over. More than a dozen squad leaders gathered in the room where Xiao Yunlong and the others were, discussing with each other. What now? We don't know where the deputy leader and the leader went. Looking at the situation here, they should have been forced to leave in a hurry. Without orders, we can't just evacuate. We also don't know where the deputy leader went. Let's first send someone to report to the leader. But the leader's location is in the zombie city. If we go in, we may encounter a level 5 zombie leader. Then we must go, as long as there are a few more people. And we don't know where the deputy leader and the leader went, and more importantly, we don't know where Miss Lingling went. It's fine if she is with the deputy leader, but what if something happened? No matter what, we must first report the situation. That's the only way. So the result of the discussion was that the 5 level 5 squad leaders with abilities led dozens of people into the city. Chapter 223. The rain poured down for 2 hours. Lin Xiao stayed in the space and watched them roast potatoes. While talking to Xiao Budian seemed to have believed that she was the zombie sister from before, but she didn't understand why Lin Xiao had changed her appearance. Looking at Xiao Budian staring at her face with a curious expression, Lin Xiao patiently said to her, "Your face is cured." The little guy nodded his head, half believing and half doubting. Lu Tianyi, who had already put on dry clothes, found a bowl and filled it with 2 or 3 roasted potatoes. Then he stood by and peeled them while looking at Lin Xiao and asked, "How do you know that these mutated potatoes and pumpkins can be eaten? Aren't you afraid that we will all become zombies?" Lin Xiao looked up at him and didn't say anything. When Xiao Budian saw Lu Tianyi coming over, she subconsciously leaned towards Lin Xiao. Then she hid behind her, revealing only one small foot. Lu Tianyi looked at her silently for a few moments and suddenly asked, "What are you going to do after sending us away?" "You came here to look for the planning bureau. Is there anything you want there?" Lin Xiao looked at him and nodded. She wanted to go to the planning bureau to find all kinds of information about the resources in the city, so that she might know where the resources in Hangzhou were stored. Although she also thought that those places might have been swept by people who used to work in the planning bureau. But the situation at the end of the world was so critical, there must be a place that had not been swept. Lu Tianyi's eyes flashed, and a trace of unknown emotion emerged. He asked, "Then, will you return to the base? Or, where will you settle in the future?" He knew that in her current condition, she definitely couldn't go back to the base. And he was just asking casually. What he really wanted to know. It was still the last question. Lin Xiao sensed his thoughts and looked at him from head to toe in surprise. After getting along with him for a few days, she really felt that this kid cared about her. Although Lin Xiao also understood that he actually cared about Lu Tianyu. But the relationship between the two of them was obviously very bad before. Why would he care about Lu Tianyu, his sister? With Lu Tianyu's attitude towards him, Lu Tianyi shouldn't be so stupid as to stick his face to him. Lin Xiao couldn't understand Lu Tianyu's attitude, and since he saw her this time, he didn't show any signs of rejection. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and continued to stare at Lu Tianyu in thought. Now that he thought about it, the images of every time he saw Lu Tianyi in Lu Tianyu's mind seemed to slowly become clear. In the beginning, the relationship between the two of them was still very bad. Both of them looked at each other as strangers, then walked away as if they didn't know each other. Even when he saw Lu Tianyi being bullied by others in the base, Lu Tianyu only watched coldly from the sidelines. He didn't interfere, but he didn't help either. However, when he thought about the few times they met, he realized that they would subconsciously avoid each other every time. However, Lin Xiao was keenly aware that Lu Tianyi, who had come later, was not a match for him. The look in his eyes changed. Although there were many complaints, hatred, and stubbornness, there was also a faint sense of anticipation. What was he expecting? Lin Xiao looked into his eyes. Lu Tianyi was getting goosebumps from the way she was sizing him up, and now he saw her staring at his eyes. He was even more puzzled. Lin Xiao raised his hand and gently pulled down his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark eyes. Then she looked at him for 3 seconds before pushing the sunglasses back. "What? Is there a problem?" Lu Tianyi couldn't help but ask as Lin Xiao looked at him more and more. Lin Xiao said, You care about me? We didn't have a good relationship before, did we?" Lu Tianyi looked at her and suddenly said, "Haven't you changed too? Well, if I say that I'm not your heartless sister, will you come and chop me now?" Lin Xiao thought silently in her heart. At this time, Xiao Budian poked his head out from behind Lin Xiao and looked at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi smiled gently at her. Xiao Budian immediately retracted his head. Lin Xiao closed her eyes and looked outside, only to find that the rain had stopped. She turned to Xiao Budian and said, "I go out to find your dad. Wait here for me." After that, she looked at Xiao Budian inquiringly. Xiao Budian looked at her with his bright eyes for a few seconds before nodding. Then he ran to the sofa with the rabbit in his arms and slept. Lin Xiao turned to look at Lu Tianyi and said, "Send you out." As she spoke, she glanced at the group of people, indicating that he should go and tell them. They were ready to go out. Lu Tianyi turned to the others and said, "Get ready to leave the space." "Get ready." Lin Xiao followed him and waited for him to finish speaking. She raised her hand from the side and pressed his shoulder. Then the two of them flashed. Then they disappeared. Everyone quickly stood up. The next second, they saw Lin Xiao come in again and then take two people out. After flashing back and forth 6 or 7 times, Lin Xiao finished taking people. She sighed. If only she didn't have to rely on touch to bring people into her space. How nice it would be if she could take everyone in with a wave of her hand. It would be so troublesome. After going out, they all appeared on the roof of a 3-story building, looking at the wet surroundings. The rain had just stopped, and there was a lot of moisture in the air. Lin Xiao stood on the side and sniffed the air. Before she could identify where Wu Chengyu was. Suddenly, there was a burst of thunder in the sky. Rumble tilde 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 then, before everyone could react, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It exploded towards the roof of their building. Catcher tilde tilde boom tilde 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 fuck. Except for Lin Xiao, who reacted quickly and jumped to the next building, everyone else rolled to the side with a confused look. "I was just going to leave, but I didn't expect you to come out so soon. I'm really glad that I didn't go too far, otherwise I would have let you escape." A faint voice came. The people who had been blasted by the thunder all looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a handsome man smiling faintly at the other side. Well, that was where the big sister was. Leader. Looking at the leader of their base, the others were still very surprised. Although they were a little confused by the inexplicable lightning strike, they had not yet reacted. However, Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming were not so embarrassed. Their reaction was only slightly worse than Lin Xiao's, and their movements were still very agile. After all, they were level 5 paranormals. However, the expressions of these two people were the same as the other members of their base. They were confused. They had no idea what was going on. Who knew when they were going to be struck? When they saw Wu Chengyu staring in Lin Xiao's direction with a smile on his face, they naturally looked in Lin Xiao's direction. Then, they saw Lin Xiao turn around, looking like she was about to slip away. Everyone! Something happened. Chapter 224. Hearing Wu Chengyue's voice, Lin Xiao turned around. Then she flashed and immediately disappeared. The next second, Wu Chengyu appeared in the place where she had disappeared, and the smile on his face deepened. But the others next to him felt that within 3 meters of their leader's surroundings, there was a threatening chill. At this time, Lin Xiao was cursing in her heart. Why the hell did this man appear so quickly? And how did he know that she was here? Seeing Lin Xiao come in, Tiny Tot thought that she was going to take him out. He immediately ran over and hooked his arm around her. Lin Xiao looked at Tiny Tot, who ran to her side, and couldn't help but feel helpless. Originally, she felt that it was very unkind of her to steal his corpse core, but she didn't expect that she would return the favor so quickly. However, she saved his daughter from the hands of the zombie king and returned it to him. She should let the matter of the corpse core go. Although she had been struck by his lightning once before, she would save this hatred for the next time. Looking at Wu Chengyue's appearance, the people outside were all scared and their hearts were trembling. They didn't know why their leader wanted to strike them. Well, he didn't seem to be aiming at them, but at that big sister. Lu Tianyi also wanted to figure out what was going on, so he quickly stood up. He said to Wu Chengyu, "Well, Leader Wu, we can discuss this. Can we not fight?" What's going on?" Wu Chengyu, who was on the opposite roof, turned his head and looked at them. Then he walked over leisurely, stepped on the fence at the edge of the roof, and jumped over, landing gently in front of everyone. He put his hands in the pockets of his trousers and asked Lu Qianni with a chuckle, "Is he with you? Do you know who he is?" Lu Qianni looked at him in surprise and said, You don't even know her identity." He was startled, thinking that Wu Chengyu knew that she was Lu Tianyu. Maybe he was looking for trouble because of that matter. He didn't expect Wu Chengyu to ask them who she was. It turned out that he didn't know. Wu Chengyu still said with a smile, "If I knew, I wouldn't be talking nonsense with you here." Lu Tianni felt goosebumps all over his body because of his laughter. He couldn't help but say, "Then, did she offend you in any way?" He felt that it was better to clarify the cause of the matter before talking about the little princess. Wu Chengyue's long and narrow eyes were slightly curved because of his smile. He looked at Lu Tianni and said, "Aren't you with him? Didn't you notice that he obtained a corpse core a few days ago?" At this time, the others came to Lu Tianni's side and looked at Wu Chengyu curiously. When they heard Wu Chengyu mention the corpse core, they immediately thought of the corpse core that she had thrown into the lake. Kong Qingming crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at Wu Chengyu in confusion and asked, "Hey? How did you know?" Then they saw Wu Chengyu laugh, "Haha, of course I know, because I killed that Thunder Zombie King. But someone suddenly appeared and stole the Zombie King's head that I had just killed." Lu Tianni and the others. Hey! Was there something wrong with their ears? Why did they hear such strange words? Kong Qingming turned to look at Lu Tianni and asked, "Didn't she say it was another Zombie King? Why is it Leader Wu?" Lu Tianni looked at him and said, "How would I know?" Huang Shou looked at Zheng Xiaonian and said, So that corpse core belongs to the leader. But why did she say it was another zombie?" Zheng Xiaonian shrugged and said, "How would I know?" The smile on Wu Chengyue's face became strange at this time, and he said, "Oh, so she compared me to another Zombie King? Well, it doesn't matter, I don't mind that. But can any of you tell me his identity and origin?" Although he spoke with a faint smile on his face, he took out a hand from his pocket and held it horizontally to the side. A ball of lightning crackled in the palm of his hand. He slowly walked towards Lu Tianni and the others, and said as he walked, "Maybe you can find a way to make him appear, and I won't do anything to you. But if he keeps hiding and you don't talk, then I have no choice but to treat you and him as his accomplices. Hey, don't leader, let's calm down, let's talk. I think there's some misunderstanding here." Everyone was scared by the lightning in his hand, and Kong Qingming quickly waved his hand and said. Wu Chengyu smiled, and this time it became a sneer. He said, "Oh misunderstanding. You spent 2 or 3 days to kill a high-level zombie, but when you were ready to take the corpse core, it was suddenly taken away by a black hand. Can you tell me what kind of misunderstanding this is?" Kong Qingming looked at him with an awkward face. This. He turned his head and looked at Lu Tianni, but in his heart, he thought, "Your sister really courted death once, and now she's doing it again." Lu Tianni also looked embarrassed. He cursed in his heart, "Fuck. Is this the Zombie King you were talking about? This is clearly a level 2 Zombie King, okay. It's fine if you stole other people's monsters, but don't let other people get hold of you. Now it throws them out again and slips into the space. Letting them face the anger of the leader, this is too unfair." Zizizi tilde. The lightning in Wu Chengyue's hand grew a little bigger. Lu Tianni and the others immediately took a step back. But it was a bit too cowardly to give up Lin Xiao in this situation, and Lin Xiao saved them before and gave them food and drink. They couldn't be ungrateful. But the anger of the leader was also very scary. This was especially true for Boss Wu, who was always smiling and had a kind look on his face. At this moment, Liu Jing suddenly said, "No. Leader, you are still in the mood to ask about the corpse core. I would like to ask, did you put Miss Lingling somewhere nearby?" Lingling. Hearing Liu Jing's words, Wu Chengyue's eyes slightly sank. He asked, "How do you know?" Although Lingling and Xiao Yunlong were in the Binjiang district, it was not far from here. Wu Chengyu looked at Liu Jing, wondering if these people had met Xiao Yunlong and the others. But what did they mean by mentioning Lingling to him now? What was their intention? Without waiting for Liu Jing to answer, The staircase door on the roof of another building very close to them was suddenly opened. Then Xiao Yunlong came out with the unconscious Meng Yu on his back. Wu Chengyu, Lu Tianyi, and the others immediately turned to look at him. Then they saw Meng Yu, who was covered in blood on Xiao Yunlong's back, lying on his back with her head bowed. And Xiao Yunlong also slightly bowed his head, but his eyes did not look at them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Your mother. What was he trying to do this time? Chapter 225. Seeing the appearance of the two, Wu Chengyu could no longer talk to Lu Tianyi. In a flash he leapt onto the balcony, and then appeared next to Xiao Yunlong. Yunlong. Meng Yu. What's the matter with you two? Wu Chengyu came in front of them, the smile on his face had disappeared. He asked the two people with a dignified expression. Xiao Yunlong looked up slightly, but did not look at Wu Chengyu. Wu Chengyu continued to ask anxiously, why are you guys here? Where's Lingling? How can you leave? What if there is a high-level zombie attack force? On the other side, Lu Tianyi and the others looked at each other with a puzzled expression, and then jumped down from that building to this side. They just did not stand too close to Wu Chengyu. Needless to say, looking at Deputy Leader Xiao, something must have happened. It was no wonder that little Princess Lingling was saved by Big Sister. It seemed that this matter was really unimaginable. Lu Tianyi and the others had already guessed it. But Wu Chengyu still did not know. And Wu Chengyu was also a little flustered at this time. Seeing the appearance of Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu, he certainly knew that something had happened. But the important thing now was that his daughter was not with them. Xiao Yunlong, say something. Where's Lingling? And what's the matter with Meng Yu? Wu Chengyu stared closely at Xiao Yunlong, and then looked at Meng Yu. Xiao Yunlong glanced at him, and suddenly said in a hoarse voice with a sullen face, I'm sorry. Wu Chengyu's pupils shrank, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He shook his head in disbelief. He asked, No, I don't want your apology. Why do you want to apologize? Lingling. Where's Lingling? He suddenly roared the last three words. But Xiao Yunlong's reaction was still three words. I'm sorry. Seeing that the energy around Wu Chengyu had begun to overflow, Lu Tianyi and the others knew that he might go berserk. He hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. Leader. Don't worry, don't get excited. Calm down. Miss Lingling, she. Wu Chengyu had confirmed the premonition in his heart from Xiao Yunlong's attitude. If Lingling had not had an accident, Xiao Yunlong would not say these three words to him, and he didn't even dare to look her in the eye. At this moment, his expression had already become somewhat ferocious. His originally long and beautiful eyes were now wide open, and a few blue veins were popping out on his forehead. Hearing Lu Tianyi's words, he turned his head and glared at Lu Tianyi, but his voice was gloomy. What did you call me, Lung Jing? Do you know that I handed Lingling over to him before I came here, but he's not with Lingling right now? Do you know how much danger Lingling will be in if she doesn't have me and his protection? But he only brought Meng Yu here. What about my Lingling? Here. Your Lingling is here. Seeing Wu Chengyu's red eyes, everyone hurriedly replied. Yes, Miss Lingling is fine. Calm down first, Kong Qingming cautiously said. What a joke. What if this leader suddenly went crazy here? They were going to be in big trouble. Don't look at how the leader was usually smiling and easy to talk to, but when it came to his precious daughter, this easygoing man was about to become a violent terrorist. And he was still a 7th level psychic. If he couldn't control himself, his ability would go out of control. But it would explode. What did you say? These words were said by two people. Wu Chengyu and Xiao Yunlong turned to look at Kong Qingming at the same time. Wu Chengyu was stunned and did not speak. Xiao Yunlong said resolutely, Impossible. How could Lingling be here? It's impossible for that zombie king to bring her here. In one sentence, Wu Chengyu's thoughts became true. When he heard Xiao Yunlong's last words, Wu Chengyu fiercely turned his head to stare at him. He asked, "What did you just say? What zombie king? Why is Lingling with it?" Xiao Yunlong glanced at Wu Chengyu, but hung his head in front of his ferocious expression. He murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm useless, I couldn't protect Lingling. She was taken away by a strange zombie king. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Wu Chengyue's pupils violently shrank again. He took a step back and said in disbelief, "No. How could there be a zombie king? You're lying to me, aren't you? Xiao Yunlong, are you lying to me?" Xiao Yunlong's tall body had already bent down. He did not speak, just stood there quietly. Seeing that Wu Chengyue's expression was not very good, Lu Tianyi and the others also became anxious and quickly shouted, "Leader, Miss Lingling is fine. She was with us just now. Calm down first." And Liu Jing could not care so much at this time. He suddenly shouted to the sky, "Big sister, don't hide, come out quickly." Hearing Lu Tianyi's words, Wu Chengyu originally did not listen. Needless to say, Xiao Yunlong's mind was completely wrapped in the scene of the car accident between Wu Yuling and Meng Yu. He completely could not listen to the words of others around him. But Liu Jing's shout made Wu Chengyu come back to his senses. He looked blankly at Lu Tianyi and the others. Lu Tianyi took a step forward and said, "Calm down first and listen to me. Miss Lingling is fine now. We just saw her not long ago." That's right, she was indeed brought here by a zombie king. However, before it could do anything to Miss Lingling, someone had already saved her from the zombie king's clutches. So, don't get excited. Wu Chengyu stared at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" Kong Qingming opened his mouth to help. "Yes, it's the person who disappeared just now. You also saw that she has a space ability, and now Miss Lingling is staying in her space. So you have to calm down first, then you can let Miss Lingling come out." At this time, Xiao Yunlong also reacted. He also turned his head to look at Kong Qingming blankly, and Lin Xiao, seeing that they were almost done talking, flashed to the opposite building. Then she appeared, standing on the fence at the edge of the roof. As soon as she appeared, everyone's eyes immediately focused on her. As soon as Wu Chengyu saw Lin Xiao appear, his body subconsciously moved. But Lu Tianyi's words made him stop. "Wait a minute, leader, you'd better not go over now. Otherwise, she will immediately turn around and enter the space." Wu Chengyue's body stiffened, and he anxiously said, "What about Lingling? Is Lingling in your hands?" Lin Xiao directly rolled her eyes, although it was blocked by her glasses. "What do you mean in her hands? She wasn't the one who caught her, okay? Don't say it like she was the murderer." Chapter 226. Lin Xiao glanced at him and felt that this man was really worried about his daughter. She flashed and entered the space. Exclamation point. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly disappear, Wu Chengyu immediately became anxious. His face darkened, he fiercely turned his head and stared at Lu Tianyi and the others. Lu Tianyi and the others were immediately frightened. They all carefully took a step back. Before Wu Chengyu could make any move, Lin Xiao appeared again. But she was holding Xiao Budian in her arms, and Xiao Budian was holding the grey rabbit. Everyone turned their heads and saw her coming out with Xiao Budian. Lu Tianyi and the others breathed a sigh of relief, because they no longer had to continue to bear the pressure of their leader. Wu Chengyu and Xiao Yunlong both stared with wide eyes, especially Wu Chengyu, who suddenly flashed and instantly rushed towards Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao's reaction was a little faster than him. At the same time as he moved, she also moved. Then both of them flashed at the same time, and the next second they both changed positions. Wu Chengyu went to Lin Xiao's original place, but Lin Xiao went to the other side with Xiao Budian. "Stop! Give Lingling back to me." Not expecting Lin Xiao to run, Wu Chengyu immediately became angry. He frowned and shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xiao shake her head at him. "You. What do you mean?" Wu Chengyu narrowed his eyes, then stared at Lin Xiao with a sullen face. This woman? Well, except for that big chest, he really couldn't see where she was a woman. She wore a hat on her head and sunglasses on her face. He couldn't see all the facial features on her face, except for her nose, lips and chin. Not to mention that she snatched his level 6 corpse nucleus, now she snatched his daughter. What did this woman want to do? Seeing that Lin Xiao still didn't intend to return Lingling to him, Wu Chengyu was really angry. His handsome face was cold and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. At the same time, a purple lightning appeared in his hand. Lin Xiao also frowned. Why was this man so easily angered? He was the leader of a base, but he couldn't even calm down in this matter. He looked like he was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Was he really a leader? The moment he saw Lingling appear, Xiao Yunlong quickly put Mengyu down. Put her against the wall inside the staircase. Then, he flashed to the other side of Lin Xiao and formed a pincer attack with Wu Chengyu. When Lu Tianyi and the others saw the situation, they knew it was not good. Wait. Lu Tianyi hurriedly braced himself to step forward and shouted, "Well, let's talk about it. Before we get to the bottom of things, it's not good for you guys to act like this." Kong Qingming also stepped forward to dissuade her. "That's right, our big sister did indeed save Miss Lingling. If it wasn't for her, Miss Lingling would still be in the hands of the level 6 zombie. Shouldn't you be thanking her?" As soon as he said this, Xiao Yunlong's expression loosened a little. He looked at Wu Chengyu and opened his mouth to say something. But at this time, Wu Chengyu coldly said, "If she didn't steal my corpse core, then maybe I would thank her properly." Kong Qingming said, "Oh no, even if she stole your things before, it's not right. But now that she has saved your daughter, it can be considered as compensation to you. Isn't it better to let this matter go?" Wu Chengyu actually didn't want to hold on to the corpse core, but the other party had quietly stolen his things halfway. He couldn't forgive this kind of behavior. If he hadn't seen that Lingling was still on her side, he would have been struck by several lightning bolts. But this was a different matter. If she really saved Lingling, he would thank her properly. But she stole his things, this account must be settled. He coldly said, "If she returns Lingling to me now, I will agree to any request. But she stole my things, this has to be counted separately." At this time, Xiao Yunlong said, "Chengyu, wait a minute, I think is right. You calm down first. Lingling before, was indeed taken away by a strange level 6 zombie. Although I don't know why the zombie didn't do anything to Lingling, and Lingling could be rescued in time. This matter, she helped us. That's great." He thought that he would have to live in the shadow of not being able to protect his goddaughter and letting his friends down for the rest of his life. He didn't expect Lingling to be rescued. So, no matter what, this woman with an unknown identity and appearance was indeed a benefactor to them. Wu Chengyu just looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Xiao sighed. She squatted down and put Wu Yuling down. Then she looked at her and pointed to Wu Chengyu. Wu Yuling knew that Lin Xiao wanted her to go to her father's side, but she pulled Lin Xiao's clothes reluctantly. Lin Xiao thought she was reluctant to part with her, but after gently grabbing her little hand, she felt a thought. "I can still come and play with little Man, Lin Xiao," so the feelings were not for her, but for little Man. It seemed that little Man could play with her quite well. "Lingling, come to daddy's side." Seeing his daughter's reaction, Wu Chengyue's heart tightened. He didn't know why he suddenly felt that his daughter was about to be taken away. Hearing Wu Chengyue's call, Wu Yuling let go of Lin Xiao's hand and turned to walk towards Wu Chengyu. As she walked, she looked back. At this time, the rabbit in her arms jumped down like the last time, then stopped on the ground and looked up at Wu Yuling, and then bounced towards Lin Xiao. Little Budian looked at the grey rabbit leaving her again, and was immediately at a loss of what to do. Seeing that his daughter had just taken 2 steps towards him, and then stopped again. Wu Chengyu was a little anxious. He immediately flashed to his daughter's side. He held her in his arms. At the same time, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the sky, blasting towards Lin Xiao. Fuck. Lin Xiao suddenly cursed in his heart, and at the same time, he reacted quickly and somersaulted backwards, and then flipped back to his original position. At this time, Wu Chengyu had already carried Lingling to Xiao Yunlong's side. The others, including Xiao Yunlong, looked at Wu Chengyu with a dumbfounded expression. Motherfucker, he really did it. Without saying a word, he struck his benefactor with a bolt of lightning. That's not nice, isn't it? But thinking about it again, when Lin Xiao snatched his corpse core, it seemed to be quite unkind. Wu Chengyu was holding Wu Yuling, and was about to carefully examine her body to see if there was anything strange. Who knew that when he turned his head, he saw his daughter's big tearful eyes, staring at him with a very resentful look. Woo woo woo. Why did you hit zombie sister? You hit zombie sister again. Although Wu Chengyu did not know his daughter's thoughts at this time, he could still see that his daughter was unhappy because he had just attacked that strange woman. Wu Chengyu. His daughter was actually siding with the other party. The other party had only been 2 or 3 days. What kind of drug did he give his daughter? Chapter 227. On the other side, Lin Xiao was also angry. Damn it, he actually sneak attacked me when I came to pick up my daughter. If you want to fight, can't you fight fair and square? Just because you have a high level of ability, you can casually attack others like this. Alright, even though he had stolen his corpse core before, he was still a corpse core. This can be considered as giving him a taste of his own medicine. She admitted it. However, you want to fight, right? If you have the ability, don't use your ability. Can you fight with your bare fists? She suddenly hooked her hand at Lu Tianyi, asking him to come over. Lu Tianyi was looking at her and saw her hooking her hand at him. He walked over curiously. As soon as he walked over, he saw Lin Xiao take out her special writing board and write a sentence on it. Let him fight with his bare fists if he has the ability. After Lin Xiao finished writing, she raised it in front of him, and then saw Lu Tianyi's face become strange. Bare fists. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao strangely, then turned to look at Wu Chengyu. Then he turned back and asked Lin Xiao, "Are you sure?" Lin Xiao gave him a light kick on his calf. "What nonsense," Lu Tianyi said. "Don't you know that he has practiced fighting before? Why, looking for abuse?" Lin Xiao raised her foot again to kick. "If he has practiced, then so be it. Hasn't she practiced before?" It seems that Lu Tianyu has not practiced before. Seeing that she raised her foot again, Lu Tianyi dodged to the side. Then he turned his head and shouted at Wu Chengyu, "That leader. She said that if you want to fight with her, it's fine. But neither side can use their abilities. You have to fight with your bare fist." After that, he quickly turned his head and asked Lin Xiao, "Isn't that right?" Lin Xiao just glanced at him without nodding or shaking her head. But she put away the writing board, then put her hands in her trouser pockets and raised her chin at Wu Chengyu. Wu Chengyu was a little unhappy that his daughter ran away with a stranger in just 2 or 3 days. His daughter was a very introverted and autistic child. Even the acquaintances around her didn't give face. Now, she actually gave face to a person she had just known for less than 3 days, which made him very sour in his heart. He touched his daughter's head and saw that there was nothing wrong with her. He turned his head and smiled faintly at Lin Xiao before standing up. "Fine, if you have the ability, don't hide in the space. I don't need my arcana. Since you have the guts to steal my corpse core, are you afraid that I will strike you with lightning?" At this time, Wu Yuling suddenly hugged Wu Chengyu's thigh and looked up at him with a frown. Wu Chengyu lowered his head and realized that his daughter was taking the initiative today. "But why are you always partial to others?" Standing there, he stroked her head and said, "Good girl, let go of Daddy. Daddy won't kill her. Daddy is making friends with her." When Wu Yuling heard that her father said that they were just friends, she felt a little relieved. But she still looked at her father in confusion. Why did they have to fight to make friends? Xiao Yunlong came over and crouched behind Wu Yuling, pulling her hand. "Children do not understand, this is the way adults make friends. Come, you and Godfather can watch from the side. Let's go take care of your sister Yu." As he spoke, he carried Wu Yuling in the direction of the stairs. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned his head to Lin Xiao and said, That. Thank you for saving Lingling this time. I owe you a favor. Next time, if there's anything, I'll help you. Next time you can come to the base to find me, I will try my best to help you. Lin Qiao glanced at him and nodded politely. It was a response. Xiao Yunlong looked back at Wu Chengyu again, and then walked in. Wu Chengyu knew the meaning of Xiao Yunlong's glance. He was telling him not to be too heavy-handed. After all, although she stole his corpse core, she also saved his daughter's life. Of course he knew. If it wasn't for this strange woman who saved Lingling, would he be able to talk to her so calmly here? He would have already struck her with lightning one by one, okay? When Lu Tianyi saw this scene, he looked at Lin Qiao with some worry. He always felt that Lin Qiao's request was like asking for abuse. He really didn't want to die. But he didn't say much, just took a step forward and said, now the rest of us here will be the judges. Can you start? Lin Qiao came over and stood in the middle of the rooftop platform. He left the other end for Wu Chengyu. Wu Chengyu recovered his smiling expression at this time and walked over leisurely. He stood 3 meters away from Lin Qiao. The others immediately widened their eyes, their faces full of excitement. They didn't expect it to become like this. There was a good show to watch. Everyone wished they could take a bench and sit down with melon seeds and peanut. Well, if there were no benches, they could just find dry ground to sit on. Then, because of the previous rain, the rooftop platform was wet. So, everyone squeezed to the stairwell. Then they sat down in rows against the wall. Big sister, will this work? The leader has practiced all kinds of fighting skills. Liu Jing turned his head and looked at Lin Qiao worriedly. Zheng Xiaonian shook his head and said, I don't know. We are not familiar with Big Sister. Huang Shou said, alas, let's wait and see. Won't we know when they start fighting? I hope the leader can be merciful. You should be more polite to a lady. Lady. The others looked at Lin Qiao's current appearance. Cough. Cough. Liu Jing coughed lightly and then said in a low voice, look at Big Sister now. How does she look like a woman? If she takes off the clothes tied to her shoulders, she might look a little more like one. Kong Qingming said silently, say. What do you think she will look like if she takes off her hat? Will it be a hairstyle shorter than a man's? The others. It does look a little like her. There is no hair at the edge of the hat. Did she hand over the edge? In everyone's mind, they put such a hairstyle on Lin Qiao's head, and then they felt a little strange. Big sister, can you look a little more like a woman? Xie Dong looked at these people speechlessly. Hey, is this the time to care about this? Wu Chengyu stood opposite Lin Qiao and looked at her and said, although I don't quite understand why you haven't spoken since just now, shouldn't you at least introduce yourself? Lin Qiao directly rolled her eyes. So much nonsense. Do you want to fight or not? She didn't speak. She just took 2 steps forward and then put her feet one in front and one behind. She raised her hands to her chest and clenched her fists, staring at Wu Chengyu. Seeing that Lin Qiao had already made a posture, Wu Chengyu didn't speak anymore. He made the same posture as Lin Qiao. When everyone saw Lin Qiao's posture, they were immediately surprised. Oh, Big Sister really knows how to fight. Chapter 228. Whether she knew how to fight or not, as long as she posed. Those who knew could basically see it. Everyone knew it when they saw Lin Qiao's pose. Wow, there's a chance. Everyone became spirited and stared at the two of them expectantly. Lu Tianyi saw Lin Qiao's aura coming out so quickly and looked at her in surprise. But he didn't forget to take a few steps back. Wu Chengyu didn't care that Lin Qiao didn't reply to him. He just smiled and said softly, I'm sorry, I don't fight women. But since you want to have a fight, I'll keep you company. But since it's a fight, the winner will be the one who knocks off the opponent's hat. As he spoke, he took off the ordinary military training cap that had been pinned to the side of his waist and put it on his head. Lin Qiao just stared at him without moving and didn't give him any reaction. The two of them faced each other in silence for a few seconds. Wu Chengyu didn't move first, and neither did Lin Xiao. Although the two of them didn't move, the people around them unconsciously became nervous. The two of them wore hats of similar style, but Wu Chengyue's was camouflage. Lin Xiao's hat was black. So, if one of them knocked off the opponent's hat, it would be considered a win. Then, it would be considered a win. Wu Chengyu and Lin Xiao both posed in an offensive and defensive posture. Neither of them made the first move to gain the initiative. But the more they did so, the more time passed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Hurry! Fight! Fight! Suddenly, a small voice came out. The others all turned their heads and looked at that person. Ah! I'm in a hurry. That person suddenly said what was in his heart and regretted it. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he couldn't help but whisper awkwardly. Only then did the others turn their attention to the two who were facing each other. Lin Xiao suddenly moved. She rushed forward and raised her leg to kick at Wu Chengyu. Her movement was very fast and powerful. Her long leg drew a slight wind sound in the air. Puff! Wu Chengyu followed Lin Xiao's movement. Although Lin Xiao's movement was very fast, Wu Chengyue's reaction was not slow either. When Lin Xiao's kick came, Wu Chengyu also took a step forward. He raised his leg sideways and kicked toward the back of Lin Xiao's calf. He easily blocked Lin Xiao's side kick. Then, Wu Chengyu blocked Lin Xiao's leg, blocking Lin Xiao's leg. Suddenly, he launched an upward kick toward the front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly retracted his leg and leaned to the side, crossing his arms to block the attack. He immediately blocked Wu Chengyue's long leg, and then instantly punched at Wu Chengyue's face. Wu Chengyu was 1.8 meters tall and had long legs. But he was also very agile. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to hit his face, he raised his fist in time and blocked Lin Xiao's attack with his forearm. He threw a punch at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao blocked his fist. Just as his opponent retracted his leg, he suddenly jumped and kicked his opponent's abdomen. As soon as the two of them started fighting, they immediately exchanged a few blows. But neither of them got the upper hand because they both blocked each other's moves. At the same time, they could continue to find their opponent's weak spots and attack again. Wu Chengyu and Lin Xiao exchanged a few blows. They did not feel anything. But the people next to them felt a little dizzy. Because, weren't the two of them a little too fast? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already changed positions. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly seized the opportunity and clasped the wrist of Wu Chengyue's fist, then pulled it back tightly. At the same time, her knee rushed toward his opponent's abdomen. Wu Chengyue's eyes darkened and he had a bad feeling. He quickly pulled in his abdomen and turned sideways. But his arm was twisted by Lin Xiao with great force. Then, his body was pressed to the ground by the force of his arm. Why is this woman's strength stronger than a man's? He could not help but curse in his heart. After Lin Xiao's knee missed, she grabbed his arm with both hands and pulled it down. The tip of her elbow joint rushed toward his face. Wu Chengyu quickly raised his other hand to block the tip of her elbow joint. Then, he turned his foot. Just under Lin Xiao's foot, he pulled his hand back forcefully. He suddenly threw Lin Xiao to the side. Lin Xiao was thrown away by him. If she was an ordinary person, she would have been thrown away. But she did not. Instead, she grabbed his hand tightly and turned her body nimbly in midair. Unexpectedly, she nimbly hooked one of her legs around his neck and then cut her legs. She pulled his upper body and fell backward. With a loud thud, the two of them fell onto the concrete floor. Ouch! It hurts. The surrounding people were shocked by the way the two of them fell to the ground. Ooh! Wu Chengyu groaned. Then, he realized that his upper body was being controlled. And when his head was loosened, the hat was gone. The hand that was grabbed by the other party was pulled up. The other party clamped his hand tightly and did not loosen her grip at all. Her legs went from his neck to his chest with great force, and then she crossed her legs and clamped his upper body tightly. That was not all. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly twisted his arm backward. Ah fuck. Ooh! Wu Chengyu could not help but howl. The pain made his face red and the blue veins on his forehead popped out. All the blood in his body rushed to his brain. For a moment, he did not have a rational reaction. Wu Chengyu clenched his teeth so hard that his cheeks bulged out. But he still clenched his fists. He did not let go of his mouth, nor did he struggle with his legs. Instead, he stared at Lin Qiao's thigh that was clamped from his neck to his chest. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit down with his white teeth. Raw Lin Qiao was about to let go of him. Anyway, the hat had been taken off and she had one. But she did not expect that before she could react, the sensitive and tender flesh on the inside of her thigh was suddenly bitten. Stimulated by the sudden strange pain, Lin Qiao raised her head and roared. As she raised her head, she immediately swung Wu Chengyu's arm backward. Then, this movement immediately made Wu Chengyu miserable. It was so painful. Wu Chengyu did not let go of her despite the pain. Instead, he reacted quickly and bit her again. Then, it was Lin Qiao's turn to be miserable. Fuck. Lin Qiao, who had been slow to speak, could not help but curse. And the others beside them were already laughing uncontrollably. Wu Chengyu's joints were in pain from Lin Qiao's twisting, and Lin Qiao was bitten tightly by Wu Chengyu. What were these two trying to do? Could they fight properly? Also, you, a man, have already lost. Why did you bite the lady's thigh? Chapter 229. Lin Qiao didn't expect her body to recover its sense of pain, and it even felt like the pain was magnified. Was it an illusion? Or was this man's teeth too good? Why was he biting so hard? And Lin Qiao was too depressed right now. It was fine if she was bitten. But she was bitten by a big man, and he even bit her inner thigh. How could she cry out molestation? On her thigh where she was bitten, there was a sharp stinging pain. There was even a kind of numbing feeling. Fuck. Lin Qiao quickly let go of his arm. Let go. Mouth. She gritted her teeth and let go of her leg, then sat up and used her hand to choke his neck. Wu Chengyu loosened his grip, and only then did he loosen his mouth. Then he pulled away her hand that was strangling his neck and rolled to stand up. He spat as he supported the arm that was twisted by Lin Qiao to the back. Lin Qiao rubbed the bite mark on her leg and stared at him fiercely. And the others were amused by their final posture, but they didn't realize that Lin Qiao's cry of pain was different from a normal person's. When they were fighting, it was a normal fight between experts, but they didn't expect Wu Chengyu to be restrained by Lin Qiao so quickly. Both of them were fighting hand to hand. In terms of strength, a man should be a bit stronger. But Lin Qiao was much more flexible than Wu Chengyu. So, in the end, she was restrained by Lin Qiao's quick and tricky movements. This was considered normal. But they didn't expect that a fight between adults would suddenly turn into a fight between children. Especially when the one biting was a man like Wu Chengyu. If it was Lin Qiao who was a woman who bit, perhaps they wouldn't be so surprised. Lin Qiao stood up. Her clothes were messed up from the fight just now. The clothes that were tied to the shoulders were now all turned to the front. The clothes on her waist were also rolled up a bit. She rubbed the bite mark on her leg, then pointed her finger at Wu Chengyu. She gritted her teeth and said, "You bite people." At this moment, her heart was about to collapse. What the fuck? She was the zombie, okay? She didn't even move her mouth, but this man dared to bite her. Fortunately, he didn't bite through her skin and drink her blood. Otherwise, he would have turned into a zombie. Fut. That wasn't what she was worried about. She was the one who was the zombie, okay. Why was she the one being bitten? Wu Chengyu finally realized what he had just done. His face immediately turned red. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and coughed lightly. He turned his face to the other side. Holy shit. How embarrassing. How could he be hot-headed and not bite? It's not a dog. It was so awkward now. Poochie tilde a few sounds, the few people who were still trying their best to endure. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, he couldn't hold it in anymore. All of them burst out laughing. Lu Tianyi also recovered from his bewilderment. Then, like Wu Chengyu, he clenched his fist and put it to his mouth. He said with a forced smile, "Cough, Chief. You've lost. Your hat has fallen off." As he spoke, he pointed at the hat at Lin Xiao's feet. Wu Chengyu turned around and walked towards the direction of the stairs. "I've lost. I'll look into the matter of the zombie core." Lin Xiao stared at his back and silently wondered if she should rush over and give him a bite on his neck. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao's expression and suddenly guessed what she was thinking. He quickly ran to her side and picked up his leader's hat. Tilda actually, you twisting his joints was enough to make him suffer. Don't mind it Tilda, but when did you become so powerful? Don't tell me. Was it because you became a zombie that you became so powerful? Lin Xiao glanced at him. Her speed and reaction were indeed closely related to turning into a zombie, but her moves were all developed in the army. Chapter 230. Lu Tianyi, who was still standing next to Lin Xiao, looked at Lin Xiao strangely, but then he thought that her identity was different now. In the past, everyone thought that Lu Tianyi was dead, so now that she had changed her name, she wanted to change her identity. After looking at Lin Xiao a few more times, Lu Tianyi turned around and followed behind everyone. Xiedong walked over with the grey rabbit and threw it to her. Lin Xiao took the rabbit and threw it into her space, then walked to the fence at the edge and sat on it with both hands. Then she turned around and put both her legs out of the building. She rubbed the inside of her leg where Wu Chengyu had bitten her. She was in a daze. What the hell, wasn't it too strange for a man to bite someone? And as a zombie, she could still feel pain from being bitten. Was this the situation after Little Man healed her body? She could make a sound, and the pain also came back. And there seemed to be an amplification effect. What the hell was this? She was a zombie, okay? Being bitten hurt like this. If she was hit in a fight in the future, she would die of pain. She suddenly felt that it was good when she didn't feel anything. This was not good. Xiedong stood next to her, took out a small notebook and wrote, "You seem to be in a lot of pain." Then he stretched out his hand in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned her head and looked at it, then took off her sunglasses. She raised it in front of her body and wiped it with her clothes. While wiping, she said, "Very painful." "What do you mean? It was already very painful." She wiped off the dust on the sunglasses and was about to put it on her face. Suddenly, her hand stopped and she turned her head. Her sharp eyes looked towards the other side of the rooftop platform. Xiedong noticed her gaze and also looked over there, but he didn't see anything. He looked back at Lin Xiao in confusion, not knowing what she saw. Lin Xiao stared in that direction, then turned her body back and jumped down from the fence. She stared coldly over there and said 2 words, "Come, out." Xiedong couldn't see it, but Lin Xiao could see it with her eyes slightly closed. There was a green energy body standing there, motionless. When she was about to put on her sunglasses, she closed her eyes slightly. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a ball of green energy. Lin Xiao's reaction immediately alerted Xiedong. The two of them stared at each other quietly. Xiedong's eyes wandered around to find what Lin Xiao was looking at. But Lin Xiao stared fixedly at that spot. Perhaps because it felt that it had been discovered, the green energy finally revealed itself. A female zombie with half of her face covered in scales slowly appeared from the void. She glared at Lin Xiao angrily. Suddenly, she bared her teeth and roared at Lin Xiao, It's you. You stole my little sister away." Lin Xiao and Xiedong were speechless. "Yes, a conscious zombie king. But when did Wu Yuling become your little sister? She had a father, okay. Furthermore, you were the one who had stolen her child, yet you dared to accuse her of stealing her little sister." Lin Xiao looked at her and said, "She has family. If you snatch her away, her family will be worried. What you did was wrong." The female zombie suddenly froze. Then, she angrily stared at Lin Xiao and roared, but she's very cute, I like her a lot." Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the female zombie in confusion. Why did she feel that this child's IQ was a bit low? No matter how cute little Ling Ling was, she's not yours. It's fine if you like her, but you can't forcefully take her away. She patiently said to the zombie girl, Huan, can you do it? But you can't take my home by force. The female zombie snorted and roared, I like her, why can't I forcefully take her away? It's just that it's not fun to be alone, so I want her to play with me, and I clearly didn't hurt her, yet you all seem to think that I would. Lin Xiao nodded. She believed her words. Because when she first saw her and Xiao Budian together, this girl zombie's behavior was very careful, as if she was treating some cherished toy. But she pointed at her own face and said to the female zombie, because you don't look like a good person and you are a zombie. The female zombie immediately refused and roared, I don't know what a zombie is, but I know I look ugly like this. But I don't know why I became like this, I've always been like this. I don't even remember who I am I don't care, I don't care I just want little sister, I just want Lin Xiao, was she acting like a spoiled child? She turned her head and looked at Xiedong. The female zombie, who Lin Xiao thought was acting like a spoiled child, suddenly changed her expression and stared at Lin Xiao coldly. Then, she roared in a low voice, I don't care, I want you to take me to find little sister. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. Lin Xiao, what happened to acting like a spoiled child? How did it become a threat in the blink of an eye? Why don't go find it yourself? Lin Xiao was speechless. The zombie girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, then snorted, because they don't seem to want to kill you. If I go, I will definitely be killed by the person who fought with you. Lin Xiao was suddenly enlightened. Oh, so this guy is afraid of a level 7 arcanist. It should be her intuition as a rank 6 zombie king that warned her not to get close to a rank 7 metahuman. However, it turned out that she also had an invisibility skill. Although he did not dare to approach her in the open, he was not afraid of her in the dark. Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, I don't have time. She didn't have time to care about this guy's business. Since she knew how to turn invisible, so did he. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hide in the space. Could it be that he was afraid of this fellow? Although it was true that she couldn't win in a head-on fight, she wasn't afraid. Hearing Lin Xiao's refusal, the zombie girl immediately became angry. It bared its teeth at Lin Xiao's vertical eye and roared furiously, aren't you afraid I'll hit you? Lin Xiao turned around and suddenly pulled Xiedong to dodge. Seeing Lin Xiao turn around, the zombie girl also moved. She fiercely rushed over, her speed was extremely fast like a bolt of lightning. But when she rushed to Lin Xiao's position, she pounced on empty air. Lin Xiao and Xiedong had already disappeared. She was stunned and then looked left and right in panic. She found that Lin Xiao had disappeared into thin air in this area. I will definitely find you again, the zombie girl somewhat unwillingly roared. Chapter 231. After Lin Xiao entered the space, she let go of Xiedong, closed her eyes and flashed out. She went out invisibly. Hearing the girl zombie's unwilling and willful roar, she just smiled faintly. Then she turned and jumped down the stairs, leaving. It was time for her to get down to business. Her pace had been disrupted by Lu Tianyi, Tiny Tot, and the others. She didn't even have time to look for information about resources. On the other side, Lu Tianyi led the crowd forward. He asked Xiao Yunlong as he walked, how did you meet the king zombie? What kind of ability is it? The others also looked curiously at Xiao Yunlong, who was carrying Mengyu, not knowing how he let the other party snatch the little princess away. Xiao Yunlong said, "It came to us, even Mengyu didn't sense it. By the time we found out, it was already at the door of our room. Although we jumped out of the window in time. But its movement was very fast, and it came and went like a ghost. We didn't drive far when it suddenly overturned us. At that time Mengyu and Xiao Budian were in the car. By the time I rushed over, there was only Mengyu left in the car." Speaking of this, he hung his head in a low voice. Wu Chengyu held his daughter and touched her back. He felt that the energy in his daughter's body seemed to be about to reach a breakthrough point. He didn't know if her ability was going to be awakened. He turned to look at Lu Tianyi and the others, asking, "That woman, how did you meet my Lingling and the king zombie? You even dared to snatch Lingling back from its hands. How did you do it?" Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming smiled and replied, "It wasn't us, it was just her." Wu Chengyu and Xiao Yunlong looked at them strangely, waiting for their next words. Kong Qingming said, "She has a space. We were in another place half a month ago, but then we were caught by a group of level 5 zombies and were driven to the upper city. Then she suddenly appeared and saved all of us. Later we all stayed in her space to recuperate. When she brought Miss Lingling in, we didn't know what happened." Wu Chengyu and Xiao Yunlong looked at each other after hearing his answer, and then turned to look at Lingling. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily that zombie king didn't have time to hurt Lingling, or else." Xiao Yunlong said to him, "What are your plans now? Your corpse core seems to have been stolen. Should I go look for the second zombie king? But you're really narrow-minded. He helped us save Lingling. You're still haggling over such a small matter. Exchanging a corpse core for your daughter's life isn't too much, right?" Although their conversation on the roof made Xiao Yunlong somewhat confused, he still knew an important thing. It was the woman who had been bitten by Wu Chengyu who had stolen his corpse core. The reason why Wu Chengyu was so angry was because she had stolen the lightning core. The others nodded in agreement. En. She didn't expect that this man, who usually looked easy to talk to and gentle, was so narrow-minded. Wu Chengyu glanced at him with a faint smile and said, "Is this your first day knowing me? Besides, haven't I already let her go? And I also thank her. If there's anything in the future, I will also help." Xiao Yunlong rolled his eyes at him and said, "You bit her and you still have the nerve to say that. It's fine if you can't win, but you actually bit people. You really did it." Wu Chengyu cast him a sidelong glance and said with a smile, "What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." Xiao Yunlong immediately turned his face to the side, looking at the wall and said, "You're a stingy person, you've always been. Don't deny it." The others looked at Wu Chengyu in surprise. They felt that they had learned something incredible. Would they be silenced in a moment? The smile on Wu Chengyu's face faded a little, saying, "Yes, I'm stingy." What's wrong? Hurry back to the encampment. Mengyu's situation is not very good. Why did you run in with her? Xiao Yunlong looked back at Mengyu on his back and said, "We originally wanted to tell you about Lingling, but we didn't expect it to rain. And we don't know if the zombie king at the encampment will go back." Wu Chengyu glanced at him and did not speak. But his mind suddenly emerged the rabbit that just jumped out of Lingling's arms. Why did it seem a little familiar? Why didn't it kill and eat that rabbit? And it could still leisurely raise it. Women really couldn't understand. On the other side, Lin Xiao spent a few days searching the entire West Lake district. She found the location of the planning bureau. Then the female zombie girl also looked everywhere for Lin Xiao's figure, but after Lin Xiao turned invisible, no one could find her, at least for now. Lin Xiao found a lot of maps in the planning bureau's information room, all kinds of them. With these maps, she had a much clearer picture of the geographical location of Hangzhou. Then she went to find a lot of storage warehouses according to the marks on the map. Rice, flour, oil, and salt were well stored. Except for 30% of them that were spoiled, there was still a lot that could be eaten. Lin Xiao put a lot of rice, salt, and some vacuum-sealed food into the space. Everything was settled, and the terrain and formations were almost all checked out. But the Zombie King was a little troublesome, so she could let Qiu Lily deal with it. Lin Xiao found a car that could be driven from a car dealership, and started to drive back. The next day, she rushed back to the hotel where Lin Feng and the others were. When Lin Xiao drove the car within 500 meters of the hotel, she found a large number of zombies gathered at the intersection. After she released her breath, those zombies immediately hid in disorder, and made a passage in the middle of the road. But they didn't seem to want to leave. When Lin Xiao passed, they all blocked the way back. Lin Xiao stopped after driving past the zombie wall, and stretched out her head to see that those zombies were all facing the direction outside, or walking back and forth in the same place. Maybe Qiu Lily had given them some instructions. Lin Xiao withdrew her head, and continued to drive the car to the hotel. In front of the hotel, she heard the sound of a car parked, and 2 children were playing. Tong tong, here tilde ha 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 tilde come and catch me tilde Lin Xiaolu's bell-like laughter rang out. The 2 children chased each other in the spacious parking lot. En tilde don't run tilde Tong Tong's voice chased her from behind, shouting unwillingly. Cheng Wangxue and Junjun sat on the edge of the flower bed, watching the 2 children, and chatting with Junjun. You don't remember anything. If you suddenly meet the man who abandoned you, will you still remember him? Do you still think of him? Cheng Wangxue asked. Chapter 232. Junjun looked at her in confusion and wrote in the notebook, "How do you know that he abandoned us? Maybe he's dead. Or turned into a zombie." Cheng Wangxue looked at her and then at Tong Tong. She said, "My intuition is very accurate. If he didn't abandon us, why were you and Tong Tong the only ones left in that place? If Lu Tianyu hadn't passed by, you and Tong Tong might still have been locked up in the building. You said that the door downstairs was locked. Do you think you locked it yourself or someone else?" Then she looked at Junjun. Junjun frowned, then shook her head and wrote, "I remember that the lock was locked from the outside, so I didn't know how to open it. I don't remember anything else." She paused and then wrote, "Maybe you're right. But if I really met him, I don't know if I could recognize him. Because I don't remember what happened before." Cheng Wangxue looked at her face and said, "It doesn't matter. Tong Tong still has you. You're his mother. You'll protect him, right?" Junjun nodded and looked lovingly at Tong Tong, who was chasing Lin Xiaolu. At this time, Cheng Wangxue pointed to her eyes and said, "The dark circles under your eyes are getting smaller and smaller these days, and the color of your eyes is also getting darker. Are you going to upgrade?" Junjun touched her eyes and wrote uncertainly, "I'm not sure, but I do have a strange feeling." Cheng Wangxue said, "The water left by Lu Tianyu is really effective. Even my leg injury has healed very quickly. But we didn't take any medicine." Junjun just smiled at her. She had been soaking in the tank of water left by Lin Xiao every day, although Lin Xiao said that the water could be poured out after 2 soaking. Then she would put in a new bubble when she came back. But she was a little reluctant, so she soaked for a few days in a row. Of course, before going in. She would scrub her body before going in. After thinking about it, she wrote, "You can actually use the lake water to soak your feet. It might heal faster this way." Cheng Wangxue shook her head and said, "That won't do. The water of the world is too precious now. How can it be used to soak my feet? Actually, it's still okay here. If you go to the north and northeast, you'll know how precious water is. The environment there is very bad. The outside of the base is full of sandstorms and smog. You have to wear a mask when you go out." Junjun smiled and nodded. At this moment, a white shadow flashed down from the roof and landed beside the 2. Qiu Lily said to the 2 of them, tilde Cheng Wangxue looked at her in confusion, then looked at Junjun and asked, "What did she say?" Junjun also stood up and wrote, "She's back." "Who is she?" Cheng Wangxue asked hesitantly, but he quickly changed his mind. He thought of a possibility and asked, "Is Lu Tianyu back?" The 2 of them nodded at her. Not long after, he heard the sound of a car coming from afar. Then, he saw a car drive in. The car stopped in the parking space next to them. Then, a woman wearing a hat got out. In a flash, Cho Lily appeared beside Lin Xiao. Ah. Aya tilde, how is it? Have you decided on the location? When are we moving there? While walking, Lin Xiao said to her. Look. Good. When? You. Can. Go. But. Pass. Suddenly, she stopped, looked at Cho Lily and said, when the time comes. I still need your help with something. Cho Lily also stopped and listened to her with a confused expression. Then, she looked at her in confusion. Ah! What help? Lin Xiao said, there is a zombie of the same level as you, but can you solve it? Cho Lily covered her forehead. After she finished speaking, she finally couldn't help but burst out. Tilde, when can you speak at a normal speed? It's so painful to hear. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and said, very soon. Cho Lily looked at her gloomily. At this time, Junjun and Cheng Wangxue also looked very confused. There was nothing they could do. The way Lin Xiao spoke really tested their patience. Lin Xiao walked into the hotel lobby, and the others followed behind. After going up to the room upstairs, Lin Xiao returned to Cho Lily and Junjun's room. She told Cheng Wangxue to go back and tell Lin Feng that they would discuss business the next day. At the same time, Lin Xiao took Xiedong out and returned to their respective rooms. After entering Junjun's room, Lin Xiao closed the door and looked at Junjun. She said, you, soon. Junjun nodded. She was indeed about to break through. Lin Xiao nodded and said, I will go in first. Wait for me to cure this a voice. Then, you go down there. She said to go down to the lake to cure because Little Man had absorbed all the energy in the past 2 days and turned it into her own energy. So, Little Man still needed a way to vent, and that was to cure them. Junjun and Cho Lily knew what she meant, so they nodded. Then, they watched Lin Xiao enter the space from the room. After entering the space, Lin Xiao squinted her eyes and looked at the color of the water. It had become a lot darker, and the thick dark green water was rolling in the lake. After seeing Lin Xiao come in, a very thick vine had already emerged from the water. In the past, every time it appeared, it was only as thick as a finger, but now it was as thick as a forearm. The vine swayed on the water, as if it was calling Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao knew that Little Man was indeed calling her. She stood on the shore of the lake, took off her hat and sunglasses, and took off her coat from her shoulders. After taking off the tank top and trousers, he took off the last piece of underwear. Then, she walked barefoot into the water. Her skin was white, and her waist was slender and flexible. Her legs were slender and round, and her chest was plump. Lu Tianyu's body was really good. If her chest could be a little smaller, Lin Xiao thought silently in her heart. After all, having a big chest was very inconvenient for her. She looked down at her thigh, and sure enough, there was a circle of purple-black teeth marks on the inside of the middle of her right leg. That narrow-minded man. Stepping in the water, a cool feeling spread from the skin under her feet. Lin Xiao's body's senses had returned, and she could also feel the temperature. Moreover, she seemed to like to be a little cooler, and couldn't stand being too hot. If it wasn't for a serious mission, she didn't want to endure this burning feeling at all. But if it was a mission, her mentality would be different. After entering the water, Little Man's branches wrapped around her. She gently pulled her into the water. When Lin Xiao walked to the point where the water level was above her chest, more branches wrapped around her. Mema, it won't hurt this time tilde, it'll be over soon tilde. Little Man's voice rang in her mind. Lin Xiao nodded in her heart. Okay, I'll go out in a while. I'll send Junjun in. Can you help her treat her? Little Man readily agreed. Yes, no problem tilde. Lin Xiao chuckled softly in her heart, and couldn't help but say, so obedient. Then Little Man's movements suddenly stopped for a moment, and then she began to twist around. Wow, 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 Mama is praising me tilde 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 tilde, I'm so happy tilde 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 Lin Xiao. Chapter 233. Gentle energy slowly seeped into her body through her pores, but the energy all gathered towards her abdomen, chest, and head. Lin Xiao didn't feel any pain. She just felt that her abdomen was very hot, and then her brain was a little dizzy. Then she fell asleep unknowingly. The experience this time was completely different from the previous times, and Lin Xiao didn't even know what was going on. When she woke up, she found that she was lying on the bed in the space. It seemed like Little Man brought her up and put her on the bed. Sitting up from the soft bed, Lin Xiao looked at her abdomen. She found that the color of the film on her abdomen seemed to have darkened, so she pressed it with her hand. She found that there was something soft underneath, and she didn't know what it was. But it still felt different from a normal person's stomach. She looked up at the direction of the lake, and tried to open her mouth to call, "Little man?" After calling, she was stunned for a moment, and then raised her hand to touch her throat. She said to herself, "My throat is better." Hearing Lin Xiao's call, several thick vines immediately emerged from the lake. Then they danced on the water surface, as if responding to her. Lin Xiao looked around and found that her clothes were placed at the foot of the bed. After taking them and putting them on, she walked to the lake. "Thank you, Little Man." Although she didn't know what kind of creature this vine was, it had helped her heal her body several times. She was still very grateful. Little Man stretched out a branch to the lake and wrapped it around Lin Xiao's foot. "Mama, don't thank me, because only Mama has Little Man helping. Mama is also helping Little Man tilde tilde tilde." Lin Xiao squatted down and used her hand to pick up the branch that was wrapped around her foot. Then she looked at her and asked, "Why do you have to call me Mama? Can't you call me sister?" Little Man seemed to be very confused and replied, "Why do I have to call you sister? It was Mama who told me to call you Mama." Lin Xiao was stunned. When did she tell her to call her Mama? "I told you to call me that. When will it be? Why don't I remember?" Little Man was silent for a while before replying, "En tilde tilde en tilde tilde en tilde tilde en tilde tilde." It seems like a long time ago. Little Man doesn't remember. But Little Man still remembered some of the words Mama said. Tilde 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 tilde. Lin Xiao felt even more puzzled. "Some of the things I said?" Little Man used the tip of the branch in her hand to tap a few times nimbly. Lin Xiao looked at her in confusion for a while, and then realized that she still couldn't remember when she had asked her to call her mother. "All right then, call me whatever you want. By the way, can I let Junjun in now? I feel like she's about to level up. She should awaken her ability." The tip of Little Man's branch nodded again, responding to her, "Okay, tilde tilde Mama, send her in tilde 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 tilde." She still had a lot of energy, but she couldn't stuff too much into Mama's body. Lin Xiao stood up and released the vine before disappearing in a flash. After coming out of the room, she looked at the sky outside the window and found that it was already night. Qiu Lily and Junjun, who had been waiting for her in the room, looked at her the moment she came out. Qiu Lily ran to her and circled around Lin Xiao. She looked her up and down from head to toe. "Ayayaya tilde 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 ayayaya tilde tilde, you haven't changed your appearance. I thought you'd grow your hair." Lin Xiao raised her hand and touched her still bald head, sighed and said, "Well, my hair hasn't grown. But my voice has recovered." She finished her sentence smoothly without a pause, although her voice was still hoarse and not pleasant to hear. Qiu Lily and Junjun both looked at her in surprise. Junjun had been silent all the time, just watching silently and writing whatever she wanted to say. Only Qiu Lily liked to say non-stop, although the others couldn't understand. Lin Xiao looked at Junjun and said, "Okay, are you ready now?" Junjun looked at Tong Tong, who had fallen asleep on the bed next to her, and then nodded. Lin Xiao also glanced at the little boy who was sleeping soundly, then held Junjun's hand and disappeared together. Qiu Lily walked around in a circle, and then sat back on the sofa next to her board. After entering the space, Lin Xiao shouted to the lake. Little Man, then a few vines as thick as arms appeared in the lake and danced on the water. Junjun looked at the vines that had become much thicker in surprise, and then turned to look at Lin Xiao helplessly. Junjun, take off your clothes and go down naked. Lin Xiao said as she turned around to get a cup, then walked to the lake to fill a cup of water, and began to drink. While saying that, she pointed to the lake. Junjun looked at her with some embarrassment, then turned her back to Lin Xiao. She began to take off her clothes. Lin Xiao saw that she was really reserved. So after drinking the water, she took the cup and walked to the strawberry field. Don't worry, I won't look. Besides, I'm also a woman. What's there to be embarrassed about? Junjun smiled awkwardly, and her action of taking off her clothes became more natural. But she didn't know that even if Lin Xiao didn't look back, if she wanted to, she could see what she was doing. Lin Xiao picked strawberries and put them into the cup. The cup wasn't big. After filling 2 or 3 strawberries, it couldn't hold them. She held the cup with one hand, and picked 3 strawberries with the other. When she turned around, Junjun and Little Man had disappeared from the lakeside and the surface of the lake. But she could feel Junjun's existence at the bottom of the lake. Junjun had been dragged to the bottom of the lake by countless vines, and her entire body was wrapped tightly. A tingling feeling came from all over her skin. Something seemed to have entered her body. Junjun didn't know what it was, because she gradually felt a swelling pain in her head. The headache made her lose her sense of her body, and then her mind suddenly became more and more confused. But gradually, some messy images slowly appeared in her mind. At first, there were many people, and everyone seemed to be moving in a certain direction. The surrounding environment was always changing, and the number of people was also changing. In the end, everyone seemed to be very nervous, and they were about to break down. There was no water, no food, no weapons. So a few of their leaders planned to quietly reduce the number of people moving forward. In the end, she and her child were left behind. In order to protect her child from being hurt by the zombie-turned teammates, she and another man desperately ran away with their child, but in the end, she was accidentally bitten. Then that man, in the end, took away the food and water she left for her son. Then while she was unconscious, he quietly left her and her child and left. The pictures in her mind were not coherent, but they were very clear. And seeing these pictures, she slowly remembered a lot of things. Cheng Wangxue was right, she and her son were indeed abandoned. By that man. A strong hatred spread in her heart. Chapter 234. Lin Xiao stood by the lake and felt the changes at the bottom of the lake. She found that the energy in the lake rushed to the center of the lake, and then new energy rushed out and rushed to the center of the lake. It went back and forth like this. She turned around and walked to the strawberry field. She saw weeds in the strawberry field and squatted down to pull them up. She didn't know how long it would take for Junjun to recover, so she took the time to tidy up the strawberry and vegetable fields. Junjun had been tidying them up before, but now that she hadn't done it for a few days, a lot of weeds had grown. After pulling the weeds for a while, she saw that there was still no change under Junjun. Lin Xiao flashed out of the space. As soon as she came out, she saw Qiu Lily squatting by Tong Tong's bed. Her arms were folded on the edge of the bed, and she was holding her chin and staring at Tong Tong's sleeping face. When she saw Lin Xiao come out, she immediately turned around and stood up. Ayaya tilde, you're out. Where's Junjun? Lin Xiao made a shush gesture and then said softly, keep your voice down, don't wake him up. If he doesn't see his mother, he will cry. Qiu Lily looked at Tong Tong with some fear and found that he didn't show any signs of waking up. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. When this little guy cried, the ceiling was going to fall. The two went to the sofa and sat down. Lin Xiao said softly, Junjun's condition isn't good yet, and I don't know how long it will take. Let's wait and hope he can come out before dawn. Otherwise, who will watch over him tomorrow? Qiu Lily said softly, Ayaya please hurry up. Cho Lily said a few words with a bit of a prayer. She suddenly thought of what Lin Xiao said when he came back today and asked her, Ayaya tilde by the way, was the zombie you told me to kill today also a level 6 zombie like me? What type was it? What did it look like? Was it ugly? Lin Xiao thought of the girl zombie's appearance. It wasn't that ugly. At least in the zombie world, it was pretty. She said, it was a zombie that looked about your age. It wasn't too ugly, but half of its face was covered with scales. Furthermore, she seemed to have retained some of her human instincts. It was just that her personality was strange, sometimes happy, and sometimes angry. Actually, I don't think she's a bad person, but she's a little headstrong. When you fight with her, just don't kill her. Just make her run away. When Cho Lily heard this, she looked at her strangely and asked, about my age? What do you mean she's not bad? Should I hit her or not? Lin Xiao smiled and said, I think you should teach her a lesson and let her know that there are some things she shouldn't do. But I don't know what her ability is, but she can be invisible like me. I wonder which one of you is stronger. Cho Lily looked at her curiously. She was curious about the zombie that was the same size as her. Does she still have her memories, just like me? Or had she never killed anyone? Lin Xiao thought about the young female corpse's behavior and said, although I've never seen her kill anyone, she does like to do bad things. However, she seemed to like children very much, although it felt like she wouldn't hurt them. But it's not right to take a child without the consent of the parents. Cho Lily looked at her in surprise. Snatch, their child? Was she a human trafficker? Lin Xiao looked at her with a smile and said, maybe, but the motive is a bit childish, haha. At the bottom of the spatial lake, Junjun was in excruciating pain. The pain in her body and the pain in her memory made her want to scream. But her mouth and face were covered by a layer of soft stuff, so she couldn't make a sound even if she opened her mouth wide. Ah, Huang Tianfei, you bastard. I won't let you off. You bastard. Cruel and unscrupulous thing. But she roared in her heart. That man had abandoned her and her son. She could forgive him for abandoning her. But he actually left Tong Tong behind, and even took away their last food and water. Unforgivable. A large number of memory fragments began to interweave in her mind, forming a complete memory. She remembered that they had escaped from Pluto's base. Huang Tianfei and a few other rank 5 metahumans brought their family members and quietly headed towards Ocean City. She didn't know if those rank 5 metahumans had heard some news and realized that Pluto's base was about to be attacked. So they gathered a group of people and quietly left. Junjun didn't know what was going on at the time. She only saw Huang Tianfei hurry back and pack up his things. Then he pulled the mother and son out. She didn't say what was going on, but she was brought out of the base in a daze. Now that she thought about what Lin Xiao had said, it turned out that Huang Tianfei already knew. That's right, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, the leader of Earthly Flame. Suddenly, Junjun thought of something, but before she could continue thinking about it, a wave of energy exploded in her mind. Suddenly, a surge of energy exploded in her mind. It was as if a bomb had exploded in her mind, directly shattering all the memories she had before. Then, the energy began to inflate like a balloon in her mind, as if it would not stop until her head exploded. Unable to bear the pain, Junjun couldn't help but scream crazily in her heart. The energy became bigger and bigger. Junjun felt that her head was almost as big as a basketball court. The energy suddenly shrunk back into the center of her mind. Only then did Junjun's body relax. She wanted to take a deep breath. But her mouth and nose were covered, so she couldn't do that. At this moment, the energy slowly condensed in the center of her mind. Then, a small amount of energy was separated and began to flow down her neck into her lower body. Not long after, Lin Xiao was talking to Cho Lily about the zombie girl when her mind suddenly moved. Junjun seems to be fine, I'll go in and take a look. Saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the space. Standing on the shore, Lin Xiao noticed that the water level was rising. Where did the water come from? She had always been curious as to why there was a lake and water in this space. Where did the water come from? Now that the water seemed to be increasing, she didn't know where the water source was. At this time, there was a slight wave on the surface of the lake, and a ball of water appeared in the center. Then it slowly sank down, and then a person's head popped out of the water. Then the person swam towards the shore where Lin Qiao was. Chapter 235. Lin Qiao waited for her to get out of the water and then picked up her clothes. She gave them to her as she walked to her. How is it? Your ability? Lin Qiao could feel the level of Junjun's ability. She was now a level 4 zombie. But at the same time, she could feel Junjun's complicated emotions. There was hatred, anger, disappointment, shock, doubt, and disbelief mixed together. What was going on? Lin Qiao looked at her in confusion. Junjun lowered her head, took the clothes and put them on. After putting them on, she raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Qiao with a complicated look. Then she opened her mouth and said, "Leader." Lin Qiao looked at her with a blank face. Then she opened her eyes in surprise. "You can talk? That's too fast. Wait, what did you call me just now?" She looked at Junjun's face. The dark circles under her eyes had disappeared. Only the pair of originally grey eyes had now turned completely black. Her pupils couldn't be seen in the middle of her eyes. Junjun put her wet hair to one side and wrung it dry while saying, "Well, it feels like a long time has passed. I remembered the past, about myself, and about you." She turned to look at Lin Qiao when she said the last two words. Lin Qiao looked at her with a confused face. "Huh? Do you know me? But first, why did you call me leader? Did you really think I was that Lin Qiao?" Junjun continued wringing the water out of her hair and said, "Leader, since you went to save Lin Feng and his wife, that means you are not someone else. Are you like me, amnesia? Or did you forget the memories of the 5 years after the apocalypse?" Lin Qiao was stunned. She suddenly felt that Junjun's words seemed to have touched something in her mind. A slight pain came from the depths of her mind. She raised her hand to cover her forehead, frowned and groaned. Junjun was shocked and looked at her nervously and asked, "What's wrong? Did you remember something?" Lin Qiao covered her forehead and shook her head at her. "No, it's just a little headache." Junjun slightly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you're fine. Your headache should be normal. You're no longer in your original body. You've changed your body. Maybe something is sealed." Lin Qiao looked up at her and asked, "How did you determine that I was the leader of the Deathfire? I don't remember when I was a leader." As she spoke, she walked to Qiu Lily's wardrobe and found a dry towel for her. Junjun took it, thanked him, and said, "Because I think you are her. You are Lin Qiao, aren't you? You've only lost part of your memories, just like me." Lin Qiao looked at her without saying a word. After thinking about it, he decided that he still needed to figure out his own affairs. However, Junjun's explanation was very logical. There was nothing wrong with it. She nodded and said, "Maybe you're right. But my memory only goes back to before the doomsday. I thought I died before the doomsday and only woke up now because of Lu Qianyu's body." Junjun said with a smile, "Then your leap in 5 years is too big. It doesn't make sense." Lin Qiao sighed and said in agreement, "Yes, that's why I've always felt strange here." "All right, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you first. Your aura was very negative just now. Did you remember something?" Speaking of this, Junjun's face immediately became gloomy. She said, "My original name is Liu Jun Tong. Tong's nickname is Tong Tong, and his real name is Huang Yu Tong. Tong Tong is already 4 years old. And my original husband, Huang Tianfei, we used to live a good life in Hades Base. But 2 months ago, Huang Tianfei suddenly returned home one day and hurriedly took us and a group of people out of the base and headed in the direction of High City." As she spoke, Liu Jun's aura became unstable again. Waves of hatred and killing intent overflowed. But the road was too far, and there were many zombies on the road. Chapter 236. Tilde ayayaya tilde 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 ayayaya tilde tilde Junjun, you can speak so fast. Tilde I want it too, I want it too. Hearing that Liu Jun could suddenly speak, Zhou Lily immediately became excited. She turned her head and shouted at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao smiled and said, I have to ask Man about this first. I don't know if she has used up all her energy. At this time, Liu Jun suddenly asked curiously, Leader, did your space just come into existence? I don't think I've heard that you have space ability before. Also, at the bottom of the lake, what is that? Lin Qiao felt weird being called like that, so she said, Hey, don't call me like that. Other people will think it's weird. Liu Jun was stunned and asked, then what should I call you? I feel like your name is a little weird. Zhou Lily was a bit confused by their conversation. She looked at the two of them strangely. She asked, Ayayaya tilde, what are you guys talking about? Lin Qiao said to her, well, Junjun remembered a lot of things. It's hard to explain it to you now, but you'll know in the future. Then she held her chin and thought for a moment, then said, how about you guys call me Captain from now on? I'm also leading a zombie squad now. Liu Jun felt that it was right and nodded, that's about right. Captain is captain. Zhou Lily looked at her. Ayayaya tilde tilde, why are you the captain? Lin Qiao smiled and looked at her. How about you be the captain? If there's anything in the future, I'll ask you to solve it. Zhou Lily frowned and thought for a while when she heard that he wanted her to solve every problem. Then she shook her head. She didn't know how to solve a lot of things, so she didn't know how to solve it. Lin Qiao knew that she was too lazy to take care of things. She knew it just by looking at her disappearing figure. She said, I'll go ask Man if she can repair another one. You guys wait. Then she turned around and entered the space. Standing by the lake, she shouted, Man, come out for a moment. A few vines came out of the water and swam towards Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao squatted by the water and stretched out one hand, letting the vines wrap around it. Man, have you used up all your energy? Can you repair the others? Tilde that depends on how big the restoration is tilde what that big sister needed to restore just now was the energy in her brain, as well as her memories tilde so it took a bit more energy tilde little Man doesn't have much energy to restore now tilde Lin Qiao nodded. She had also guessed that was about it. He said, alright, then you've used up all your energy. Will you be alright? Several thick vines of little vine were still swaying randomly in the water by the lakeside. La tilde little Man is fine tilde little Man has no use for this energy tilde Lin Qiao suddenly thought of something and asked, Little Man, how did you restore Junjun's memory? Do you think I'm missing a memory? As soon as she finished asking, she heard little man's natural answer. That's right tilde mama, you've already lost some of your memories tilde mama, don't you know? But little man couldn't help Mama recover tilde Lin Qiao asked her strangely, how do you know? Little Man also replied very blankly. Tilde little Man also doesn't know tilde but there's a part of Mama's head wrapped up tilde little Man can't untie it tilde a part of her brain was wrapped up. What was wrapped up? Was it because of this that she lost 5 years of memory? But she had already changed her body. Did she bring this situation over? Or was it caused by Lu Tianyu's identity? Lin Qiao asked, then if I untie this part of my brain, will I remember? Little Man tapped the tip of the vine, and the 2 small leaves trembled. Tilde little Man thinks so tilde but she doesn't know if it's true tilde Mama will find a way to try it tilde Lin Qiao scratched her chin with her other hand, thought and said, how should I try? If I lose my memory, even you can't cure it. Little Man seemed to be thinking about this problem, but she obviously couldn't figure it out. Tilde Mama, why don't you ask someone else tilde Lin Qiao sighed and had no choice but to respond, okay then. Thank you, little Man. Little Man said reluctantly. Mama tilde don't say thank you to little Man tilde it's so strange tilde. Lin Qiao nodded and said, okay, that's it for now. I'll go out and ask if there's any way to help. Oh, Lin Xiao went out in a flash and went into the room. Liu Jun immediately turned around and asked, "How is it?" Qiu Lily also leaned against Lin Xiao and looked at her expectantly. Lin Xiao said to Qiu Lily helplessly, "No, little man said there's not enough energy, so I can only do it next time." "Don't worry." Qiu Lily pouted her lips in disappointment and replied, okay." Lin Xiao crooked her hand at the two of them and said, "Come, little man said that there might be a part of my brain wrapped up by something. Maybe it's because of this that I lost my memory. Come and think about it, is there any way to restore my memory?" Liu Jun looked at her strangely. "In your head? Is it this head of Lu Tianyu? Or is it in the head of your soul?" Lin Xiao shook her head blankly and said, "I don't know either." Liu Jun said, "By the way, your special ability. Your special ability used to be of the fire attribute. How did it turn into smoke now?" Thinking of her special ability, Lin Xiao suddenly became curious about what her special ability was like in the past. It sounded like a black poisonous fire. She asked, "By the way, can you tell me about my previous special ability?" Liu Jun stood next to her and said with her chin in her hands, "Your special ability flame used to be black. That's why everyone called you Death Flame. Its nature is to melt. Or rather, devour. Anyway, as soon as your fire comes out, all matter within 3 meters of you will disappear. If you weren't facing 5 level 7 special ability users at the same time, how could you have lost?" Lin Xiao thoughtfully thought about the flame described by Liu Jun and felt as if she had lost something. Liu Jun said, "You are very strong, don't doubt it. I think if you go to that place, you might find something." Lin Xiao asked her in confusion, "Where?" Liu Jun said, "It's the place where you died." The place where she died? She didn't even remember how she died. Her last memory was the night when she was sick before the doomsday. But on second thought, she knew that Liu Jun was talking about the place where she died after being besieged by 5 level 7 special ability users. But not many people knew that location. It seemed that she still needed to investigate it. She nodded and said, "I was going to investigate this matter as well, but I didn't expect to find out about it. But I had this guess before, but I wasn't sure." "Now that you are by my side, my thoughts are much clearer." Liu Jun nodded. Lin Xiao said, "Well, although we don't need to sleep, let's go rest for a while. Tomorrow we'll talk to them about moving." If she wanted to subdue her, she had to understand what she was thinking. So, she wanted Qiu Lily to get in touch with the girl zombie with snake-like eyes. Lin Feng looked at her with some suspicion and said, "You want to subdue all the zombies at the king level, right? Are you sure?" Why did he feel that in her eyes, zombie kings were not dangerous at all? Well, okay, think about it from another angle. They really weren't dangerous to her. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will control them. With me here, I won't let them hurt anyone. I won't let anyone or zombies hurt you." Although Lin Feng didn't agree with her idea, he also knew that he didn't have the right to interfere. He said, "All right then, your team has the right to decide. But I hope you can do a good job of keeping a safe distance from us. If one of your zombies bites one of our people, you will be killed immediately. If one of your zombies bites our people, it won't be good for us." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, if there are zombies that have lost their minds and eat people, I will deal with them first." Lin Feng thought about it and said to her, "I suggest that when you implement this idea, it's better not to let others know." Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said to him, "Thank you." Lin Feng pointed to the upper city and said, "Then let's go to the upper city, but we have to wait for Yuan Tianxing and the others to come back first. After that, we still need a lot of manpower, technicians, and so on. Just the solar energy alone, we don't have anyone here who knows how to install it. If we dismantle it, we can guarantee that it won't break." Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and said, Yuan Tianxing should be able to think of this. Apart from the few people you are looking for, he might not be able to find them. Other than the few people you are looking for, he might even bring other outsiders. Lin Feng was stunned and thought about it. With Yuan Tianxing's personality, he would indeed consider this. How do you know he will think of this? We didn't discuss it at the time. Lin Qiao looked at him and said, isn't he one of the deputy leaders of Pluto Base? If he can't even think of this, how did he become the deputy leader? Lin Feng was speechless. Okay, he had nothing to say. The two of them discussed the planned location, and Lin Qiao made a lot of reports on the situation of the location. Then, they decided to wait for Yuan Tianxing to come back before making a decision. At this time, Yuan Tianxing and the others in the base were a little depressed. They had heard that Li Zheng and the others were no longer in the base. They seemed to have gone out with a small armed team for some unknown mission. And Li Zheng and the others all went out with them, no one was left in the base. Yuan Tianxing was very puzzled. Where did these people go? But soon, he made another decision. Since Li Zheng and the others were not there, he could only bring the others back first. He had to find some people with skills first. Du Yuanxing replied with a strange expression. Oh, that woman. I heard her name is Lu Tianyu, something. When Yuan Tianxing heard this name, he did not have any reaction for a moment. After 3 seconds, he was stunned. He turned his head to look at Du Yuanxing and said, What? What did you say her name was? Du Yuanxing coughed lightly and said in amusement, That's right. Yes. It's exactly what you think. Her name is Lu Tianyu. Yuan Tianxing looked at Du Yuanxing and said with a strange expression, Unfortunately, we seem to have met a zombie called Lu Tianyu not long ago. Chapter 239. The two of them looked at each other silently. Then, Yuan Tianxing said, It can't be the same person, right? Du Yuanxing looked at him awkwardly and said, I'm not too sure. Yuan Tianxing crossed his arms in front of his chest and said thoughtfully, But I heard that Lu Tianyu was thrown into a group of zombies, and he probably ended up being eaten. He also became a zombie. Du Yuanxing said, Then isn't the one we know also a zombie? And she's also from Sea City. Yuan Tianxing shook his head and said, It's just the same name. We can't be sure that it's her. Also, I heard that the woman in Sea City is a bad woman, although we couldn't tell anything from the one we saw. Du Yuanxing shrugged, his expression that he did not know what was going on. That night, Yuan Tianxing made a long list of workers he needed, as well as his requirements and remuneration. The next day, he had Du Yuanxing bring it to Yang Fengyu. That afternoon, a person suddenly came to find him in a hurry. Yuan Tianxing thought that it was someone who was here to take the test, but when he saw it, it was someone he knew, and it was the person he was looking for. Lin Yu, why are you alone? What's with your appearance? Where are the others? Seeing that Lin Yu was covered in dirt and covered in injuries, he was shocked. His face was pale, but he looked very anxious. Yuan Tianxing also stared at him in surprise. Vice leader. Lin Yu bent over and placed his hand on the door frame. She heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, after shouting at Yuan Tianxing, she fell limply to the ground. Yuan Tianxing and Du Yuanxing reacted in time to support him, then brought him into the house. When Lin Yu woke up, it was already night time. He sat up on the bed, turned his head, and saw Yuan Tianxing sitting on the sofa next to him, reading a book. Vice leader. Hearing Lin Yu's shout, Yuan Tianxing immediately looked up at him. You're awake. Then he stood up and took a glass of water from the table in front of him and handed it to him. Drink some water first. Let's talk slowly. Lin Yu took the water and drank it in one gulp. Yuan Tianxing took his empty cup and put it on the table. Only then did he pull a chair over and sit down, looking at him as he asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" Lin Yu looked at Yuan Tianxing and said with some excitement, "I didn't expect you to come to see City Base, Deputy Commander. We heard about what happened in the base, but we didn't believe it. But now that I've seen you, I think it's true." "Oh right, Captain and the others." Yuan Tianxing saw that he was speaking incoherently, so he raised his hand and waved at him. "Calm down and listen to my questions. Then answer my question." Seeing his gesture, Lin Yu forced himself to calm down and nodded at Yuan Tianxing. Yuan Tianxing looked at him and asked, "Let's talk about our situation first. You've probably heard about what happened at the base. In fact, almost all the major bases already knew about it. Our base is indeed gone. Our leader is currently unknown. Although I heard that he self-destructed, I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it with my own eyes." Lin Yu's expression was a little sluggish, although he was already prepared for this. However, when he heard Yuan Tianxing, their deputy leader, personally confirm this matter, he still couldn't accept it. "How could it be? How could it be?" Yuan Tianxing comforted him. "Don't be too agitated. Except for the leader, Lin Feng and his family are all fine and have escaped here. You see, I'm actually here to look for workers. So what Yang Jianhua said is true?" Lin Yu suddenly interrupted and then looked up at Yuan Tianxing. Yuan Tianxing's smiling face slowly faded when he heard Lin Yu's words. "You met Yang Jianhua?" he asked with a sullen face and a slight frown. Lin Yu nodded and then said angrily, "Deputy Commander, didn't you ask me why I came back alone?" "Because the others were captured by him 2 days ago." Yuan Tianxing was stunned and asked with some shock, "They were captured? What did you guys do to meet him?" Lin Yu said, "It was Sea City's leader Purple Thunder, Leader Wu. He received news from our base first and also knew about Captain and the others. He was going to send a team to meet them. So when we found out, we followed them even though I didn't want to believe it." Yuan Tianxing said in surprise, "You said that Sea City's leader Purple Thunder sent people to meet Lin Feng and the others? But we didn't see anyone coming to meet them." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, he did send people out. Our entire squad also followed him out. But they didn't find the direction and route that Captain and the others were going, so we couldn't find any trace of them after searching for a few days. Instead, we met Yang Jianhua." Yuan Tianxing asked calmly, "You also know about Yang Jianhua?" Lin Yu said with a gloomy expression, "There's no need to know. As soon as he saw us, he directly attacked without saying anything. That's why the others were either killed or captured by them." Yuan Tianxing bent over and rested his elbows on his knees. He crossed his fingers and supported his chin with the back of his hand. "Then why did you escape alone? Did you escape by yourself or did he deliberately let you go?" Lin Yu said, "I escaped because I wasn't there at the time. So Yang Jianhua didn't see me and only captured the others. I hid on the side and watched, so I wasn't discovered." Yuan Tianxing looked at him and said, "You're really lucky. So you came back alone?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "After Yang Jianhua controlled them, he said something in front of them. I heard it from the side." A cold smile appeared on Yuan Tianxing's face and he said, "What did he say?" Seeing his smile, Lin Yu felt his hair stand on end. He said that Pluto Base will belong to him in the future and that he is the leader. He said that as long as you follow him, you can go back to Pluto Base. He also said that he will definitely get Miss Lin Wanwen's body and heart." Then, he laughed crazily. Yuan Tianxing sneered and said, "Haha, he really dares to think. His face is thicker than the city wall." Lin Yu said blankly, "Why did he betray our leader?" Yuan Tianxing said, "Who knows? But don't worry about Lin Feng and the others. They are all fine now." Lin Yu said, "I was alone and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't beat them and I couldn't save them. So I had no choice but to come back first. I didn't expect to hear that you came to find us. Yuan Tianxing said, fortunately, you came back. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Chapter 240. Lin Yu asked, by the way, why did you come to Haicheng Base? Why did you come to us? Yuan Tianxing nodded and said, yes, we are now in a county on the border of Hangzhou City. Then we plan to build a new base. Lin Yu was stunned and looked at him with his eyes wide open. Build a new base? Who? Yuan Tianxing said, it's us. Lin Yu asked, how many people do we have? Yuan Tianxing calculated and said, more than 10, but I came to Haicheng Base to ask for help. Maybe we can recruit some people from here. Lin Yu looked at him with a confused face. How could they build a base with more than 10 people? Where were they going to build it? On the other side, Lin Xiao and the others decided to wait for Yuan Tianxing to come back before taking action. She began to prepare to repair Qiu Lili and Xiedong's bodies. Because they didn't have a lot of energy, they let Qiu Lili find it herself. Then Lin Xiao suddenly stared at Qiu Lili's 2 followers. Lili, why don't you upgrade these 2 as well? Do you want them? Qiu Lili looked at her blankly. Them? Because Qiu Lili only let the 2 level 4 zombies stay far away and didn't let them get close to the hotel. Because they didn't have any intelligence, they were controlled by Qiu Lili. Although their intelligence wasn't low, their beast-like nature was still very strong. If it wasn't for Qiu Lili's suppression, they probably couldn't resist the hunger and attacked others. Lin Xiao said, we need a small team of zombies to protect Lin Feng and the others. Not only can we protect Lin Feng and the others, but it can also increase our combat power. Because the next target is a zombie city with densely packed zombies, if it's just us, we may not be able to free ourselves. And in the future, the number of people in the base may increase, so the number of times we need to go in and out will also increase. At that time, we still need the deterrence of high-level zombies. Qiu Lili nodded in understanding. So it was like that. Liu Jun said with Tong Tong in his arms, first of all, let's solve their hunger. I think you can let them drink more of your lake water. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, that's what I plan to do. Of course, she knew that the energy in her lake could slowly offset the instinctive hunger of the zombies. Now that she saw the changes in Liu Jun, she didn't know if they would recover some of their memories like her. Lin Xiao also wanted to test this function. Let's go outside and test those 2. Lin Xiao took Qiu Lili downstairs to the parking lot in front of the building. Those mutant turtles were still sleeping in their cages. Liu Jun didn't follow them. Their room was facing the back, so they couldn't see the front where Lin Xiao and the others were. Seeing Lin Xiao and Qiu Lili appear in the parking lot, Lin Xiaolu, who was upstairs, looked at them curiously by the window. Then, she called her aunt and mother over. Mom, Auntie, come and take a look. What are they playing down there? Lin Wenwen and Cheng Wangxue looked at her strangely and asked, who are they? Lin Xiaolu pointed below the window and turned around to say, that bald sister, and the sister who likes to wear white dresses. Lin Wenwen said, Lu Tianyu and Qiu Lili? What are they doing? As she spoke, she also walked over curiously. Hey, it's really them. What are you doing? Cheng Wangxue said, I heard that Lu Tianyu wants to strengthen her zombie squad. I think she's ready to start. Lin Wenwen turned his head and looked at her strangely. Zombie squad? What zombie squad? Cheng Wangxue shook his head. Below, Lin Xiao said to Qiu Lili, Lili, go kill 3 level 5 zombie leaders and take their cores. I think it should be enough for you. Call your, sidekick over. I'll put them into the space to modify them. Since it was related to her recovery and speech, Qiu Lili immediately stopped talking. Lin Xiao's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch at her voice. After more than 10 seconds, 2 figures leaped over from afar on all fours. Then, he squatted down in front of Qiu Lili. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 adult zombies, 1 male and 1 female, and squatted in front of Qiu Lili. Suddenly, he felt like two large dogs. The two level 4 zombies squatted in front of Cho Lily and looked up at Cho Lily with some fear. Cho Lily raised her hand, pointed at Lin Xiao and said, Tilda, from now on, you have to listen to her, or she can eat you. I don't eat zombies. Lin Xiao silently looked at Cho Lily, then raised his hand to take off his sunglasses, turned his head to look at the two zombies, and his eyes were stern. A cold glint flashed across her dark eyes, which had a faint green luster in them. Roar, roar! The two level 4 zombies immediately felt threatened, and fiercely stood up, warning Lin Xiao with a low growl. When Cho Lily saw the two's reaction, she immediately roared at them again. Don't be noisy. If you listen to me, I won't eat you. Roar! The two level 4 zombies were very afraid of Cho Lily, and after hearing her roar, they immediately quieted down. Lin Xiao walked over, and said to the two level 4 zombies, extend your claws. Roar! However, the two level 4 zombies were very wary of her, and just stared at her and let out strange roars from their throats. Lin Xiao released her breath, and then slightly squinted at the two zombies. Woo! When Lin Xiao released her breath, the two level 4 zombies who were very wary of her suddenly wilted. They both shrunk their heads, and then bent their backs. Lin Xiao, claws. This time, the two zombies finally obediently extended their claws to her. Lin Xiao looked at the 4 claws that were still stained, and didn't know if they went to eat people. But in this area, it was probably only Lin Feng's group, and no one else. Seeing that the two of them didn't seem to be in high spirits, they probably haven't eaten for a long time. Lin Xiao raised her hand and grabbed their sleeves, which were not so dirty, and then disappeared with the two zombies. After Cho Lily watched them disappear, she turned her head and jumped to the top of the building, standing at the highest position on the top of the building. She closed her eyes and felt around, and then disappeared in a flash in one direction. Lin Wenwen and the others in the window said, "What are they doing?" Lu Tianyu seems to have brought 2 level 3 and 4 zombies into the space. What does she want to do? Cheng Wangxue said, "Who knows?" Lin Wenwen thoughtfully held his chin. I feel that the 2 zombies that Lu Tianyu brought in were ordinary zombies. They are different from the others. Like those people outside who bite people on sight. Are they irrational? Chapter 241. The space suddenly changed into a strange environment, and the 2 zombies immediately became anxious. They immediately jumped towards an open space, and then the 2 of them stuck together. While staring at Lin Xiao, they also paid attention to the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar! Lin Xiao stood in the same place and looked at the 2 with a smile. Come here. Roar, roar! But her words were useless to the 2 zombies who only listened to Cho Lily. The 2 zombies just stood there motionlessly, warning her with a growl. Not obedient, Lin Xiao quietly looked at the 2 guys whose faces couldn't be seen, and then her eyes became cold. Suddenly she bared her teeth at them, and a pair of fangs appeared in her mouth. Roar! Seeing Lin Xiao bared her teeth, the 2 zombies immediately became obedient. Lin Xiao then kept her teeth, and then said to them, "Come here, stand properly." Then she pointed to the flat ground next to her. The 2 level 4 zombies were like 2 large dogs, rubbing against each other as they approached. Lin Xiao smelled their bodies, and found that although they were very dirty, they didn't smell very bad, and there was no smell of blood. She didn't know whether it was because they hadn't eaten a living person for a long time, or because Cho Lily didn't let them eat. Although they looked a bit dirty, they didn't smell bad. This was the reason why Cho Lily was willing to let them follow her. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 obediently rubbing against each other, and then squatting in her designated position. Only then did he turn around and bring 2 large buckets over. They were huge buckets that were about 1 meter tall. Then she put them by the lake and began to fill them with water. After filling the 2 buckets with water, she dragged them to the side and laid them flat. At this time, a few thick vines emerged from the lake, swaying as they swam towards Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao filled the buckets, she waved to the 2 zombies, "Come here." The 2 zombies stood still and refused to move, and just looked at her nervously. Lin Xiao sighed, and then bared her teeth at the 2, and said in a low and hoarse voice, I said, come here, roar. Well, people don't listen to words. Then let's say corpse language. Roar. The two zombies were immediately terrified. They didn't know why Lin Xiao in front of them, who was obviously the same level as them, had such a strong breath. That kind of suppression from a superior was too overbearing. Lin Xiao didn't have the patience to waste time with them. His body suddenly flashed and turned into a human figure that flashed past the two zombies. Then he returned to the bucket. When she looked at the two zombies again, she discovered that the clothes on their bodies had already been torn to shreds, forming a circle of rags at the feet of the two zombies. Roar. The two zombies had no reaction to their clothes being cut off, but they were very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's sudden approach. Lin Xiao held his chin and looked at the two of them. The muscles on his body had become dry and his skin was twitching. She turned her head and looked at the bucket beside her. Asking them to sit in the bucket by themselves? Was that even possible? Lin Xiao shook his head. Could it be that he had to bring them in for a bath? Suddenly, she felt something crawling up her feet. She looked down. Oh, it's little man Maya. Can I eat them? Although they don't have a lot of energy, little man's voice sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, no, little man. They can't be eaten. But, can you help me put them in the bucket? It seems like they don't want to listen to me. Little man was confused and said, put them in the bucket. Why do you want to put them in the bucket? Lin Xiao said, because I want to give them a bath. Although little man didn't really understand Lin Xiao's request, she was still very willing to help. Oh, then I'll do it. After saying that, she pulled out two vines and threw them towards the two naked zombies. Then, before the two zombies could react, she directly tied their hands and feet and lifted them up. Roar. The two zombies, who were suddenly tied up, reacted after being lifted up, and then struggled and twisted with all their might, while screaming in panic. In the next second, they were tied up and stuffed into the bucket filled with water. Hualalal. The water in the bucket was squeezed out by the two. Lin Xiao stood on the side and shouted to the two, don't move, sit down. At the same time, she was thinking about how to make these two also listen to her. But she didn't know that the faint green light in her eyes suddenly darkened as she stared at the two zombies. The two zombies that were stared at by her green eyes suddenly quieted down. Then, they sat like two large dogs, their four black eyes staring straight at Lin Xiao. Obedient. Lin Xiao looked at them in surprise. Her control over zombies seemed to be useless against level 2 and above zombies, so she didn't plan to control these two level 4 zombies. But she didn't expect that these two would suddenly become obedient, as if she could control their minds. Was it because of her recent restoration that increased the effect? Lin Xiao leaned in front of the two, looking left and right. Then she said to the male zombie, raise your hands. Sure enough, the male zombie obediently raised his hands, but it stretched them out like a zombie. Then it looked at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Lin Xiao couldn't sense its thoughts, so she didn't know if the zombies under her control had entered a resting state. It was like hypnosis. She continued to say to the male zombie, bend your hands and use your palms to wash your face. She didn't know if this zombie could completely understand what she meant. Before Lin Xiao finished thinking, she saw the male zombie bend his two hands, and then sink his palms into the water, and then he cupped his palms up. So he just threw it on her face. Lin Xiao, after the male zombie finished, he continued cupping water and then continued to throw it on her face. Lin Xiao stood up, turned her head and said to the female zombie, you do the same as him. After she finished speaking, the female zombie turned her head and looked at the male zombie. She also followed and threw water on her face, but after she was done, she would wipe her face a few times. Lin Xiao looked at her in surprise. Hey, this female zombie's ability to understand was better than the male zombie's. Little man used another vine to grab Lin Xiao's wrist, and asked her, Mama, why did you let them soak in the bath? Do you want me to eat them after washing them clean? Lin Xiao said to her helplessly, they are not for you to eat, I want to modify and train them. So that they can help us in the future. Little Man replied as if she understood everything. Oh tilde tilde tilde, I see tilde tilde, then why do we need to soak in the bath? Lin Xiao said, because we need to use the energy in the lake to modify their bodies, and then slowly train their minds. In the future, we might need you to repair them and see if you can help them recover a little of their memories. Little Man nodded her head in understanding. Oh tilde tilde, I can do that tilde tilde, but Little Man doesn't have any energy left tilde tilde, don't I still need to help repair the lily zombie in the white dress? Lin Xiao smiled. I know, don't worry. We will help you find the energy. Little Man, oh tilde tilde tilde. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.